Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Chapter 1 Ashes of Ideals. The first sensation Rayiser Phoenix remembered was warm then all-consuming, fiery warmth that wrapped around his small body. He blinked slowly, feeling the strange mixture of helplessness and awareness as muffled voices echoed around him. "You're strong, little one," a soft yet commanding voice said. "Just like your father." Rayiser's eyes opened. He couldn't make sense of the tall figure gazing down at him, her golden hair shimmering under the soft glow of flames. He was an infant in her arms, helpless yet strangely calm. This was not the life he remembered. Memories of a past life. It took years for him to make sense of it all. In his past life, Rayiser had been a nobody, a faceless man in a world where survival demanded hard work, not lineage. That life had been brutal yet simple. You worked, you survived, and if you were lucky, you left behind something meaningful. He had hated people who lived in illusions, chasing ideals without effort or wallowing in mediocrity. He had despised pompous elites who thought titles and wealth made them superior, and he held contempt for those who wasted their potential. When death finally claimed him, Rayiser expected nothing. No heaven, no hell, just the end. But fate had other plans. He had been reborn as Rayiser Phoenix, the third son of the illustrious Phoenix clan, a family of immortal devils revered for their control over flames and unmatched regenerative abilities. It was a world of power, prestige, and endless opportunities, yet riddled with arrogance and delusion. Rayiser vowed not to repeat his past mistakes. The weight of expectations. From the moment he could walk, Rayiser felt the crushing weight of his family's legacy. His father, Lord Phoenix, was a man of immense presence, tall, imposing, and wielding flames that could incinerate entire armies. He carried himself with an air of superiority that made lesser devils tremble, but Rayiser saw through it. Behind the facade was a man obsessed with maintaining the Phoenix clan's prestige. His mother, Lady Phoenix, was the epitome of elegance and cunning. She viewed the world as a chessboard, and her children were pieces to be molded into perfect tools for the family's success. Then there were his siblings. His eldest brother, Raval, was the golden child, charming, powerful, and respected. Raval basked in the attention of others, believing himself untouchable. Rayiser found him exhausting. His sisters, Ravel and Rayiser, were just as grating in their own ways. Ravel, though only a year older than Rayiser, carried herself with the haughtiness of someone who believed the world revolved around her. Rayiser, the eldest daughter, was sharper and more manipulative. Her beauty was matched only by her cunning. Rayiser didn't hate his family, but he didn't love them, either. A different kind of child. By the time Rayiser was 2, it was clear he wasn't like the other children in the Phoenix clan. While his siblings flaunted their natural gifts, Rayiser immersed himself in hard work. He didn't have the raw talent of Raval or the charm of Ravel, but what he lacked in innate skill, he made up for with relentless determination. Every morning, Rayiser would wake early, sneaking out to the training grounds before the sun rose. There, he practiced the basic simple punches, controlled breathing, and channeling the faint sparks of flame that flickered in his small hands. His siblings mocked him for it. "Why are you working so hard?" Ravel asked one day, watching him struggle to summon a consistent flame. "You're a phoenix. Power comes to us naturally. Just relax." Rayiser didn't look up. "Because I don't want to be useless." Ravel frowned, her youthful face scrunching in confusion. "You're not useless. You're a noble. Titles mean nothing without strength," Rayiser said curtly, ignoring her and returning to his practice. Ravel huffed and left, muttering about her weird little brother. A quiet rebellion. Rayiser's disdain for laziness extended to his family's ideology. The Phoenix clan prided themselves on their status as devils. They saw humans as inferior creatures, weak, short-lived, and insignificant. Rayiser found this perspective shallow. Though he had yet to visit the human world, his memories of his past life told him otherwise. Humans, for all their flaws, were capable of incredible resilience and ingenuity. Their limitations forced them to strive harder, and Rayiser respected that. One evening, during a family dinner, this disdain for his family's arrogance surfaced. "Humans are pathetic," Raval said, his tone dismissive. "They grovel for scraps of power and waste their lives chasing meaningless dreams." Rayiser, barely 4, couldn't hold his tongue. "At least they work for what they have." The room fell silent. Lord Phoenix turned to him, his golden eyes narrowing. "And what do you mean by that, Rayiser?" Rayiser met his father's gaze, unflinching. "Humans don't have magic or immortality. They have to work hard to survive. That makes them stronger than most devils who are born into power." Raval snorted. "That's a ridiculous notion." No, Rayiser said firmly. It's reality. Lady Phoenix's lips twitched in amusement, though she said nothing. Lord Phoenix studied his youngest son for a long moment before nodding slightly. An interesting perspective, he said. But don't let it cloud your loyalty to your kind. Rayiser said nothing, but inwardly, he knew he would never adopt his family's blind arrogance. A test of strength. By the age of 3, Rayiser's hard work began to show results. His flames, though smaller and weaker than his siblings, were precise. His physical training had given him strength and endurance far beyond what was expected of a child his age. One day, Raval decided to test him. You've been working hard, little brother, Raval said, his voice dripping with condescension. Why don't we see if it's paid off? Rayiser met his brother's smirk with a calm gaze. Fine. The sparring match drew a crowd. Their parents, siblings, and several servants gathered to watch. Raval, confident in his superiority, allowed Rayiser the first move. Rayiser attacked without hesitation, summoning a burst of golden flame to propel himself forward. His punches were sharp and deliberate, each strike aimed at Raval's vital points. But Raval was faster, his movements fluid as he dodged effortlessly. You're predictable, Raval said, countering with a wave of flames that sent Rayiser sprawling. Rayiser gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. He pushed himself to his feet and charged again, his mind analyzing Raval's patterns. He noticed a slight delay in Raval's dodges, a hesitation born of overconfidence. Exploiting this, Rayiser feinted left before darting right, his fist grazing Raval's shoulder. The crowd gasped. Raval's smirk faded, replaced by a look of mild surprise. Not bad, he admitted, knocking Rayiser down with a swift kick. But you'll need more than that to beat me. Rayiser didn't rise immediately. He lay on the ground, breathing heavily, but a small smile played on his lips. He had landed a hit. That was enough for now. A moment with Mother. Later that evening, Lady Phoenix found Rayiser in the garden, sitting beneath the great phoenix statue. The flames that lit the estate cast a soft glow over his small figure. You did well today, she said, sitting beside him. I lost, Rayiser said bluntly. Even so, you surprised Raval. That's no small feat. Rayiser looked at her, his amber eyes serious. Mother, do you think I'll ever be as strong as him? Lady Phoenix tilted her head, considering her answer. Strength comes in many forms, Rayiser. Raval is strong, yes, but his confidence blinds him to his flaws. You, on the other hand, see the world as it is. That perspective will make you stronger in ways he can't understand. Rayiser nodded slowly. Her words resonated with him. The fire within. Rayiser's 4th birthday marked a turning point in his life. During the celebration, Lord Phoenix approached him with a rare expression of approval. You've shown promise, Rayiser. Keep working hard, and you may surpass even Raval one day. Rayiser didn't care about surpassing his siblings. His goal was simpler, to forge his path, free from the chains of arrogance and complacency that bound so many devils. That night, as the flames of the celebration flickered in the dark sky, Rayiser made a vow. I'll become strong, he whispered to himself. Not for titles or glory, but because I refuse to be weak. I'll do whatever it takes. The stars above seemed to shimmer in agreement, and for the first time, Rayiser felt a sense of clarity. This was only the beginning. This concludes Chapter 1, focusing on Rayiser's hardworking and anti-heroic personality, his realistic outlook on life, and his interactions with his family. Let me know if you'd like any adjustments or expansions. 2. Chapter 2, A System of Legends. The crimson hues of the underworld sky stretched endlessly above Rayiser Phoenix as he sat alone in the gardens of the Phoenix estate. The massive Phoenix statue loomed behind him, its golden wings glimmering in the flickering light of the estate's eternal flames. It was a place Rayiser often came to think, to strategize, and to push through the constant sense of inadequacy he felt in the presence of his family. Today, however, there was something different in the air, something he couldn't quite place. Rayiser had spent the morning practicing, forcing himself to summon flames with precision and control that belied his age. At 4 years old, he was already surpassing expectations, but for him, it wasn't enough. His family had raw talent, strength, and arrogance to spare, while he had nothing but his own stubborn drive to close the gap. His hands were bruised from punching practice dummies, his flames still weak compared to his siblings, but he refused to stop. His ambition, fueled by his disdain for pompous attitudes and lazy ideals, kept him moving forward. That's why he barely noticed the strange warmth pooling in his chest until it became impossible to ignore. A voice in the void. Rayiser paused mid-motion, his flames extinguishing as the heat surged through his body. It wasn't the familiar burn of his phoenix heritage, this was something foreign, something alive. Then, he heard Ida's voice, calm and unyielding, resonating in his mind like a tolling bell. System initialization complete. Welcome, Rayiser Phoenix. Rayiser's eyes snapped open, his amber gaze darting around the empty courtyard. What the who's there? The voice didn't answer directly. Instead, a translucent blue screen materialized before him, hovering in the air. Its soft glow was out of place against the fiery backdrop of the estate, yet it demanded his full attention. Rayiser's breath caught as he read the text displayed on the screen. One-piece summoning system. Welcome, Rayiser Phoenix. This system allows you to summon people, items, and abilities from the One Piece world in exchange for Phoenix points. You have been granted a beginner pack to get started. The word seemed both alien and familiar, stirring memories of his past life. One Piece. It was a world he had loved in another life, a world of pirates, devil fruits, and legendary swords. Now, it had somehow followed him into his new existence. What is this? Rayiser muttered, reaching out hesitantly. His hand passed through the screen, the text remaining unaltered. The voice returned, calm and unwavering. The One Piece summoning system is bound to you. It will aid in your growth and allow you to summon beings and items of great power in exchange for Phoenix points. Use it wisely. Opening the beginner pack. Rayiser's heart pounded. His mind, sharp and realistic even at his young age, immediately began analyzing the situation. This wasn't some random fluke, it was a gift, a tool that could tip the scales in his favor in ways he hadn't even imagined. The screen prompted him again. Would you like to open your beginner pack? Rayiser took a steadying breath and nodded. Yes. The screen flashed, and a wave of golden light erupted in front of him. The energy was warm and comforting, yet brimming with an untamed power that made the hairs on his arms stand on end. Congratulations. You have received 500 Phoenix points. 1 free summon, character. 1 free summon, item. Rayiser stared at the words, his mind spinning with possibilities. The potential of this system was staggering. If it truly allowed him to summon beings and artifacts from the One Piece world, it could make him stronger than anyone in his family, no, anyone in the underworld. Let's see what you can do, he murmured, his voice steady despite the excitement bubbling inside him. First summon, a legend arrives. Rayiser navigated the system's interface, marveling at its simplicity. The menu was divided into 3 main categories: characters, items, and abilities. Each section listed options with descriptions and their respective costs in Phoenix points. He selected the character tab first, eager to test the full extent of the system. Free summon available. Would you like to use it now? Yes, Rayiser said without hesitation. The blue screen flickered, and the golden light returned, swirling and condensing into a single point in front of him. The air grew heavy, crackling with energy as a figure began to materialize. Rayiser's breath hitched as the light faded, revealing a man who towered over him with a presence that felt larger than life. He was broad-shouldered, his jaw square and unyielding, with a white marine coat draped over his back like a cape. The man's laughter boomed, deep and hearty. Bahaha, where am I? Who's the brat that called me here? Rayiser blinked, his mind struggling to process the sight before him. He knew this man, he had idolized him in his past life. Monkey D. Garp, Rayiser said softly, the name almost catching in his throat. Garp turned his sharp gaze on Rayiser, his grin widening. You the one who summoned me, kid? You've got guts if you think you can handle someone like me. Rayiser swallowed hard. 3. Chapter 3. A teacher from another world. Rayiser Phoenix stood in the golden light of the Phoenix Estate's training courtyard, his mind racing as he stared up at Monkey D. Garp, the towering figure of legend who now stood before him. The hero of the Marines was every bit as imposing as Rayiser had imagined from his past life. Garp's broad chest and easy confidence exuded a raw, primal power, and his booming laughter carried an unshakable aura of invincibility. The sheer reality of seeing this man, this force of nature, was almost overwhelming. Yet Rayiser couldn't afford to be overwhelmed. He had a goal, and this was his chance to achieve it. Monkey D. Garp, Rayiser said, steadying his voice. I summoned you because I need a teacher. Garp scratched his head, his grin never fading. Bahaha, a teacher, huh? And you think I'm the guy for the job? Yes, Rayiser replied without hesitation. You're one of the strongest men I've ever seen, and I want to learn from you. Garp's sharp eyes studied him for a moment, and Rayiser could feel the weight of his judgment. Then, the marine hero burst into laughter again, his voice echoing across the courtyard. You've got guts, kid, Garp said. I'll give you that. Alright, I'll train you. But don't think for a second that I'll go easy on you. Rayiser's lips twitched into a small smile. I wouldn't expect anything less. Convincing the family. The real challenge, however, lay ahead. Summoning Garp was one thing, but explaining his presence to the Phoenix clan would be another entirely. Rayiser had spent his entire life navigating the expectations and scrutiny of his family, and he knew how they would react to a human no matter how strong being brought into their world. The Phoenix clan prided themselves on their devil heritage, and humans were little more than tools or entertainment in their eyes. Rayiser, however, had never shared that perspective. He valued strength, discipline, and realism above all else. Garp embodied those traits, and Rayiser wouldn't let his family's prejudice get in the way of his growth. Follow me, Rayiser said, gesturing to Garp as he began walking toward the main hall of the estate. Garp's grin widened. Leading me into the lion's den, huh? I like it. Let's see what kind of family you've got, kid. The two made their way through the estate's opulent halls, their footsteps echoing against the polished stone floors. Servants stopped and stared as they passed, their eyes widening at the sight of Garp. Some whispered among themselves, their confusion and unease palpable. Rayiser ignored them. He had more important things to focus on. When they reached the main hall, the entire family was gathered. Lord Phoenix and Lady Phoenix sat at the head of a long table, their expressions calm but curious. Rival and Ravel were seated nearby, while Rayiser stood by the window, gazing out at the gardens. All eyes turned to Rayiser and Garp as they entered the room. "Rayiser," Lord Phoenix said, his deep voice carrying authority. "Who is this guest you've brought to our home?" Rayiser stepped forward, his tone steady. "This is Monkey D. Garp. I found him during a visit to the human world. He's a strong warrior, and I've asked him to be my teacher." The room fell silent. Ravel was the first to speak, her tone incredulous. "A human? You want a human to train you?" Raval smirked, leaning back in his chair. "This is a new low, even for you, Rayiser." Rayiser ignored them, keeping his gaze fixed on his father. "I've seen his strength with my own eyes. He's the teacher I need to grow stronger." Lord Phoenix's eyes narrowed as he studied Garp. "A human warrior, you say? And what makes you think he's qualified to train a devil?" Before Rayiser could answer, Garp stepped forward, his grin as wide as ever. "Bahaha, don't worry, old man, I'll show you what I'm made of. Let me spar with one of your kids, and you'll see for yourself." The challenge hung in the air like a thundercloud. Lord Phoenix's lips twitched into a faint smile. "Very well. Raval, test this man's strength." Raval rose from his seat, his golden flames flickering to life around him. "This won't take long." The sparring match. The sparring match took place in the estate's open-air arena, with the entire family watching from the sidelines. Raval stood confidently on one side of the arena, his flames blazing like a golden inferno. Garp stood on the other, his stance relaxed but unshakable. "Don't hold back," Garp said, cracking his knuckles. Raval smirked. "You'll regret those words, human." The match began with Raval launching a wave of flames toward Garp, the heat so intense that the air shimmered. Garp didn't flinch. With a single punch, he dispersed the flames, the shockwave from his fist shaking the ground. Raval's eyes widened, but he quickly recovered, charging forward with a series of rapid attacks. His flames danced around him, each strike aiming to overwhelm Garp's defenses. But Garp was faster. He dodged each attack with ease, his movements deceptively casual. "You're good, kid," Garp said, his grin never fading. "But you're not good enough." With that, Garp closed the distance in an instant, his fist slamming into the ground beside Raval and sending him sprawling. The fight ended as quickly as it began, with Garp standing victorious. The audience was stunned into silence. Lord Phoenix rose from his seat, his expression unreadable. Finally, he nodded. "Impressive. Perhaps there is merit in this arrangement after all." Rayiser allowed himself a small smile. Garp had proven his worth, and for the first time, Rayiser felt like he had taken a step toward his goal. A proposal. Later that evening, Rayiser and Garp sat in the gardens, the flames of the phoenix statue casting long shadows over the grass. "You handled yourself well," Rayiser said, breaking the silence. Garp chuckled, leaning back against the statue. "Bahaha, that was nothing. Your brother's got some fire in him, though. I like that." Rayiser nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I want to learn everything you can teach me, but staying here won't be enough." Garp raised an eyebrow. "What are you getting at, kid?" "I want to travel with you," Rayiser said. "The underworld is vast, and there's more to learn out there than I could ever learn here. If I stay in this estate, I'll never grow strong enough to achieve my goals." Garp studied him for a moment, his sharp eyes searching. Then, he grinned. "You've got guts, kid. I'll take you with me, but only if you're ready to put in the work. No shortcuts." Rayiser's lips twitched into a determined smile. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Convincing the clan. The next morning, Rayiser stood before his family once again, his expression calm but resolute. "I've decided to leave the estate," he said. "I'll be traveling with Garp to train and grow stronger." The room erupted into chaos. "Leave the estate?" Ravel said, her voice rising. "Are you insane?" "You'll embarrass the family," Raval added, his tone sharp. Even Lord Phoenix frowned, his golden eyes narrowing. "Explain yourself, Rayiser." Rayiser met his father's gaze without flinching. "If I stay here, I'll never reach my full potential. I need to see the world, to experience challenges beyond these walls. Garp can give me that." Lady Phoenix, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "And what makes you think we'll allow this?" Rayiser took a deep breath. "Because you value strength above all else. If I come back stronger than any of my siblings, it will benefit the family. Isn't that what matters most?" Lord Phoenix leaned back in his chair, his expression contemplative. After a long moment, he nodded. "Very well. But know this, Rayiser, if you fail to prove yourself, you'll bring shame upon this family. Do not return unless you have something worth showing." Rayiser nodded. "I won't disappoint you." The journey begins. As Rayiser and Garp left the estate, the young phoenix couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. For the first time in his life, he was free to pursue his goals, free to forge his own path. Garp clapped him on the back, his grin as wide as ever. "All right, kid, let's see what you're made of." Rayiser smirked. "You won't regret this." The two set off into the vast expanse of the underworld, their journey just beginning. For Rayiser, this was more than a chance to grow stronger. It was the start of a new chapter, one where he could prove that hard work, discipline, and determination could surpass even the mightiest of bloodlines. And with Monkey D. Garp by his side, Rayiser knew there was no limit to what he could achieve. This concludes Chapter 3, focusing on Rayiser introducing Garp to his family, convincing them of his plan, and setting off to travel the underworld as Garp's student. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 4. Chapter 4 Rise of a Phoenix. 6 years had passed since Rayiser Phoenix left the gilded halls of his family's estate. 6 years of relentless training, grueling battles, and pushing himself far beyond the limits he once thought possible. At 10 years old, Rayiser was no longer the weak and underestimated son of the Phoenix clan. Under Monkey D. Garp's brutal and unforgiving tutelage, he had transformed into a warrior who could make even the most arrogant devils take notice. The fire in his heart had burned away his insecurities, leaving behind a man defined by discipline, strength, and an unyielding will. Training in the depths of the underworld. The underworld was vast, far beyond what Rayiser had imagined as a child. Garp had led him through treacherous forests filled with magical beasts, across fiery plains where flames burned hotter than any phoenix flame, and to remote mountains where the air was so thin it threatened to suffocate him. Garp was an unrelenting teacher. He didn't coddle or waste time with encouragement. His philosophy was simple: strength came through struggle, and Rayiser had to fight for every ounce of progress. Pain's just weakness leaving the body, kid. Garp would shout, usually while throwing Rayiser off a cliff or into a pack of rabid beasts. Despite the harsh methods, Rayiser thrived. By the age of 8, Rayiser had mastered the Rokushiki, the 6 fundamental techniques of the Marines. Soro, which allowed him to move faster than the eye could follow. Jeppo, giving him the ability to leap through the air as though it were solid ground. Tekai, hardening his body like iron to withstand powerful blows. Rankyaku, unleashing slicing air blades with a kick. Shurgan, a piercing finger thrust strong enough to break stone. And Kamii, a technique of evasion so fluid it felt like he was gliding through attacks. In addition, Garp had drilled the foundations of Haki into him with a ferocity that left no room for failure. Armament Haki, the ability to coat his body or weapons in an invisible armor, had become second nature to Rayiser. His mastery was so advanced that he could harden entire portions of his body, turning his golden flames into devastating weapons. Observation Haki, which sharpened his senses to near superhuman levels, had become his constant companion. He could sense the presence of others from miles away, predict attacks before they landed, and even feel the emotions of those around him. But there was one power Rayiser had yet to awaken: Conqueror's Haki, the rare and overwhelming ability to dominate the will of others. It was a gift reserved for the few destined to lead, to rule, or to carve their names into history. Garp had told him it couldn't be forced. It'll come when it's needed, kid. Just don't hold back when the moment arrives. A fateful encounter. The day began like any other. Rayiser and Garp were traveling through a rugged valley near the edge of the underworld. The sky above was a deep crimson, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. Rayiser walked ahead, his movements precise and confident. His once boyish frame had grown lean and muscular, his every step radiating power. He had traded the traditional devil robes of his clan for simple, practical clothes: a dark shirt and pants reinforced with leather, designed for combat and mobility. Garp followed behind, chewing on a rice cracker and looking as relaxed as ever. So, what's the plan, kid? You gonna keep running around with this old man, or are you thinking of heading back to your fancy family? Rayiser glanced over his shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips. I haven't decided yet. I'm not exactly eager to deal with their egos again. Bahaha. Fair enough, Garp laughed, slapping Rayiser on the back. But before Rayiser could reply, a sudden wave of dread washed over him. His observation Haki flared, and his senses screamed in warning. Garp, Rayiser said, his tone sharp. The Marine's grin faded as he straightened, his own instincts kicking in. Yeah, I feel it too. We've got company. From the shadows of the valley, a massive creature emerged. It was unlike anything Rayiser had ever seen: a towering beast with jagged, obsidian-like scales and eyes that glowed with an unnatural red light. Its roar shook the ground, and the air grew heavy with its malevolent presence. A hell beast, Garp muttered, his tone unusually serious. And a big one at that. Rayiser's flames flickered to life, his body tensing as the creature charged toward them. Looks like we don't have a choice. Damn right we don't. Garp bellowed, leaping forward to meet the beast head-on. The awakening. The battle was chaos. Garp and Rayiser fought in perfect tandem, their attacks landing with devastating precision. Rayiser darted through the air with Jeppo, his flames searing the beast's scales, while Garp's monstrous punches shattered its armor-like hide. But the creature was relentless. Its claws tore through the ground, its roar splitting the air as it unleashed waves of dark energy that burned like acid. Despite their efforts, the hellbeast refused to fall. Its sheer size and power began to overwhelm them, forcing Rayiser and Garp to retreat and regroup. Rayiser's breath came in ragged gasps as he wiped blood from his lip. This thing's not going down easy. Garp grinned, his fists coated in armament Haki. Good. It wouldn't be fun if it was easy. Before Rayiser could respond, the beast lunged at them again, its claws aiming straight for him. Time seemed to slow as the attack closed in, and for a brief moment, Rayiser felt a spark ignite deep within him, a spark of something primal, something untamed. The world exploded. A wave of raw, crushing energy erupted from Rayiser, rippling through the air like a storm. The hellbeast froze mid-attack, its glowing eyes wide with terror. The ground shook, the sky darkened, and the very air seemed to crackle with power. Garp stepped back, his grin widening as he watched the display. Well, I'll be damned. You've got it, kid. Rayiser stood at the epicenter of the energy, his flames roaring around him as the beast collapsed to the ground, its will shattered. The once mighty creature whimpered before retreating into the shadows, its fight completely gone. The energy faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Rayiser standing in silence. His chest heaved, his body trembling from the strain, but his eyes burned with a newfound intensity. What was that? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Garp clapped him on the shoulder, his laugh booming. That, my boy, was Conqueror's haki. Only the best of the best can pull it off. You just proved you've got what it takes to lead. Rayiser stared at his hands, the realization sinking in. He had tapped into something far greater than raw strength or skill. This was a power that could shape the world itself. Return of the Phoenix. 2 days later, Rayiser and Garp stood on a cliff overlooking the Phoenix estate. The sprawling mansion gleamed in the distance, its golden flames burning bright against the crimson sky. You sure about this? Garp asked, his tone unusually serious. Rayiser nodded, his gaze steady. It's time. I've spent 6 years becoming stronger. Now, it's time to show them what I've become. Garp grinned. Bahaha. Alright, kid. Let's give them a show they won't forget. As they descended toward the estate, Rayiser felt a mix of anticipation and resolve. He wasn't the same boy who had left 6 years ago. He was stronger, sharper, and more determined than ever. The Phoenix clan would soon learn that Rayiser Phoenix was no longer a child to be dismissed. He was a force to be reckoned with, a rising Phoenix ready to claim his place in the world. This concludes Chapter 4, showcasing Rayiser's growth, his mastery of Haki and Rokushiki, and the dramatic awakening of his Conqueror's Haki. Let me know if you'd like any changes or further expansion. 5. Chapter 5, A Clash of Flames and Fists. The air in the Phoenix clan estate was tense, heavy with anticipation. Servants whispered among themselves as news spread like wildfire. Rayiser Phoenix, the third son of the family, had returned after 6 long years. Gone was the boy who had left the estate as a determined but unproven child. In his place stood a warrior who radiated confidence and strength, his once boyish features hardened by years of brutal training and countless battles. Yet, it wasn't just Rayiser who drew attention. Walking beside him, with a grin as wide as the sky and an aura that seemed to shake the very ground, was Monkey D. Garp. The hero of the Marines, a man of legend, had returned to the estate alongside Rayiser. And though Garp's expression was as casual as ever, the devils in the estate could feel his overwhelming presence. Even those who hadn't seen him fight were instinctively wary, as though the primal parts of their minds screamed at them to avoid this man at all costs. Rayiser stopped just before the grand hall where his family awaited, his golden eyes burning with determination. He turned to Garp, who stood beside him, arms crossed and still grinning. Ready to give them a show? Rayiser asked. Garp's laugh boomed. Bahaha. Always, kid. Let's see if you're ready to keep up. A son returns. The grand doors of the hall swung open, and Rayiser stepped inside with Garp at his side. The room was just as he remembered it, grand, imposing, and filled with his family. At the head of the long table sat Lord Phoenix, his golden eyes sharp as they studied his son. Lady Phoenix sat beside him, her elegant features calm but unreadable. Raval, Raisria, and Ravel were seated further down, each reacting differently to Rayiser's return. Raval raised an eyebrow, his smirk betraying a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Raisria leaned back in her chair, her gaze calculating as she took in her brother's new demeanor. Ravel, on the other hand, looked genuinely surprised, her mouth slightly open as she stared at him. You've returned, Lord Phoenix said, his deep voice echoing through the hall. And you've brought a guest. Rayiser stepped forward, his movements steady and deliberate. This is Monkey D. Garp. He's been my teacher for the past 6 years. The room fell silent. Ravel was the first to break it. You mean that human you brought here all those years ago? He's still with you? Rayiser's lips twitched into a small smirk. He's more than just that human. If you don't believe me, you'll see soon enough. Raval leaned forward, his arms resting on the table. You've been gone for 6 years, and now you walk in here with this man, acting as though you have nothing to prove. Rayiser's gaze sharpened. I've been proving myself every day for the past 6 years, Raval. If you doubt me, then you're welcome to test me. Before Raval could respond, Garp's booming laugh filled the room. Bahaha, you've got a feisty family, kid. I like it. But if you're looking to prove yourself, there's only one person you need to face. Rayiser turned to Garp, his expression serious. You mean you? Damn right I do, Garp said, cracking his knuckles. Let's see if all that training has paid off. The challenge. The announcement sent ripples through the estate. A duel between Rayiser Phoenix and Monkey D. Garp was unthinkable, an impossible clash between student and teacher, devil and human. Yet, it was happening. The family gathered in the estate's massive arena, a sprawling open space surrounded by flames and carved from volcanic stone. Servants lined the edges, whispering in hushed tones as they watched the two combatants step into the center. Rayiser stood tall, his golden flames flickering around him like a living aura. His body was lean and powerful, every movement radiating control and confidence. Garp stood opposite him, his grin as wide as ever. His stance was casual, his hands resting on his hips, but there was a tension in the air around him, a sense of coiled power waiting to be unleashed. Lord Phoenix rose from his seat, his voice cutting through the murmurs. This is a battle of strength, discipline, and will. Let the duel begin. The first clash. The moment the words left Lord Phoenix's lips, Rayiser moved. He disappeared in a blur of speed, his mastery of Sora propelling him forward faster than the eye could follow. In an instant, he was in front of Garp, his fist coated in armament haki as he aimed for the Marine's chest. Garp caught the punch with ease, his grin never fading. Good start, kid. But you'll need more than that. With a laugh, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The force of the blow sent Rayiser skidding backward, his boots digging trenches into the stone floor. Rayiser didn't hesitate. He leaped into the air, using Jeppo to propel himself higher as golden flames erupted from his hands. He rained down a barrage of fiery blasts, each one exploding against the arena floor with enough force to shake the ground. Garp weaved through the attacks with surprising agility for a man of his size. When Rayiser landed, Garp was already waiting for him, his fist cocked back. Too slow. Garp roared, his punch connecting with Rayiser's side. The impact was like a cannonball, sending Rayiser crashing into the far wall of the arena. The stone cracked under the force, and a cloud of dust rose into the air. The battle intensifies. Rayiser pushed himself to his feet, coughing but undeterred. His flames burned brighter as he steadied his breathing, his observation haki sharpening his senses. You're not holding back, Rayiser said, a small smile tugging at his lips. Damn right I'm not. Garp replied, his fists glowing with armament haki. If you want to beat me, you'll have to give it everything you've got. Rayiser surged forward again, his attacks coming faster and harder. He used every technique at his disposal, Shigen, Rankyaku, and a flurry of flame-enhanced strikes. Garp countered each one with brutal efficiency, his punches sending shockwaves through the arena. The two clashed again and again, their blows shaking the very foundations of the estate. The air grew thick with the heat of Rayiser's flames and the raw power of Garp's fists. Sparks flew as their haki-coated strikes collided, the force of their battle creating massive craters in the stone floor. Unleashing Conqueror's haki. As the fight stretched into its second day, it became clear that neither was willing to back down. Rayiser's body was battered and bruised, his ribs aching with every breath. Yet, he refused to fall. His flames burned hotter than ever, his determination fueling his every move. Garp, meanwhile, seemed as unyielding as a mountain. His punches came with the same crushing force as they had at the start, his energy seemingly endless. On the third day, as the sun hung low in the crimson sky, Rayiser made his final stand. He unleashed a roar that echoed across the arena, his conqueror's haki exploding outward in a wave of sheer willpower. The servants watching from the sidelines collapsed, their minds overwhelmed by the sheer force of his spirit. Even Raval and Ravel staggered, their eyes wide with shock. Garp grinned, his own conqueror's haki surging in response. The two waves of energy collided in the center of the arena, creating a storm of pressure that cracked the walls and sent debris flying. The final blow. Rayiser charged forward, his flames and haki blazing as he aimed a final punch at Garp. The Marine met him head-on, his fist glowing with an aura of raw, unstoppable power. Their fists collided, and the resulting shockwave was deafening. The ground beneath them shattered, the arena floor collapsing under the force of their clash. Flames and dust filled the air, obscuring the combatants from view. When the smoke cleared, Rayiser was on the ground, his body broken and battered. His ribs were cracked, his arms limp at his sides, and every inch of him screamed with pain. Yet, his golden eyes burned with defiance, refusing to close. Garp stood over him, his grin as wide as ever. He extended a hand, his voice booming with laughter. You've got guts, kid. I'll give you that. Rayiser reached up, his fingers weak but steady as he took Garp's hand. Shock and respect. The spectators were silent as Garp helped Rayiser to his feet. The Phoenix family, who had once dismissed Rayiser as weak and unremarkable, now looked at him with a mix of awe and respect. Even Raval, who had always been quick to mock his younger brother, couldn't hide his shock. He fought Garp for 3 days, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. Ravel's expression was unreadable, her gaze fixed on Rayiser's battered form. Lord Phoenix rose from his seat, his voice carrying across the ruined arena. Rayiser, you have proven yourself today. Your strength, your determination, they are worthy of the Phoenix name. Rayiser met his father's gaze, his expression calm despite the pain coursing through him. Thank you, father. As Garp led him out of the arena, the whispers began to spread. The hero of the Marines and the rising Phoenix had left an indelible mark on the estate, and their battle would be remembered for generations. A new chapter. That night, as Rayiser lay in bed with his injuries bound and his body aching, he couldn't help but smile. He had lost, but he had gained something far greater, the respect of his family and the validation of his efforts. And this was only the beginning. This concludes Chapter 5, focusing on Rayiser's climactic battle against Garp, the dramatic awakening of his full potential, and the impact of their clash on the Phoenix family. Let me know if you'd like further expansions. 6. Chapter 6 Building the Foundation of Power. Rayiser Phoenix stood on the balcony of his family's sprawling estate, gazing out at the fiery skies of the underworld. The battle with Garp had been a defining moment in his life, earning him respect and fear from his family and peers. Yet, even as his body healed and his name began to carry weight within the Phoenix clan, Rayiser found himself looking beyond the accolades. Strength alone wasn't enough, not in a world driven by power, politics, and influence. If he wanted to achieve his ultimate goals, Rayiser needed something more, a foundation strong enough to support his ambitions. He didn't just want to be another noble of the Phoenix clan, nor was he content to live in the shadow of his siblings. He wanted to build something that was truly his own, a legacy that would outshine even his family's illustrious name. The answer was clear. Business. The vision. Rayiser's mind raced with possibilities as he began to outline his vision. The supernatural world was vast, with devils, fallen angels, and other mythological beings constantly vying for power and resources. Yet, despite their influence, most factions were entrenched in old traditions, resistant to innovation. Rayiser wanted to change that. First, he would establish a business empire centered around the entertainment industry. The underworld, despite its grandeur, lacked vibrant culture and widespread connectivity. Devils craved luxury, indulgence, and spectacle. Rayiser would give it to them. Second, he would create an interdimensional trading network. Through this, he could establish economic ties with other supernatural entities, fostering alliances and expanding his influence. The underworld's current trade system was heavily restricted, monopolized by a handful of devil houses. Rayiser's business would disrupt that, opening new channels for commerce and cooperation. These enterprises would not only make him one of the wealthiest devils in existence but also lay the groundwork for future political power. The first step, pitching the idea. Rayiser knew he couldn't accomplish his goals alone. He needed investors, advisors, and allies. And that meant convincing his family to support his vision. Gathering his family in the grand hall of the estate was no small task, but Rayiser managed to do it. Lord Phoenix and Lady Phoenix sat at the head of the table, their golden eyes watching him intently. Raval leaned back in his chair, his expression a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Ravel sat beside him, her sharp gaze fixed on Rayiser. Rayiser stood confidently at the center of the room, his voice steady as he addressed them. "I've returned to the family after 6 years of training and growth," he began. "But I didn't come back just to rest on my laurels. I have a vision for the future, one that will elevate the Phoenix name to even greater heights." Raval smirked. "And what grand vision is that, little brother?" Rayiser met his gaze evenly. "I'm going to build a business empire. One that spans the underworld and beyond, dominating the entertainment industry and creating new trade networks with other supernatural factions." The room was silent for a moment. Then, Ravel spoke, her tone laced with skepticism. "Entertainment and trade? That doesn't exactly sound like the work of a devil noble." Rayiser's lips twitched into a small smile. "That's because most devils lack foresight. Strength is important, but strength without resources and influence is meaningless. If we want to secure the Phoenix clan's position for generations to come, we need more than power, we need control over the things everyone values." Lady Phoenix leaned forward, her expression thoughtful. "And what exactly do you propose?" Rayiser outlined his plan. "First, I'll establish a series of high-end entertainment venues, luxury theaters, casinos, and performance arenas. They'll cater not just to devils but to fallen angels, humans, and other supernatural beings. Second, I'll create a trading company that operates independently of the current devil house's monopoly. This company will deal in rare goods, artifacts, and services, using my own channels to bypass traditional restrictions. Finally, these ventures will generate enough wealth and influence to support a peerage and, eventually, establish myself as the head of a new devil house or even one of the 4 devil lords." Convincing the skeptics. Raval crossed his arms, his tone dismissive. "It's an ambitious plan, I'll give you that. But do you really think you can pull it off? The established houses won't take kindly to you disrupting their systems." Rayiser met his brother's gaze, his voice firm. "I'm not afraid of competition. And unlike the established houses, I'm not bound by tradition. I'll do whatever it takes to succeed." Ravel raised an eyebrow. "And where do you plan to get the resources for all this? Starting a business empire isn't cheap." Rayiser smirked. "I've already thought of that. My winnings from tournaments and challenges over the past 6 years have been carefully saved. I've also acquired rare items through my travels, items that can be sold or used as leverage to secure funding. But most importantly, I'm asking for the family's support. If you invest in me now, the returns will be exponential." Lord Phoenix, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "And why should we believe you can succeed, Rayiser? This is no small undertaking. Failure could damage the Phoenix name." Rayiser stepped forward, his golden eyes blazing with determination. "Because I've already proven myself. I've fought Garp and survived. I've trained harder than anyone in this family and come back stronger than ever. If you give me this chance, I'll make the Phoenix name synonymous with wealth and influence beyond imagination. But if you don't," he paused, his voice dropping to a steely tone, "then I'll do it on my own. And when I succeed, you'll regret not being part of it." A family divided. The room fell silent again as his words hung in the air. Lady Phoenix was the first to speak. "You have your father's stubbornness," she said, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Very well, Rayiser. You'll have my support for now. But know this, if you fail, the consequences will be yours alone." Ravel sighed, crossing her arms. "You're insane, Rayiser. But I'll admit, it's an interesting idea. If nothing else, it'll be fun to watch you try." Ravel shrugged. "Do what you want. Just don't drag the rest of us into your mess." Lord Phoenix studied his son for a long moment before nodding. "Very well. You have my permission to pursue this endeavor. But remember, the Phoenix name is not a tool for your ambition. If you tarnish it, there will be no forgiveness." Rayiser nodded, his heart pounding with a mix of relief and excitement. "Thank you. I won't let you down." Laying the groundwork. With his family's reluctant approval, Rayiser set to work. He poured his energy into designing the blueprint for his empire, using everything he had learned during his travels and training to ensure its success. The first step was establishing a name for his ventures. He chose Phoenix Star Enterprises, a name that symbolized rebirth and ambition. Next came recruitment. Rayiser reached out to individuals he had met during his travels: merchants, performers, and skilled artisans from various supernatural factions. Many were drawn to his charisma and vision, eager to be part of something new and revolutionary. Finally, Rayiser used his winnings and rare items to secure prime locations for his first entertainment venues. These establishments, designed with luxury and spectacle in mind, quickly became the talk of the underworld. A first success. Within months, Phoenix Star Enterprises was thriving. Rayiser's first casino and performance arena, located in one of the busiest cities in the underworld, drew crowds from all factions. Devils, fallen angels, and even humans came to experience the lavish entertainment and unmatched hospitality. The revenue poured in, and Rayiser reinvested it into expanding his operations. He opened trading outposts in key locations, establishing his interdimensional network. Rare goods and artifacts flowed through his channels, earning him the attention and envy of the established devil houses. But Rayiser didn't stop there. He used his growing wealth to purchase enchanted equipment, secure powerful allies, and plan for the future. The Phoenix rises. By the end of the year, Rayiser's name was known throughout the underworld not just as a member of the Phoenix clan but as a rising star in his own right. His family watched with a mix of pride and caution, realizing that Rayiser was no longer the boy they once underestimated. Rayiser stood in his office, overlooking the bustling streets below. The sound of laughter and music drifted up from the casino floor, a reminder of how far he had come. But this was only the beginning. He clenched his fists, his golden flames flickering faintly around him. "This is my path," he murmured, "and I'll see it through to the end." This concludes Chapter 6, focusing on Rayiser's decision to create a business empire and the steps he takes to establish Phoenix Star Enterprises. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 7. Chapter 7: The Masked Phoenix. Rayiser Phoenix sat in his private study, the flickering golden flames of his desk lamp casting long shadows across the walls. The room, tucked away in the farthest corner of the Phoenix estate, was his sanctuary, a place where he could think, strategize, and plan for the future. The last 2 years had been transformative. Under Garp's relentless tutelage, Rayiser's physical and combat prowess had reached the pinnacle of high-class devil standards. He had honed his mastery of the Rokushiki techniques and sharpened his observation and armament haki to near perfection. Even Garp had grudgingly admitted that Rayiser was becoming a force to be reckoned with. But Rayiser knew strength alone wasn't enough. He had spent countless hours studying devil magic, immersing himself in ancient grimoires and magical theory. His natural reserves, bolstered by his Phoenix heritage, allowed him to wield high-class and even ultimate-class spells with precision and power. The combination of physical prowess and magical expertise made him a rare anomaly among devils. Yet, Rayiser had one rule: his true identity would remain hidden from the world. The decision to hide. The decision had been born out of necessity. The more Rayiser expanded his business empire and grew in strength, the more attention he attracted. Rivals from other devil houses began probing for weaknesses, and whispers of his rising influence spread through the underworld. But no one outside his family and trusted servants knew what he truly looked like. Rayiser had adopted a simple yet effective disguise. In public, he wore a sleek black mask that covered the upper half of his face, leaving only his mouth visible. His golden hair was concealed beneath a hooded cloak, and his voice was slightly altered with magic. The mask wasn't just a precaution, it was a statement. It allowed him to operate freely, striking deals and forging alliances without being tied to the Phoenix name. "If they can't see my face, they can't predict my moves," Rayiser had told Garp one evening as they sparred in the training grounds. Garp had chuckled, his fists wrapped in armament haki as he blocked one of Rayiser's punches. "Bahaha, you've got a good head on your shoulders, kid. But remember, no mask can hide weakness. You've gotta back it up with strength." Rayiser had smirked, his flames flaring brighter. "That's why I have you, old man." The depths of devil magic. While physical combat came naturally under Garp's guidance, magic required a different kind of discipline. Rayiser spent long nights poring over ancient tomes in the family library, his mind racing as he connected dots and uncovered hidden truths about devil magic. The Phoenix clan's flames were already a formidable weapon, but Rayiser wanted more. He wanted to master spells that transcended fiery, a repertoire that would make him unpredictable and unstoppable. By the end of the second year, Rayiser's magical abilities had reached astonishing heights. He could cast high-class elemental spells that manipulated fire, ice, and lightning with devastating precision. Barrier magic capable of withstanding even the strongest attacks. Illusion spells that could confuse and mislead even experienced opponents. Summoning magic, though still limited, which allowed him to call forth spectral beasts as allies. His ultimate class spells, though taxing, were devastatingly powerful. One such spell, Solar Tempest, combined his Phoenix flames with pure magical energy to unleash a massive explosion that could incinerate entire battlefields. Rayiser's mastery of magic complemented his physical abilities perfectly. He could seamlessly transition between close-quarters combat and long-range attacks, making him a nightmare for anyone who dared challenge him. The application for a peerage. Despite his progress, Rayiser knew that the next step in his journey required more than strength and knowledge. To truly establish himself as a power in the underworld, he needed a periage, a group of devils bound to him as their king. The peerage system was a cornerstone of devil society, a reflection of power, influence, and leadership. To apply for a peerage was to declare one's readiness to take on the responsibilities of a noble. Rayiser approached his father in the grand hall of the estate. Lord Phoenix sat on his golden throne, his piercing eyes studying Rayiser as he entered. "You've been busy these past 2 years," Lord Phoenix said, his tone neutral. "What do you want now, Rayiser?" Rayiser bowed slightly, his expression calm. "I've come to formally request permission to apply for a peerage." The room fell silent. Ravel, seated nearby, raised an eyebrow, while Raval leaned forward, his curiosity piqued. "You believe you're ready to lead a peerage?" Lord Phoenix asked, his voice sharp. "Yes," Rayiser replied without hesitation. "I've trained, studied, and prepared myself for this responsibility. I'm ready to take the next step." Ravel smirked. "You're certainly ambitious, brother. But do you have what it takes to lead others?" Rayiser's golden eyes locked onto hers. "You're welcome to test me if you doubt my abilities." Ravel's smirk faltered, and she leaned back in her chair. Lord Phoenix rose from his throne, his expression unreadable. "Very well, Rayiser. If you wish to apply for a peerage, you have my permission. But understand this, a peerage is more than just a show of strength. It's a reflection of your character, your leadership, and your ability to inspire loyalty. Do not take this lightly." "I won't," Rayiser said. Preparations and reflection. The process of applying for a peerage was both bureaucratic and ceremonial. Rayiser spent the next several weeks preparing the necessary documentation and gathering support from influential figures in the underworld. Despite the tedious nature of the process, Rayiser found moments of reflection amid the chaos. One evening, as he sat in his study reviewing the final application, Garp entered the room, his grin as wide as ever. "Bahaha, you've come a long way, kid," Garp said, dropping into a chair across from him. Rayiser glanced up, a small smile playing on his lips. "I couldn't have done it without you." Garp waved him off. "Don't give me too much credit. You've got the drive. That's what sets you apart. Most devils I've met are too arrogant to put in the work." Rayiser's smile faded slightly. "Arrogance has no place in my plans. I've seen what happens to those who rely solely on their bloodline or their name. It's a weakness I won't tolerate in myself or my peerage." Garp nodded, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "Good. Just remember, leadership ain't just about power. It's about earning the trust of the people who follow you. You're building something big, kid. Don't let it slip through your fingers." A step toward the future. The day of Rayiser's peerage application ceremony arrived, and the Phoenix estate was alive with activity. Lords and ladies from various devil houses had gathered to witness the occasion, their curiosity mingling with skepticism. Rayiser stood at the center of the grand hall, his mask firmly in place and his golden eyes glowing with resolve. His family watched from the sidelines, their expressions ranging from pride to caution. The ceremony was long, filled with formalities and declarations, but Rayiser endured it with patience. When the final approval was announced, a murmur rippled through the crowd. He had done it. As the guests began to disperse, Rayiser stepped onto the balcony overlooking the estate, the cool night air brushing against his face. This was only the beginning. With a peerage under his command, his influence would grow exponentially. He would forge alliances, expand his empire, and position himself as a true contender in the underworld's power struggles. But most importantly, Rayiser would continue to build the legacy he had dreamed of, a legacy not defined by his family name, but by his own strength, discipline, and determination. And with every step forward, he would ensure that the world never forgot the name of Rayiser Phoenix. This concludes Chapter 7, focusing on Rayiser's decision to keep his identity hidden, his further growth under Garp's tutelage, and his application for a peerage as the next step in his journey. Let me know if you'd like any revisions or expansions. 8. Chapter 8, Forging the Peerage of Legends. The air in the private chamber of the Phoenix estate was charged with a sense of importance. A series of golden chess pieces shimmered under the warm glow of the flickering phoenix flames that lined the walls. These weren't mere decorations, they were the sacred tools of the peerage system, imbued with potent magic that would allow Rayiser Phoenix to shape his destiny. Rayiser stood in the center of the chamber, his mask still concealing his identity as he stared down at the pieces. Each one radiated power, calling out to him as if eager to fulfill their purpose. This, Rayiser murmured, his voice steady but filled with emotion, is the first step in building something greater than myself. A peerage of unmatched strength, bound not just by magic but by shared purpose. He closed his eyes for a moment, steadying his thoughts. When he opened them again, they burned with golden fire. It's time to begin. Garp, the immovable rook. Rayiser turned toward the towering figure of Monkey D. Garp, who stood casually against the wall with his arms crossed. Despite the relaxed stance, Garp's presence was anything but subdued. His aura radiated raw power, a testament to the countless battles he had fought and won. Garp, Rayiser began, stepping forward with the rook piece in hand, I want you to be the foundation of my peerage. Garp raised an eyebrow, his grin widening. Foundation, huh? Sounds heavy. You sure I'm up for it, kid? Rayiser smirked faintly. You've trained me for years, pushing me beyond my limits. You've been my teacher, my shield, and my greatest source of strength. There's no one more fitting for the role of my rook. Garp scratched his chin, clearly amused. So, what happens if I say yes? I sprout horns and start flinging magic around. Rayiser shook his head, a chuckle escaping his lips. Not exactly. The peerage system will grant you a devil's resilience and enhanced abilities. Your physical power will increase significantly, and you'll gain some resistance to magic. But your will and personality will remain completely intact. You'll be bound to me by magic, yes, but you'll still be you, free to act as you always have. Garp tilted his head thoughtfully. And the catch? Rayiser's expression grew serious. The bond ensures loyalty. You won't be able to betray me, but I don't see that as a catch. You've never been one to go back on your word, and this will only solidify the trust we already share. Garp's grin returned, wide and unrestrained. Bahaha. Well, kid, how could I say no to that? Let's do it. Rayiser nodded, stepping closer and holding the rook piece in his hand. This will feel like a surge of energy, but it won't hurt. He pressed the rook piece against Garp's chest, and a surge of golden light erupted from the contact point. The room was filled with warmth and power as the magic coursed through Garp's body, intertwining with his essence. Garp clenched his fists, his grin never wavering as the transformation completed. When the light faded, his already formidable aura felt even more overwhelming, a testament to the strength granted by the rook piece. Well, Garp said, flexing his fingers. Not bad. I feel like I could punch through a mountain weight. I could already do that. Maybe 2 mountains now. Rayiser chuckled, shaking his head. You've always been a force of nature. This just makes it official. Garp clapped Rayiser on the back, nearly knocking him over. Bahaha. You've got your rook, kid. Now, who's next? Summoning the knight, Dracula my hawk. Rayiser turned back to the chess pieces, his hand hovering over the knight. The piece pulsed faintly, as though it anticipated what was coming next. The one-piece summoning system had been one of his greatest tools, and now it would be used again to call forth another legend. He activated the system, focusing his mind as he selected his target, Dracula my hawk, the greatest swordsman in the world. The room grew quiet as golden light began to swirl before him, the energy forming into a tall and imposing figure. As the light faded, Rayiser felt his breath hitch. Standing before him was a man who exuded elegance and lethality in equal measure. My hawk's sharp, hawk-like eyes glimmered beneath his wide-brimmed black hat. He wore his signature long coat with a high collar, and strapped to his back was the legendary black blade, Yoru, its polished surface reflecting the light like a dark mirror. My hawk's piercing gaze settled on Rayiser, his tone calm but commanding. You summoned me. Speak. Rayiser bowed slightly, showing his respect. Dracula my hawk, it's an honor to stand before you. I summoned you because I seek your guidance. My hawk raised an eyebrow. Guidance. My hawk raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable as he folded his arms across his chest. Guidance? You summoned me from my world for this? Explain yourself. Rayiser stood tall, his golden eyes meeting my hawk's unwavering gaze. You are the greatest swordsman in the world, a master of both skill and discipline. I seek to learn the art of the sword from you, to understand what it takes to wield a blade with your level of precision and mastery. My hawk's gaze narrowed slightly, the weight of his presence filling the room. And why should I teach you? Strength alone does not make a swordsman. It requires more dedication, patience, and the willingness to endure endless failure. Are you prepared for that? Rayiser nodded without hesitation. I've spent my life pursuing strength. I've trained under Monkey D. Garp, survived battles that should have killed me, and pushed myself beyond my limits. I won't waste your time. I want to learn, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes. My hawk's sharp eyes flicked briefly to Garp, who was leaning casually against the wall with his trademark grin. So, my hawk said, his tone measured. You've trained under this man. Bahaha. Garp's laughter echoed through the chamber. He's a tough kid, my hawk. One of the hardest workers I've ever seen. If he's asking to be your student, I'd say he's earned a shot. My hawk considered this for a long moment before finally speaking. Very well. I will teach you. But know the Izumi lessons will not be gentle. If you lack the discipline or determination, I will leave. Rayiser's lips curved into a faint smile. Understood. And in return, I want to offer you something. My hawk tilted his head slightly, intrigued. Offer me something. Rayiser stepped forward, holding up the knight piece. I want you to join my peerage. As my knight, you will gain the benefits of being a devil-enhanced abilities, magical resistance, and the ability to use devil magic. But more importantly, it will ensure our bond as teacher and student is unbreakable. My hawk's gaze lingered on the chess piece, his expression inscrutable. Finally, he nodded. Very well. If it solidifies our arrangement, I accept. The knight is made. Rayiser held the knight piece in his palm, its faint glow intensifying as he stepped closer to my hawk. This won't harm you, Rayiser explained. You'll feel a surge of power as the magic takes hold, but it will align with your own essence. My hawk gave a curt nod, his calm demeanor unwavering. Do it. Rayiser pressed the knight piece against my hawk's chest. A pulse of golden light filled the room, the magic swirling around my hawk like a storm. The air grew heavy, charged with energy, as the piece merged with my hawk's being. When the light faded, my hawk stood unchanged on the surface, but his presence felt sharper, more focused. His already formidable aura now carried an edge that seemed almost otherworldly. My hawk flexed his fingers, his hand resting briefly on the hilt of Yoru. Interesting. The power flows seamlessly, enhancing but not overwhelming. Your system is well designed. Rayiser nodded. Welcome to the peerage, my hawk. Garp let out a booming laugh, clapping my hawk on the back. Bahaha, looks like we're on the same team now. Let's see if you can teach this kid something I haven't already beaten into him. My hawk smirked faintly. That remains to be seen. The mythical Zoan fruits. With his two strongest pieces secured, Rayiser turned to the final part of his plan. He summoned the interface of his one-piece summoning system, selecting the mythical Zoan devil fruits category. He scrolled through the options, his golden eyes scanning the descriptions carefully. Each fruit radiated potential, but three in particular stood out, perfect matches for his peerage members and himself. Dog fruit, model, Cerberus King, a three-headed Cerberus form capable of using fire, ice, and lightning. This fruit would enhance Garp's already monstrous physical power, turning him into an unstoppable force in battle. Bat fruit, model, Vampire, a fruit that granted the user enhanced speed, strength, and the ability to manipulate shadows. Its dark elegance was a perfect complement to my hawk's style and precision. Bird fruit, model, Phoenix, a fruit that would augment Rayiser's innate Phoenix flames with regenerative abilities, making him a near-perfect embodiment of his clan's legendary power. Rayiser selected the fruits and confirmed his choices. The golden light of the summoning system filled the chamber once again, and three intricately designed devil fruits appeared before him. Each one pulsed with a distinct energy, radiating an almost magnetic allure. Rayiser picked up the first fruit, turning to Garp. This is for you, the dog fruit, model, Cerberus King. It's a mythical Zoan that will amplify your already immense strength and give you mastery over three elemental powers, fire, ice, and lightning. And thanks to the system, there are no sea or sea stone weaknesses. Garp's grin widened as he grabbed the fruit. Bahaha, sounds like my kind of power. Let's see what this thing can do. Without hesitation, he bit into the fruit. A moment later, a surge of energy coursed through Garp's body. His form flickered, and three massive canine heads emerged from his shoulders, each one glowing with an elemental aura. Flames crackled, frost spread across the floor, and arcs of lightning danced around him. Well, Garp said, his voice echoing with a deep growl. This is going to be fun. Next, Rayiser turned to my hawk, holding out the bat fruit. This is for you. The vampire model will enhance your speed, strength, and stealth, and it complements your mastery of precision and control. My hawk studied the fruit for a moment before nodding. Very well. If it enhances my abilities without compromising my focus, I will accept. He took a bite, his expression remaining stoic even as the fruit's power surged through him. My hawk's form shifted subtly, his eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, and dark, bat-like wings unfurled from his back. He extended one hand, summoning a shadowy mist that coiled around his fingers like smoke. Interesting, my hawk murmured, his tone calm but intrigued. Finally, Rayiser picked up the bird fruit and stared at it for a long moment. This fruit wasn't just about power, it was a symbol of who he was, a manifestation of his identity as both a phoenix and a devil. This is my path, he whispered before taking a bite. The power was immediate and overwhelming. Flames erupted around him, brighter and hotter than ever before, but they carried a soothing warmth rather than pain. His body shimmered with golden light as feathered wings of pure flame unfurled from his back. Rayiser clenched his fists, feeling the regenerative energy coursing through him. He had become a true phoenix in every sense of the word. The peerage takes shape. As the three of them stood in the chamber, their new powers settling into place, Rayiser couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. His peerage was small but formidable, a foundation of strength that would only grow stronger over time. Garp flexed his massive frame, flames and frost dancing around him as lightning crackled in the air. Bahaha, kid, you've outdone yourself with this one. I'm gonna have a hell of a time testing this out. Mihawk remained composed, his shadowy aura blending seamlessly with the dark elegance of Yoru. The fruit is impressive. It complements my abilities well. But remember, Rayiser, this is only the beginning. True strength lies in mastery, not raw power. Rayiser nodded, his golden eyes burning with determination. I understand, and I won't waste this opportunity. Together, we'll forge a legacy that will shake the foundations of the underworld. The three of them stood together, the flames of the Phoenix estate reflecting off their forms. The peerage of legends had taken its first step toward greatness. This concludes Chapter 8, with Rayiser forming his initial peerage by including Garp and Mihawk while bestowing mythical Zoan fruits that enhance their already formidable abilities. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 9. Chapter 9, a legacy forged in strength and strategic. The golden flames of the Phoenix estate burned softly against the crimson skies of the underworld, a testament to the enduring legacy of the Phoenix clan. But Rayiser Phoenix, the masked rising star of the family, wasn't resting on the laurels of his noble heritage. At 16, Rayiser had grown into a towering figure of discipline and ambition. The relentless training under Monkey D, Garp and Dracula Mihawk had honed his body and spirit to near perfection. With the wisdom of his mentors and the power of his mythical Phoenix Zoan Devil Fruit, Rayiser was already an anomaly among devils, one whose name was becoming synonymous with innovation and strength. The next chapter of his journey, however, was just beginning. The years of training under Garp and Mihawk. The 6 years Rayiser spent training under Garp and Mihawk had been nothing short of transformative. Under Garp's tutelage, Rayiser's physical strength reached new heights. Garp's training philosophy, one of relentless sparring, constant physical challenges, and impossible obstacles, had pushed Rayiser to endure what most devils would consider torture. Pain's just weakness leaving your body, kid. Garp would bellow, laughing as he hurled Rayiser off a cliff for the 100th time. Rayiser responded to every challenge with grit and determination, pushing himself beyond his limits. By the end of the 6 years, Rayiser's mastery of the marine Rokushiki techniques had become unparalleled. His Soru was faster than the eye could follow, his Tekai could withstand even Mihawk's blade, and his Jeppo allowed him to glide through the air like a bird in flight. Under Mihawk's guidance, Rayiser had unlocked the secrets of swordsmanship. Mihawk was a ruthless teacher, his lessons sharp and unforgiving as the blade he wielded. Strength means nothing without precision, Mihawk had told him. A single, well-placed strike can end any battle. Learn that, and you'll become a swordsman worth your blade. Rayiser spent hours each day practicing under Mihawk's watchful eye, mastering the art of balance, timing, and discipline. By 16, Rayiser had become a prodigious swordsman, wielding both his flaming phoenix blade and his armament haki-enhanced strikes with deadly efficiency. Summoning Ben Beckman, the Lightning Queen. By the time Rayiser turned 16, his peerage was becoming a force to be reckoned with. Garp served as his rook, an unstoppable juggernaut of physical might. Mihawk, his knight, brought unparalleled skill and precision to the team. But Rayiser knew he needed more than just raw strength. He needed someone with intelligence and strategic brilliance, someone who could act as the cornerstone of his peerage's tactical advantage. Rayiser returned to the one-piece summoning system, his mind already set on the next piece. He selected the Queen piece and summoned a name that had become legendary for his sharp mind and devastating power, Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. The summoning circle glowed with golden light as the figure of Ben Beckman emerged, his tall frame exuding calm authority. His gray hair and piercing gaze gave him an aura of quiet strength, and the rifle slung over his shoulder hinted at his deadly accuracy. Beckman's sharp eyes settled on Rayiser, his tone even as he spoke. You summoned me. What do you want? Rayiser bowed slightly in respect. Ben Beckman, I've brought you here because I need your guidance. Your intelligence and combat skills are unparalleled, and I want you to serve as the queen of my peerage. Beckman raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. And why should I join you? Convince me. Rayiser smiled faintly, his voice calm but firm. Because I don't offer servitude. I offer partnership. As part of my peerage, you will gain the power of a devil while retaining your independence. Together, we'll create something unmatched in this world. Beckman considered this for a moment before nodding. Interesting. Very well, I'll join you. But don't expect me to hold back if you ever falter. Rayiser chuckled. I wouldn't dream of it. As he pressed the queen piece against Beckman's chest, the room filled with golden light. Beckman's aura grew even more potent, his body now enhanced with devil magic. Rayiser then presented him with the lightning Logia devil fruit, a perfect complement to Beckman's strategic brilliance. With this fruit, Beckman gained the ability to control and transform into lightning, making him a devastating force in both offense and mobility. Beckman examined his newfound power, lightning crackling between his fingers. Not bad. Let's see where this takes us. The expansion of Phoenix Star Enterprises. As Rayiser's strength grew, so too did his influence in the supernatural world. Phoenix Star Enterprises, the business empire he had built from scratch, had expanded its reach into the supernatural communities of Japan, India, and China. Each region brought its own unique cultural flavor to the entertainment empire. In Japan, Rayiser opened venues inspired by traditional kabuki theaters and modern anime culture, drawing in devils, yokai, and even humans fascinated by the blending of supernatural and cultural elements. In India, his venues embraced the vibrant colors, music, and mythology of the region, with performances that celebrated the rich traditions of Hindu and Buddhist lore. In China, Rayiser created grand opera houses and martial arts arenas, showcasing the elegance and power of Chinese culture while fostering ties with the dragon clans and other mythological factions. This cultural integration not only boosted Rayiser's wealth but also solidified his reputation as a visionary. By the time he turned 18, Phoenix Star Enterprises was the largest entertainment conglomerate in the supernatural world, summoning Whitebeard, the Rook of Legends. At 18, Rayiser turned his attention back to his peerage. He needed another powerhouse, someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Garp and serve as an indomitable force on the battlefield. The answer was clear: Edward Whitebeard Newgate, the strongest man in the world. Rayiser used the rook piece and summoned Whitebeard into the chamber. The massive figure appeared in a swirl of golden light, his iconic bicento resting against his shoulder and his white mustache gleaming in the flickering flames. Whitebeard's deep voice rumbled through the room. "You're the one who called me here." Rayiser bowed slightly. "Edward Newgate, I summoned you because I need your strength. I offer you the role of rook in my peerage, a position of honor and power." Whitebeard chuckled, his voice like rolling thunder. "You've got guts, boy. But I don't follow weaklings. Prove to me you're worth my time." Rayiser stepped forward, flames igniting around his fists. "Then let's settle it here and now." The battle that followed was brief but intense. Rayiser unleashed everything he had, his flames and haki clashing against Whitebeard's sheer might and the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, the Tremor fruit. Though Rayiser couldn't match Whitebeard's overwhelming strength, his determination and precision impressed the older man. When the fight ended, Whitebeard let out a booming laugh. "You've got spirit, kid. Fine, I'll join your peerage. Let's see where this goes." After binding Whitebeard with the rook piece, Rayiser also gifted him his signature devil fruit and the legendary Najinata, Murakamagari, ensuring Whitebeard retained the full might of his legendary status. Summoning Gold Roger. By the time Rayiser turned 19, his peerage was already a force that could shake the underworld. But Rayiser wasn't done. There was one final piece he needed to complete his Visiona King among men to serve as his wild card, a symbol of freedom and strength. Rayiser activated the system one last time and summoned the legendary Gold Roger, the Pirate King. The golden light of the summoning circle flared brighter than ever before, and when it faded, Roger stood tall, his confident grin lighting up the room. Well, Roger said, his voice filled with mirth. "It seems I've been brought into another world. What do you want, kid?" Rayiser stepped forward, his voice steady. "Gold Roger, I've summoned you because I believe in your ideals. I want you to join my peerage, not as a subordinate, but as a partner. Together, we can forge a legacy that transcends worlds." Roger laughed, a booming, infectious sound. "I like your spirit, kid. Alright, let's see what you've got." A growing legacy. With Roger's arrival, Rayiser's peerage was finally complete. Garp, Mihawk, Beckman, Whitebeard, and Roger, 5 legends whose combined strength and wisdom would shape the future of the underworld. As Rayiser stood among them, the golden flames of his estate casting long shadows across the room, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This was the beginning of something extraordinary, a legacy that would burn brighter than the flames of the Phoenix clan. And Rayiser Phoenix was just getting started. This concludes Chapter 9, focusing on Rayiser's continued training, the expansion of his peerage, and his growing influence in the supernatural world. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 10. Chapter 10, A Moment of Calm by the Waves. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the private beach in a warm glow, the soft lapping of waves against the shore providing a tranquil backdrop. For the first time in years, Rayiser Phoenix stood in the middle of it all, not strategizing, not training, but simply existing. It was a rare moment of peace, a much-needed vacation on a secluded Hawaiian beach, far from the political machinations of the underworld and the intensity of constant training. This wasn't just a break for him but also for his peerage, who had grown to be more than just allies. They were a team, a family forged through battles, trust, and shared ambition. Rayiser inhaled deeply, the scent of salt and sea filling his lungs. He let the sound of his peerage enjoying themselves wash over him, a reminder that even the strongest needed moments like these to stay grounded. A new kind of training. Garp, unsurprisingly, had taken the first opportunity to turn the beach into a training ground. The massive man was currently hurling boulders into the ocean, each one landing with a thunderous splash that sent waves crashing back onto the shore. "Bahaha, this is great. Who needs a gym when you've got nature's weights right here?" Garp boomed, hefting another boulder. "Do you even know what the word vacation means, old man?" Ben Beckman called from his spot under a shady palm tree, a cigarette dangling lazily from his lips. Garp barked a laugh. "Vacations are for weaklings. You can rest while you're dead." Rayiser, lying on a beach chair nearby, chuckled softly. "Garp, I don't think you'll ever slow down, even if you wanted to." "Damn right." Garp replied, tossing another boulder into the ocean. Dracula Mihawk, perched gracefully on a rocky outcrop overlooking the beach, smirked as he watched the exchange. "It's fortunate the rest of us have a different definition of leisure. Not everyone finds throwing rocks therapeutic. My hawk's calm, refined demeanor contrasted sharply with Garp's boisterous energy. His sword, Yoru, rested against the rock beside him, its dark blade gleaming faintly in the sunlight. He had spent most of the afternoon meditating, the rhythmic sound of the waves providing an ideal backdrop for his focus. I think this is as close to fun as my hawk gets, Rayiser quipped, earning a slight smirk from the swordsman. Whitebeard's challenge. A short distance down the beach, Edward Whitebeard Newgate was laughing heartily as he sat on a makeshift throne of driftwood. Around him, a collection of seashells, coconuts, and random debris had been assembled into what could only be described as a pirate's version of a sandcastle. This beach is ours now, Whitebeard declared, his voice like thunder as he raised his bicento triumphantly. Garp glanced over, grinning. Whitebeard, you're not seriously claiming the beach, are you? Whitebeard laughed, his booming voice rivaling the crashing waves. Why not? Every pirate needs territory, even on vacation. Rayiser shook his head in amusement, walking over to join the self-proclaimed king of the beach. And what happens if someone challenges you for it? Whitebeard grinned down at him, his large frame casting a shadow over the younger devil. Then I'll do what I always doin. Of course, Rayiser said, rolling his eyes. Try not to destroy the beach while you're at it. Roger's mischief. Meanwhile, Roger had found his entertainment in a far less structured way. The Pirate King was running along the shore with a makeshift fishing pole, attempting to catch fish in the shallow waters. Come on, you slippery little things. Roger shouted, his grin as wide as ever. Ben Beckman, watching from the shade, raised an eyebrow. You do know we could just have the staff bring food, right? Roger waved a hand dismissively. Where's the fun in that? This is real fishing. My hawk's dry tone cut in. If you keep shouting, you'll scare away every fish in the area. Maybe I'll scare them right into my hands. Roger countered, laughing as he nearly fell into the water. Rayiser watched the chaos unfold with a faint smile. His peerage was as diverse in personality as it was in power. Garp's boisterous energy, my hawk's quiet precision, Beckman's cool intellect, Whitebeard's larger-than-life presence, and Roger's boundless enthusiasm. It was a strange mix, but it worked. Bonding over stories. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm orange glow over the beach, the group gathered around a bonfire that Rayiser had conjured with his phoenix flames. The fire crackled and danced, its golden light reflecting off the faces of the legendary figures seated around it. Whitebeard leaned back against a log, a tankard of ale in hand. This reminds me of the nights we'd spend on the Moby Dick, sharing stories and drinking until sunrise. Roger, seated beside him, grinned. And by sharing stories, you mean making bets and trying to one-up each other? Whitebeard laughed. Same thing. Garp, sitting cross-legged on the sand, jabbed a finger at Roger. I still remember the time you lost that bet and had to eat a month's worth of my cooking. Roger groaned dramatically. Don't remind me. I still can't look at beans the same way. The group erupted into laughter, the sound carrying out over the waves. Even my hawk allowed himself a faint chuckle, though he remained characteristically reserved. Rayiser watched the scene with quiet satisfaction. Moments like these reminded him why he had chosen each of them for his peerage. They weren't just powerful allies, they were individuals with depth, experiences, and stories that enriched his own journey. A conversation with Beckman. As the laughter died down and the others turned their attention to their drinks and the fire, Rayiser found himself sitting beside Ben Beckman. The older man had a cigarette in one hand and a glass of whiskey in the other, his sharp eyes fixed on the horizon. You've been quiet, Rayiser said, his tone conversational. Beckman exhaled a stream of smoke, glancing over at him. Not much to say. This is your moment, after all. I'm just here to enjoy the show. Rayiser tilted his head. You mean the show of Garp and Whitebeard trying to outdrink each other? Beckman smirked. Something like that. He took a sip of his whiskey, his expression turning thoughtful. You've built something impressive here, Rayiser. A peerage like these, it's not just about power. It's about trust. That's rare, even among devils. Rayiser nodded, his gaze dropping to the fire. It's not easy, but I've learned that strength alone isn't enough. If you don't have people you can rely on, you'll eventually fall. Beckman studied him for a moment before nodding. Wise words for someone your age. Keep that in mind, and you'll go far. My hawk's lesson. Later in the evening, Rayiser found my hawk sitting alone by the water, Yoru resting across his lap. The swordsman's silhouette was framed by the moonlight, giving him an almost ethereal presence. Rayiser approached quietly, taking a seat beside him. You don't seem like the type to enjoy vacations, Rayiser said. My hawk glanced at him, a faint smirk on his lips. And you don't seem like the type to take them. Rayiser chuckled. Fair enough, but even I need a break sometimes. My hawk's gaze returned to the ocean. True strength isn't just about training, it's about balance. If all you do is fight, you'll eventually lose sight of why you're fighting in the first place. Rayiser nodded slowly. Is that why you agreed to teach me? To remind me of that balance? My hawk's smirk widened slightly. Perhaps. Or perhaps I simply saw potential in you. Either way, you've proven yourself worthy of the blade. Don't waste that potential. I won't, Rayiser said, his voice firm. A night of reflection. As the fire burned lower and the group began to drift off to their respective corners of the beach, Rayiser remained by the fire, staring into the flames. The crackling embers mirrored the fire in his heart, a flame that burned for something greater than himself. His peerage had become more than just a collection of powerful allies. They were his friends, his mentors, and his family. Each of them brought something unique to the table, and together, they were unstoppable. But Rayiser knew that the road ahead wouldn't always be this peaceful. There were battles to be fought, alliances to be forged, and an empire to build. This vacation was a brief reprieve, a moment of calm before the storm. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Rayiser rose to his feet, his resolve stronger than ever. This is just the beginning, he whispered to himself. Together, we'll create a legacy that will never be forgotten. With that, he turned toward the water, ready to face whatever the future held. This concludes Chapter 10, focusing on a slice-of-life moment where Rayiser and his peerage bond during a vacation on a private Hawaiian beach. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 11. Chapter 11, The Rise of Pirate King and Secretarial Queen. The Phoenix estate was abuzz with activity. The golden flames that lined its halls seemed to burn brighter, as if in anticipation of the monumental decisions that would shape the future of Rayiser Phoenix and his growing peerage. For years, Rayiser had worked tirelessly to build a legacy that would surpass even the expectations of his noble lineage. Now, standing in his private summoning chamber, Rayiser prepared to take the next steps. GOLD, Roger the legendary Pirate King, a symbol of boundless freedom and unshakable will, was about to join his peerage. A new knight. Roger stood casually in the center of the chamber, his arms crossed and his signature grin firmly in place. Despite his relaxed demeanor, his presence was anything but ordinary. His every movement seemed to radiate confidence and power, as if the world itself bent to his will. "So," Roger said, his voice carrying a playful lilt, "you've brought me into this world and offered me a place in your little group. I've gotta admit, I'm curious. What's next, kid?" Rayiser held the knight piece in his hand, its golden glow illuminating his determined expression. "Next, I make you part of my peerage. As my knight, you'll gain the enhanced abilities of a devil while keeping your strength and freedom intact. I'll make sure you remain who you are." GOLD, Roger, the man who conquered the seas. Roger raised an eyebrow, his grin widening. "And what makes you think I'll just go along with this?" Rayiser stepped closer, meeting Roger's gaze without flinching. "Because I'm not offering servitude. I'm offering a partnership. I respect who you are, and I want you to be part of something greater than both of us. Together, we'll create a legacy that will never be forgotten." Roger studied Rayiser for a moment before letting out a booming laugh. "Bahaha, you've got guts, kid. I like that. Alright, I'll join you. But don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're the boss." Rayiser smirked. "I wouldn't expect anything less." He pressed the knight piece against Roger's chest. A surge of golden light filled the chamber, the magic intertwining with Roger's essence. The Pirate King's aura grew even more powerful, a force of nature that seemed to shake the very air around him. When the light faded, Roger flexed his hands, his grin never fading. "Not bad. Let's see what this devil power can do." A mythical zone for the Pirate King. Rayiser wasn't finished. The one-piece summoning system appeared before him, its interface shimmering as he scrolled through the available options. He knew exactly what he wanted to give Roger, a power befitting a legend. He selected the mythical zone, Ape Fruit, Model, Monkey King Inma. The fruit materialized in a flash of golden light. Its vibrant yellow skin was covered in swirling patterns, and it seemed to hum with energy. Rayiser held the fruit out to Roger. "This is for you. The Ape fruit grants incredible abilities: control over clouds for travel, mastery over the sea and water, lightning manipulation, the ability to create clones with equal strength but lesser defense, and the power to extend or retract any weapon you wield. In your hands, it will make you unstoppable." Roger's eyes gleamed with excitement as he took the fruit. "You really know how to sweeten the deal, don't you?" Without hesitation, he took a bite. The power surged through him instantly, his body glowing with a faint golden aura. He closed his eyes, focusing as the fruit's abilities settled into his being. When he opened his eyes, a mischievous grin spread across his face. This is incredible." He summoned a floating cloud beneath him, rising effortlessly into the air. Lightning crackled around him as the waters of the nearby fountain swirled upward, forming a vortex that shimmered with light. Roger's legendary cutlass, Ace, extended in his hand, glowing with a golden energy that seemed to amplify its already formidable presence. Rayiser watched, satisfied. "You're the perfect user for this fruit. With your experience and strength, it'll take your abilities to a whole new level." Roger chuckled, descending gracefully on the cloud. "This is going to be fun." The Secretarial Queen, Yubelina. While Roger adjusted to his new powers, Rayiser turned his attention to the next step in his plan. His business empire, Phoenix Star Enterprises, had grown exponentially, spreading its influence across the supernatural communities of Japan, India, and China. Managing such a vast network required more than just strength, it required precision, organization, and strategy. Rayiser needed someone who could handle the intricate details of his operations while he focused on his larger goals. That someone was Yubelina, a talented and shrewd devil with a reputation for her intelligence and magical prowess. Eubelina arrived at the Phoenix estate later that day, her elegant demeanor and composed expression immediately commanding attention. Her long, silver hair flowed gracefully down her back, and her violet eyes shone with confidence. She wore a tailored suit that spoke to her professionalism, though her aura hinted at the power she kept carefully controlled. Rayiser greeted her in his office, rising from his desk as she entered. Eubelina, thank you for coming. She inclined her head slightly. Lord Rayiser, I'm honored to have been summoned. You've built quite the reputation for yourself, and I'm curious to see what you have planned. Rayiser gestured for her to sit, his tone calm but firm. I won't waste your time. I need someone who can handle the intricacies of managing a business empire, someone who can navigate contracts, alliances, and the ever-changing landscape of the supernatural world. Your reputation precedes you, and I believe you're the perfect fit. Eubelina arched an eyebrow. You're quite direct. I appreciate that, but why me? There are plenty of skilled devils who could fill this role. Because you're not just skilled, Rayiser said, leaning forward slightly. You're adaptable, sharp, and pragmatic. You've proven yourself in situations where others would have faltered. That's the kind of person I need by my side. Eubelina considered this for a moment before nodding. Very well. I'll accept your offer. But know this, I won't hesitate to speak my mind if I see something amiss. I wouldn't have it any other way, Rayiser replied with a faint smile. Bonding over the waves. The day ended with Rayiser and his peerage gathered on the estate's private lakeside. Roger was demonstrating his newfound abilities, creating clones of himself that engaged in mock battles with Garp and Whitebeard. Bahaha, you've got some tricks, Roger, but let's see how you handle this. Garp shouted, launching himself at one of the clones with a haki-coated punch. Whitebeard laughed, his bicento carving through another clone with ease. You're making this too easy, Roger. Meanwhile, Mihawk observed from the sidelines, a faint smirk playing on his lips. A useful ability, but clones can never match the original's precision. Eubelina, seated beside Rayiser on a stone bench, watched the chaos unfold with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Your peerage is certainly unique. Rayiser chuckled. That's one way to put it. But each of them brings something invaluable to the table. They're more than just allies Hayri family. Eubelina glanced at him, her expression softening slightly. It's rare for a devil to think that way. Most see their peerage as tools to be used. Rayiser's gaze remained on his team, his voice calm but resolute. I'm not most devils. Strength isn't just about power, it's about the bonds you forge and the trust you build. That's what makes us unstoppable. Eubelina nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. I see why they follow you. I'll do my best to ensure your vision succeeds. Rayiser turned to her, his golden eyes gleaming. I have no doubt you will. The Phoenix and the King. As the night deepened, Rayiser stood by the water's edge, his reflection flickering in the moonlit waves. Roger approached, his floating cloud carrying him effortlessly across the shore. You've got a good thing going here, kid, Roger said, his tone uncharacteristically serious. Rayiser glanced at him, his expression thoughtful. It's not perfect, but it's a start. We've come far, but there's still so much to do. Roger grinned, clapping a hand on Rayiser's shoulder. Then let's make it happen. You've got the will and the team to back it up. The world won't know what hit it. Rayiser smirked, his golden flames flickering faintly around him. You're right. This is just the beginning. Together, they stared out at the horizon, the waves reflecting the light of their shared determination. This concludes Chapter 11, focusing on Roger's formal induction into Rayiser's peerage, the acquisition of the mythical Zoan ape fruit, and the addition of Eubelina as a key figure in Rayiser's business empire. Let me know if you'd like any further expansions or adjustments. 12, Chapter 12, A Serpent's Bargain. 12, Chapter 12, A Serpent's Bargain. Rayiser Phoenix leaned back in his seat as his private jet descended toward its destination. The underworld's eternal flames and crimson skies had long faded, replaced by the vivid greenery and endless rivers of the Indian supernatural lands. The Naga Kingdom, home to the enigmatic serpent beings, was one of the most prominent supernatural communities in the Indian subcontinent. Known for their wisdom, cunning, and fiercely guarded treasures, the Naga were powerful traders, particularly in rare magical artifacts, spices, and mystical healing ingredients. For Rayiser and Phoenix Star Enterprises, securing an exclusive trade deal with the Naga was a monumental opportunity. The Naga's goods, with their unmatched rarity and quality, could elevate his company's already formidable reputation to new heights. But the task ahead was anything but simple. The Naga were notoriously shrewd negotiators, and their kingdom operated on principles deeply rooted in their traditions. Rayiser knew he would have to tread carefully if he wanted to succeed. Arrival at the Naga Palace. The Naga Kingdom was a sight to behold. Its capital, Nagadweep, was a sprawling city of golden domes, intricate carvings, and winding canals. Serpent statues adorned every corner, and the air carried the faint scent of incense and spices. Rayiser's private entourage, including his trusted secretary Eubelina and a small team of negotiators, disembarked from the jet. Eubelina, dressed in a professional yet elegant sari to show respect for the Naga culture, handed Rayiser a neatly prepared folder of documents. You've reviewed the trade terms we proposed? She asked. Every detail, Rayiser replied, his voice calm. The Naga respect strength and intelligence. I intend to show them we have both. As they approached the Serpent Palace, the grand structure shimmered in the sunlight. Its spiraling towers resembled coiled serpents, and the sound of running water echoed through the halls. They were met by Ambassador Vasuki, a high-ranking Naga with emerald scales and piercing golden eyes. Lord Rayiser Phoenix, Vasuki said, his voice smooth yet commanding. The Naga Council has granted you an audience. But know these, we do not offer our trust lightly. Rayiser met Vasuki's gaze, unflinching. Nor do I take it for granted. I appreciate the Council's willingness to hear my proposal. Entering the court. The Naga court was a circular chamber with a sunlit dome overhead, decorated with murals of legendary Naga battles and victories. At the center sat the Naga Queen Anantony, her coiled form regal and intimidating. Her sapphire blue scales glimmered like gemstones, and her golden crown reflected her authority. Flanking her were the 7 elders, each representing a faction within the Naga kingdom. Their expressions ranged from curiosity to skepticism as Rayiser entered. Ubelina stood behind him, holding her ever-present notebook, ready to provide data or counterarguments as needed. Anantony's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Rayiser Phoenix, you have come far to speak with us. What is it you seek? Rayiser stepped forward, his golden eyes meeting hers. I seek an exclusive trade arrangement between the Naga Kingdom and Phoenix Star Enterprises. Together, we can create a partnership that benefits us both. An elder with ruby-red scales hissed softly. Bold words. What makes you think the Naga need such an arrangement? Our trade is already vast and prosperous. Rayiser remained calm. Your trade is vast, yes, but it lacks organization on a global scale. Phoenix Star Enterprises excels at creating streamlined systems for distribution and marketing. We can ensure that your goods reach untapped markets while maintaining their exclusivity and value. Anantony's tail flicked slightly, a subtle indication of her interest. And what would you offer in return? Resources and protection, Rayiser replied. The underworld is growing increasingly volatile, and alliances are more critical than ever. By partnering with us, you'll gain access to rare materials from my territories, as well as the support of my peerage if needed. The mention of his peerage caused a ripple of murmurs among the elders. The Naga valued strength, and the reputation of Rayiser's legendary allies had not gone unnoticed. The first objections. Another elder, this one with obsidian-black scales, leaned forward. And what guarantees do we have that your company will not exploit us, as others have tried in the past? Rayiser's tone remained steady. I propose transparency in all operations. You'll have representatives overseeing every stage of the trade process, ensuring fairness and accountability. The ruby-scaled elder scoffed. Words are easy, Lord Phoenix. But actions speak louder. Why should we believe you? Ubelina stepped forward, her voice calm but assertive. Phoenix Star Enterprises has a proven track record of ethical business practices. Our ventures in Japan, India, and China have all been built on mutual respect and collaboration with local communities. The results speak for themselves. She handed over a detailed report to the elders, outlining their company's previous partnerships and successes. The Naga reviewed the documents, their expressions softening slightly as they absorbed the data. Anantony studied Rayiser carefully. Your words are persuasive, and your proposal has merit. But the Naga do not make decisions lightly. We must consider the long-term impact of such an alliance. A heated debate. As the negotiations continued, the discussion grew more intense. Some elders argued that the Naga didn't need outside assistance, while others saw the potential benefits of Rayiser's proposal. At one point, the ruby-scaled elder raised his voice. This partnership could weaken our independence. How do we know you won't use this arrangement to gain control over us? Rayiser's golden flames flickered faintly as he replied, his tone firm but composed. I have no interest in control. My goal is mutual growth. If I wanted to conquer, I wouldn't be sitting here in discussion, I'd be sending armies. The room fell silent at his bold statement, the weight of his words hanging in the air. Anantony's lips curved into a faint smile. You speak with confidence, Lord Phoenix. But confidence alone will not sway the Naga. A test of wits. The queen gestured toward a small, intricately carved table at the center of the chamber. In our culture, we value the art of negotiation and strategy. If you truly seek our trust, you must prove yourself in the game of wisdom. Rayiser stepped forward, his curiosity piqued. What does the game entail? An elder with silver scales explained, it is a test of intellect and persuasion. You will face one of our finest strategists in a simulated negotiation. The outcome will determine your worthiness to trade with the Naga. Rayiser glanced at Ubelina, who gave him a slight nod of encouragement. I accept, Rayiser said, taking a seat at the table. The game of wisdom. The game was a battle of wits and rhetoric, played out over a series of hypothetical scenarios. Rayiser's opponent, the silver-scaled elder, presented increasingly complex dilemmas, testing his ability to adapt and think critically. Each move was. The game of wisdom continued. The game of wisdom was as much a test of patience and composure as it was of strategy. The silver-scaled elder, Nagendra, was a master of both. His deep, analytical voice outlined scenarios designed to trap Rayiser in contradictions or force him into unfavorable positions. In this scenario, Nagendra began, his golden eyes fixed on Rayiser. A rival trading house approaches the Naga with an offer superior to yours in resources but lacking in cultural sensitivity and respect. They promise greater wealth, but at the cost of our traditions. How would you counter such an offer? Rayiser leaned back slightly, his mind working quickly. The room was silent, with the other elders watching intently. Ubelina stood behind him, her calm presence a silent source of support. I would remind the Naga, Rayiser replied after a pause, that wealth without respect leads to dependency. A partner who disregards your culture will eventually see you as a tool rather than an equal. Phoenix Star Enterprises values its allies not just for their resources but for their identity. By choosing us, you retain not only your traditions but also your autonomy. No amount of wealth is worth losing who you are. Nagendra's eyes flickered with approval, but his tone remained neutral. A fair response. But tell me these: if such a rival resorted to sabotage, using underhanded tactics to discredit your company, how would you respond without compromising the trust of your partners? Rayiser's golden eyes narrowed slightly, his voice steady. I would respond with transparency and integrity. By bringing the issue to light and allowing the Naga to see the evidence for themselves, I would ensure that trust remains intact. I believe in strength, but not in deceit. The truth, once revealed, is the strongest shield. A murmur ran through the chamber, and even the ruby-scaled elder seemed impressed by Rayiser's composed response. A difficult turn. The game continued, each scenario testing Rayiser's ability to navigate delicate situations. Nagendra's questions grew more challenging, with layers of ambiguity that forced Rayiser to balance logic with emotional intelligence. In this final scenario, Nagendra said, his tone sharpening, an internal dispute arises within the Naga kingdom. Two factions disagree on how to handle the partnership with your company. One faction supports you wholeheartedly, while the other views the arrangement as a threat to Naga sovereignty. How would you prevent the dispute from escalating into conflict? Rayiser's gaze swept across the room, taking in the reactions of the elders. This was more than just a hypothetical scenario, it was a subtle test of his understanding of the Naga culture and their priorities. I would seek dialogue with both factions, Rayiser began, his voice calm but firm. The faction that supports us must understand that their enthusiasm cannot come at the cost of unity. Similarly, the faction that fears us must be reassured through action, not just words. I would propose an intermediary council composed of members from both factions and Phoenix Star Enterprises, ensuring that every voice is heard and every concern is addressed. By fostering communication and demonstrating transparency, we can prevent division and strengthen our partnership. Nagendra leaned back, his expression thoughtful. After a long pause, he inclined his head slightly. A wise answer. You've shown adaptability, respect, and strategic thinking. Few outsiders have navigated this game so skillfully. The verdict. The room fell silent as the Naga Queen, Anantony, rose from her throne. Her sapphire blue scales shimmered in the golden light as she addressed the chamber. Rayiser Phoenix, she said, her voice commanding yet calm, you have proven yourself in both negotiation and strategy. Your words reflect not only intelligence but also a deep respect for our culture and values. The Naga Kingdom will agree to your proposal for an exclusive trade arrangement. A wave of approval rippled through the chamber. Even the ruby-scaled elder, who had been one of Rayiser's harshest critics, gave a reluctant nod of respect. Rayiser bowed slightly. Thank you, Queen Anantony. I promise that this partnership will be one of mutual benefit and respect. Anantony's lips curved into a faint smile. See that it is, Lord Phoenix. The Naga do not take betrayal lightly. A private conversation. After the court session ended, Rayiser was invited to a private meeting with Queen Anantony in her royal chambers. The room was opulent yet serene, with flowing water features and walls adorned with intricate carvings of serpents and lotuses. Anantony gestured for Rayiser to sit. You've impressed my council, but I wanted to speak with you directly. Tell me, do you truly seek this partnership? Your words today were convincing, but I sense there is more to your ambition. Rayiser met her gaze without hesitation. You're right. This partnership is part of a larger vision. I want to build an empire that transcends the limitations of traditional devil society, one built on alliances, innovation, and mutual growth. The Naga are among the most respected and resourceful communities in the supernatural world. A partnership with you isn't just about goods, it's about creating something enduring. Anantony studied him for a moment before nodding. Your ambition is admirable, but be cautious. Ambition can be a double-edged sword. Rayiser inclined his head. I understand. Thank you for your wisdom. The trade deal signed. The following day, the formal signing ceremony took place in the Grand Hall of the Serpent Palace. Rayiser and Ubelina stood alongside the Naga Queen and her council as the agreement was finalized. The trade deal granted Phoenix Star Enterprises exclusive access to the Naga's rare goods, including magical artifacts, healing ingredients, and exotic spices. In return, the Naga gained access to Rayiser's distribution networks, resources, and protection from potential threats. As the ceremony concluded, Vasuki approached Rayiser with a sly smile. You've accomplished what few outsiders have managed, Lord Phoenix. But remember, earning the Naga's trust is one thing, keeping it is another. Rayiser returned the smile, his golden eyes gleaming. I wouldn't have it any other way. Returning home, as Rayiser's private jet ascended into the skies, leaving the lush Naga kingdom behind, he allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. The partnership he had secured was a significant step forward for Phoenix Star Enterprises, one that would strengthen both his business and his standing in the supernatural world. Eubelina, seated beside him, glanced up from her notes. That was an impressive display back there. Even the most skeptical elders seemed convinced by the end. Rayiser smirked. It's not just about words. The Naga respect strength, intellect, and understanding. I made sure to show them all three. Eubelina nodded. You're building something remarkable, Lord Phoenix. But the road ahead won't be easy. Rayiser's expression grew thoughtful as he stared out the window, the clouds parting to reveal the horizon. Nothing worth building ever is. This concludes Chapter 12, focusing on Rayiser's negotiations with the Naga Kingdom, their cultural intricacies, and the successful establishment of an exclusive trade agreement. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 13. Chapter 13, A Shadow over the Phoenix. The Phoenix estate had never been busier. With the success of Rayiser's negotiations with the Naga Kingdom and the expansion of Phoenix Star Enterprises into multiple supernatural territories, the estate's halls buzzed with activity. Servants rushed to and fro, delivering reports and preparing for upcoming business ventures, while Rayiser's peerage met regularly to strategize the next steps. However, Rayiser's rise had not gone unnoticed, and his rapid growth had begun to draw ire from certain factions within the Devil Society. Among them were lords and nobles from other powerful devil houses that had long enjoyed unchallenged influence in the underworld's economy and politics. As Rayiser continued to grow his empire, these houses began to see him not just as a rising star but as a direct threat to their power. And in the world of devils, threats were rarely tolerated. Whispers in the shadows. The plotting began subtly, as was often the case among devils. In the opulent halls of rival estates and the smoky backrooms of exclusive devil clubs, whispers spread like wildfire. Have you heard about Rayiser Phoenix? They say he spends more time seducing women than running his business. I heard he flaunts his wealth shamelessly, throwing parties and wasting his fortune on indulgence. Typical of the Phoenix clan, arrogant and entitled. He thinks he can waltz into our society and take over. The rumors were carefully crafted to paint Rayiser as a playboy and a self-absorbed dandy. To the uninitiated, these whispers seemed plausible. After all, the Phoenix family was known for its luxurious lifestyle and fiery temperaments. The goal was clear: tarnish Rayiser's image in the eyes of the devil elite. If enough people began to doubt his character, it could weaken his influence and slow the momentum of his meteoric rise. The first signs of trouble. Rayiser first became aware of the rumors during a routine meeting with Eubelina in his private study. She was going over the latest reports from their various business ventures when she paused, her usually calm expression tinged with concern. Lord Rayiser, she began, placing a folder on his desk, we've received reports that certain devil houses are spreading rumors about you in high society. Rayiser leaned back in his chair, his golden eyes narrowing. What kind of rumors? Eubelina hesitated for a moment before replying. They're accusing you of being a playboy, a self-absorbed figure who prioritizes indulgence over responsibility. They claim you're using Phoenix Star Enterprises as a front to flaunt your wealth and power. Rayiser's expression darkened. Typical. They can't challenge me directly, so they resort to petty slander. Eubelina nodded. It's a calculated move. If these rumors gain traction, they could damage your reputation among the devil elite. Business partners might begin to question your reliability, and potential allies could hesitate to align themselves with you. Rayiser remained silent for a moment, his mind racing. Which houses are behind this? We're still gathering evidence, Eubelina replied. But the main suspects are House Baal, House Astaroth, and House Glaciolabalas. All three have been wary of your rapid growth. Confronting the peerage. Later that day, Rayiser gathered his peerage in the estate's grand strategy room. The mood was tense as he explained the situation, his voice calm but edged with steel. Certain houses are trying to destroy my reputation, Rayiser said, pacing in front of the table. They're spreading rumors to make me look like a fool, a playboy who's unworthy of his position. Garp, ever the blunt one, scoffed. Bahaha, let em talk. When they see your fists, they'll shut up real quick. My hawk, seated with his arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. While brute force has its place, this is a battle of perception. Fighting rumors requires a different kind of strategy. Ben Beckman, leaning casually against the wall, nodded. My hawk's right. If we go in swinging, it'll only make you look worse. We need to control the narrative. Rayiser stopped pacing, his gaze settling on Beckman. What do you suggest? Beckman took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling slowly before answering. First, we identify the source of the rumors. Once we have concrete evidence, we expose them for the manipulators they are. Second, we counter their narrative with one of our own. Host an event, make a public statement, something that shows the truth about who you are. Whitebeard, seated at the far end of the table, stroked his chin thoughtfully. An event could work. Something grand, where your accomplishments speak louder than their lies. Gold, Roger grinned, leaning forward. Make it flashy. Show them you're not just some spoiled noble force to be reckoned with. Rayiser nodded slowly, his mind piecing together a plan. Then that's what we'll do. But first, we need to gather proof of who's behind this. Uncovering the culprits. Ubelina, with her unmatched organizational skills, led the effort to track the origins of the rumors. Over the next few weeks, her network of contacts and spies worked tirelessly, gathering information from high society gatherings, informal devil councils, and even whispers in the streets. Their findings confirmed what Rayiser suspected. Houses Baal, Astaroth, and Glaciolabalas were the primary culprits. Each house has its own reasons, Ubelina explained during a briefing. House Baal sees you as a competitor for influence. House Astaroth is wary of your connections with the supernatural communities outside the underworld. And House Glaciolabal as well, they've never liked the Phoenix clan's growing prominence. Rayiser's expression hardened. Then we deal with them all. We'll expose their schemes and show the Devil Society who they really are. Turning the tables. With the evidence in hand, Rayiser and his team began crafting their response. They planned a grand event at the Phoenix STT celebration of Phoenix Star Enterprises' recent successes. The guest list included prominent devils, business leaders, and representatives from allied supernatural communities. But the event wasn't just a celebration, it was a stage. The grand event. The night of the event arrived, and the Phoenix estate was transformed into a spectacle of elegance and grandeur. Guests marveled at the opulent decorations, the flowing fountains of enchanted wine, and the performances that celebrated the cultural diversity of Rayiser's business ventures. Rayiser, dressed in a sharp black suit accented with golden embroidery, greeted his guests with the confidence of a man who knew exactly what he was doing. As the night progressed, Rayiser took the stage to address the crowd. The hall fell silent as his golden eyes swept over the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, his voice calm but commanding, thank you for joining us tonight to celebrate the success of Phoenix Star Enterprises. This company was built not on the arrogance of privilege but on hard work, innovation, and mutual respect. Recently, certain rumors have been circulating, rumors meant to tarnish my reputation and undermine what we've built together. Tonight, I want to address those rumors directly. The room buzzed with anticipation as Rayiser gestured to Ubelina, who activated a magical projection displaying evidence of the rival houses' involvement. These are the facts, Rayiser continued, his voice steady. Houses Baal, Astaroth, and Glaciolabalas have orchestrated a campaign of slander against me. Their intent is clear, to hinder the progress of Phoenix Star Enterprises and sow doubt among our allies. But let me make one thing clear, I will not be intimidated. Phoenix Star Enterprises stands for integrity, and we will continue to rise, no matter the opposition. The audience erupted into applause, their admiration for Rayiser's transparency and confidence evident. The aftermath. In the days that followed, the tables turned against the rival houses. Their manipulation exposed, they faced backlash from other devils who saw their actions as dishonorable. Meanwhile, Rayiser's reputation only grew stronger, solidifying his position as a rising force in the underworld. As Rayiser stood on the balcony of his estate, looking out over the glowing lights of his empire, Ubelina joined him. You handled that masterfully, she said, a hint of pride in her voice. Rayiser nodded, his expression calm. Let them come. The more they try to bring me down, the stronger we'll become. And with that, the phoenix rose higher than ever before. This concludes Chapter 13, focusing on the rival devil house's attempts to undermine Rayiser's reputation and his successful counter-strategy. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 14. Chapter 14, The Weight of Whispers. Despite Rayiser Phoenix's masterful handling of the smear campaign orchestrated by houses Baal, Astaroth, and Glaciolabalas, the rumors persisted like a faint but stubborn shadow. The grand event at the Phoenix estate had silenced many detractors, yet the Devil Society's penchant for gossip ensured that some seeds of doubt remained. In the sprawling underworld, where pride and perception often held as much power as strength and influence, whispers rarely died easily. For Rayiser, though, the aftermath of the rumors had become little more than background noise, a nuisance he no longer cared to address. Lingering whispers. The Phoenix estate was once again a hub of activity, with Rayiser and his peerage immersed in the daily operations of Phoenix Star Enterprises. Deals were struck, partnerships solidified, and new ventures planned. The company's rapid expansion into supernatural territories left little time for idle chatter. But outside the estate, the Devil Society continued to buzz. In exclusive lounges and high-end gatherings, the rumors about Rayiser's character still found an audience. I heard he paid off the Naga Queen to secure that trade deal. No way someone like him could pull that off otherwise. Did you see how lavish that event was? Typical playboy behavior, throwing money around to distract people from the truth. They say he's got a harem of supernatural women working for him. His secretary, Ubelina, is probably his favorite. For every voice that defended Rayiser's accomplishments, there was another that repeated the lies. Even if he's competent, you can't deny he's arrogant. Have you seen how he flaunts his power? Why would someone so young have such a powerful peerage? There's something suspicious about it. The whispers spread far and wide, creating a lingering atmosphere of skepticism around Rayiser's meteoric rise. Rayiser's response. In his private study, Rayiser sat at his desk, going through reports from his business ventures. Ubelina stood nearby, organizing a stack of documents with her usual efficiency. Lord Rayiser, she began, her tone cautious, I've been monitoring the situation regarding the rumors. While the major accusations have lost traction, some devils still believe fragments of them. Their doubts haven't fully disappeared. Rayiser didn't look up from his work. Let them believe what they want. Ubelina hesitated, unaccustomed to such indifference from her meticulous and disciplined master. You're certain? These whispers could undermine your future endeavors. Perception is crucial in devil society. Rayiser finally glanced at her, his golden eyes calm but resolute. We've addressed the important matters. The houses behind the rumors have been exposed, and those who matter know the truth. The rest, they're low-level whispers, Ubelina. They have no bearing on my plans. Ubelina studied him for a moment before nodding. Understood. But if it becomes more serious. It won't, Rayiser interrupted gently. Let them talk. Actions speak louder than words. We'll continue building, and the results will drown out the noise. Discussions within the peerage. Later that evening, Rayiser gathered his peerage in the estate strategy room. The atmosphere was lighter than usual, with Garp, Roger, and Whitebeard engaged in a spirited debate about who could drink the most without passing out. Bahaha! Garp roared, slamming a massive mug onto the table. You're all talk, Whitebeard. Everyone knows I could outdrink the lot of you. Whitebeard leaned back with a hearty laugh. Old man, your stomach couldn't handle my brew. And Roger here would be under the table after one tankard. Roger grinned, raising a glass. Careful, or I'll make this a contest right now. Rayiser smiled faintly, enjoying the camaraderie, but Myhawk's quiet observation brought the conversation back to focus. Rayiser, Myhawk said, his sharp eyes fixed on his master, I've noticed the rumors haven't entirely disappeared. Are you truly unconcerned? Rayiser leaned forward, his fingers steepled. Concerned? No. Acknowledging them? Yes. The rumors are a distraction, but they don't threaten the foundation of what we're building. The truth always finds its way to those who matter. Ben Beckman, who had been watching the exchange with his usual composed demeanor, nodded. It's a fair approach. The Devil Society thrives on gossip, but they'll grow bored if they see it doesn't faze you. Ignoring it is often the best response. Ubelina added, still, it may be wise to monitor the situation. If the whispers evolve into something more damaging, we'll need to act swiftly. Rayiser nodded. Agreed. For now, we stay focused on the bigger picture. Let them waste their time on idle talk while we move forward. The influence of perception. While Rayiser's indifference helped him maintain focus, the lingering rumors did create occasional complications. At a high-profile business meeting in the Japanese supernatural territories, Rayiser noticed subtle hesitations from potential partners. Though no one outright mentioned the rumors, the way certain devils avoided direct eye contact or hesitated before agreeing to terms hinted at their influence. Ubelina, ever perceptive, noted this as well. The rumors still cast a shadow, she said after the meeting, as they reviewed their notes. Rayiser shrugged. Then we'll shine brighter. The results of our work will speak louder than their doubts. True to his word, Rayiser doubled down on ensuring that every project under Phoenix Star Enterprises exceeded expectations. His team delivered on every promise, and the quality of their goods and services silenced many skeptics. An encounter with a rival. One evening, at an exclusive gathering of devil nobles, Rayiser came face to face with Lord Cyrus Bale, one of the architects of the initial smear campaign. The two stood on opposite sides of a grand ballroom, their gazes locking briefly before Cyrus approached with a calculated smile. Lord Rayiser, Cyrus said smoothly, raising a glass in greeting. I must say, your recent ventures have been impressive. Rayiser returned the smile, though his golden eyes gleamed with cold amusement. Coming from you, Lord Cyrus, I'll take that as high praise. Cyrus chuckled, his tone feigning innocence. Oh, I've heard many things about you recently. The rumors flying around have been quite colorful. Rayiser's expression didn't waver. Rumors are like smoke, Lord Cyrus, fleeting and meaningless. Only the fire beneath them matters. And I assure you, my fire burns brighter than ever. The subtle challenge in Rayiser's words wasn't lost on Cyrus, whose smile tightened slightly. Of course. It's always fascinating to see how one handles such scrutiny. Rayiser inclined his head, his tone calm but firm. Scrutiny is a privilege of the successful. Let me know when you reach that point. With that, Rayiser walked away, leaving Cyrus standing in the middle of the room, his facade cracking slightly, turning the focus forward. Despite the occasional encounters and lingering whispers, Rayiser's decision to focus on progress rather than pettiness paid off. Phoenix Star Enterprises continued to expand, its reputation for excellence outweighing the shadows of the rumors. His peerage remained steadfast, their loyalty unshaken by the noise. Garp, Whitebeard, Myhawk, Beckman, Roger, and Ubelina worked tirelessly alongside Rayiser to ensure their vision became a reality. In quiet moments, Rayiser reflected on the challenges he had faced. The rumors had been an annoyance, yes, but they had also served as a reminder of the cutthroat nature of the Devil Society. But for Rayiser Phoenix, those challenges were merely stepping stones on the path to greatness. This concludes Chapter 14, focusing on the lingering impact of the rumors and Rayiser's refusal to let them distract him from his goals. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 15, Chapter 15, A Realm of His Own. The decision had been simmering in Rayiser Phoenix's mind for months. Despite the success of Phoenix Star Enterprises and the significant strides he had made in establishing himself as a power in the Devil Society, there was one goal he had yet to achieve: sovereignty. Phoenix territory was vast, a fiery expanse synonymous with prestige and power. But no matter how influential Rayiser became within it, it would never truly be his. It belonged to the family, the legacy, and the traditions that came before him. For Rayiser to carve out his own destiny, he needed his own domain. He needed a land that would reflect his vision, his ambition, and the principles he upheld. It was time to build his own territory, a place where he would rule as an independent force, free from the constraints of his family's legacy or the interference of rival houses. The announcement. Rayiser gathered his peerage in the grand strategy room of the Phoenix estate. As they took their seats around the long, ornate table, the mood was one of curiosity and anticipation. Garp leaned back in his chair with a grin, while Mihawk's sharp gaze suggested he had already guessed what was coming. Rayiser stood at the head of the table, his golden eyes scanning the room. "We've achieved much together," he began, his voice steady but commanding. "Phoenix Star Enterprises has grown beyond anything I could have imagined. Our influence now spans multiple supernatural territories, and our reputation speaks for itself. But," he continued, his tone hardening, "we are still tied to the Phoenix clan. As long as we operate within their territory, our achievements will always be seen as part of their legacy, not ours. It's time to change that." Ben Beckman, always the voice of reason, raised an eyebrow. "You're suggesting we establish our own territory?" Rayiser nodded. "Exactly. A land we can call our own. A place where we set the rules, where we control the narrative, and where our vision takes precedence." Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, his massive frame shaking the table slightly. "Finally. About time you claimed a piece of the world for yourself." "Gold," Roger grinned, leaning forward. "I like it. But where are you thinking? Somewhere close to the Phoenix territory or farther away?" Rayiser's gaze shifted to a map spread across the table. "That's what we need to decide. We'll need a location that's strategically advantageous, but also outside the immediate control of other devil houses." Choosing the location. Over the next few days, Rayiser and his peerage pored over maps of the underworld, analyzing potential territories. Each location was assessed for its strategic value, natural resources, and proximity to other devil houses. 3 options quickly emerged. 1. The Crimson Valley's a stretch of land bordering Phoenix territory. Known for its fiery landscapes and rich deposits of magical minerals, it offered a symbolic connection to Rayiser's heritage while allowing for independence. However, its proximity to Phoenix lands risked inviting meddling from the family. 2. The Shadowed Cliffs, a remote region near the territory of House Astaroth. The cliffs were rugged and treacherous, but they provided natural defenses and a reputation for being untamed. However, the proximity to Astaroth posed potential political challenges. 3. The Sapphire Coast, a fertile, coastal region far from any major devil house. Its lush landscapes and access to the sea made it ideal for trade and expansion. However, its isolation would require significant effort to develop infrastructure and establish control. Debating the options, the peerage gathered again to discuss the merits of each location. "The Crimson Valley seemed like the logical choice," Yubelina said, pointing to the map. "The proximity to Phoenix territory gives us access to familiar resources and allies, while still allowing independence. It's the least disruptive option." Mihawk, seated with his arms crossed, shook his head. "Proximity also means interference. The Phoenix clan will always see it as part of their domain, even if you declare independence." Ben Beckman nodded in agreement. "The Shadowed Cliffs have potential. They're naturally defensible, and their untamed nature gives us room to grow. But House Astaroth will see it as a provocation if we claim land near their borders." Garp, ever the blunt one, grinned. "Bahaha, let them get provoked. A little conflict keeps things interesting." Whitebeard chuckled. Debating the options, continued. "Interesting, yes," Whitebeard said with a booming laugh, "but also risky. House Astaroth is not one to take territorial claims lightly. If we provoke them too soon, it could lead to unnecessary conflict. The Sapphire Coast might be the safest bet." Gold, Roger leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. "The Sapphire Coast is appealing, but its isolation could be a double-edged sword. We'd have freedom, sure, but building from scratch without nearby allies would take time, and time isn't something we always have in this world." Rayiser listened intently, weighing each argument. Finally, he raised a hand to silence the discussion. "All 3 options have their strengths and weaknesses. But if we're going to establish a territory, it needs to make a statement. This isn't just about independent seats, about proving we're a force to be reckoned with." He tapped the map, his finger landing on the Shadowed Cliffs. "We'll claim this land. It's defensible, rich with untapped resources, and its proximity to House Astaroth will send a clear message: we're not afraid of anyone." Mihawk nodded approvingly. "Bold. I expected no less." Ben Beckman exhaled a plume of smoke, a faint smirk on his lips. "Then we'd better be ready for the fallout. Astaroth will test us, no doubt about it. Garp cracked his knuckles, his grin widening. Let M come. I haven't had a good fight in a while. Securing the Shadowed Cliffs. The journey to the Shadowed Cliffs was swift and deliberate. Rayiser and his peerage traveled together, their presence alone a declaration of intent. The cliffs loomed ahead, jagged peaks jutting into the crimson sky like the fangs of a great beast. The land was rugged and wild, with winds that howled through the canyons and seas that crashed violently against the rocky shores. Yet, despite its harshness, the Shadowed Cliffs held a stark beauty and an undeniable potential. This place has power, my hawk observed as they stood on a high ridge, overlooking the sprawling landscape. Untamed, but not without promise. Rayiser nodded, his golden eyes scanning the horizon. It's perfect. A land like this demands strength and resilience. We'll make it ours. Building the foundation. The first task was establishing a foothold. Rayiser had brought a small but skilled team of architects, engineers, and mages to begin construction on a fortress that would serve as the heart of the territory. The design was ambitious, blending functionality with symbolism. The fortress would be a towering structure of black and gold, its spires resembling phoenix wings stretching toward the sky. Enchanted walls would protect it from both physical and magical attacks, while its central hall would serve as a place of governance, strategy, and diplomacy. Ubelina oversaw much of the logistical planning, her efficiency ensuring that the project progressed smoothly. The main challenge will be securing resources and manpower, she explained during one of their meetings. The cliffs provide natural stone, but we'll need to establish trade routes for other materials. Rayiser nodded. We'll use Phoenix Star Enterprises to facilitate the supply lines. Our allies in the Naga Kingdom and other supernatural communities can provide what we need. As the construction progressed, the Shadowed Cliffs began to transform. The wild, untamed land was gradually shaped into a burgeoning stronghold, a testament to Rayiser's vision and determination. A visit from House Astaroth. Predictably, it wasn't long before House Astaroth took notice of Rayiser's activities. One afternoon, as Rayiser stood on the unfinished battlements of his fortress, a group of devils approached on black-winged mounts. At their head was Lord Eric Astaroth, a tall, silver-haired devil with piercing violet eyes and an air of cold authority. Rayiser descended to meet them, his peerage at his side. Garp, my hawk, Beckman, and Whitebeard formed an imposing line, their presence alone enough to make the visiting party hesitate. Rayiser Phoenix, Eric said, his voice smooth but edged with steel. Your ambition is admirable, but your choice of location is questionable. The Shadowed Cliffs are uncomfortably close to our borders. Rayiser's golden eyes met Eric's unflinchingly. This land was unclaimed. I've simply taken what was available. Eric smirked faintly. Perhaps. But House Astaroth views this development as a potential threat. We prefer to keep our borders uncontested. Roger stepped forward, his grin wide and mischievous. Sounds like you're afraid of a little competition, Eric. Eric's gaze flicked to Roger, his expression tightening. This isn't about fear. It's about maintaining order. Rayiser raised a hand, silencing Roger before addressing Eric directly. House Astaroth has nothing to fear from you as long as they respect our sovereignty. My territory will not infringe on yours, but I won't tolerate interference either. The tension in the air was palpable, but Eric eventually inclined his head. Very well. But know these we will be watching closely. Any sign of aggression, and House Astaroth will respond. With that, the Astaroth delegation departed, leaving Rayiser and his team standing on the battlements. Cowards, Garp muttered, cracking his knuckles. They talk a big game, but they're just testing us. And we passed the test, my hawk said calmly. For now. Establishing sovereignty. 16, Chapter 16, A Guidance of Vision. The Shadowed Cliffs were no longer an untamed expanse. Over months of relentless effort, Rayiser Phoenix and his peerage had transformed the rugged terrain into the foundation of a thriving stronghold. The golden spires of Rayiser's fortress now pierced the sky, a symbol of his growing independence and ambition. But Rayiser knew that strength alone wasn't enough to secure his territory. As he gazed out from the battlements one morning, the wind carrying the salty tang of the nearby sea, his mind turned to the next step in his plan. He needed guardians, individuals with intelligence and power to protect and guide his growing realm. The pieces of the puzzle were clear, his bishop pieces, reserved for those who could combine wisdom and strength with versatility. A gathering in the throne room. Rayiser summoned his peerage to the newly completed throne room. The space was grand yet functional, with a high vaulted ceiling and windows that let in the crimson light of the underworld skies. A golden phoenix crest adorned the wall behind the throne, a silent testament to Rayiser's lineage and ambition. Garp, my hawk, Roger, Whitebeard, Beckman, and Ubelina stood before him, their expressions curious as they waited for him to speak. Rayiser's golden eyes swept over them. You've all played a pivotal role in bringing us to this point. The Shadowed Cliffs are ours, but our work is far from finished. This territory will need protectors, leaders who can defend it with both strength and wisdom. He raised his hand, activating the one-piece summoning system. The familiar golden light appeared before him, its interface shimmering as he navigated the options. It's time to expand our ranks. Today, I will summon 2 individuals who will serve as the bishops of our peerage. The first bishop, Sengoku. Rayiser selected the first name from the system, Sengoku the Buddha, former fleet admiral of the Marines and a figure of unparalleled strategy and leadership. The golden light swirled and coalesced into the imposing figure of Sengoku. His broad shoulders, neatly trimmed beard, and signature round glasses gave him the air of a stern but fair leader. His navy coat, draped over his shoulders, swayed slightly as he stepped forward. Sengoku's sharp eyes surveyed the room, his tone calm but commanding. "Who has summoned me?" Rayiser stepped forward, bowing slightly in respect. "Sengoku, I am Rayiser Phoenix. I've summoned you because I believe your leadership and tactical brilliance can help shape this realm into something extraordinary. I offer you a place in my peerage as my bishop." Sengoku raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "A peerage? Explain." Rayiser explained the concept of the devil chess pieces, the role of a bishop, and how it would enhance Sengoku's natural abilities without compromising his autonomy. After a moment of consideration, Sengoku nodded. "Very well. If you are genuine in your vision and purpose, I will accept. But understand this: I do not follow blindly. You must earn my loyalty every step of the way." Rayiser smiled faintly. "I wouldn't expect anything less." He pressed the bishop piece against Sengoku's chest. A surge of golden light filled the room as the magic took hold, amplifying Sengoku's already formidable presence. When the light faded, Sengoku adjusted his glasses, his aura even more commanding than before. "The second bishop, Kyuzan." Rayiser turned back to the summoning system, selecting the second name, Kyuzan Aokiji, the former Marine admiral known for his calm demeanor and devastating ice abilities. The golden light swirled again, and this time, the tall, relaxed figure of Kyuzan appeared. His icy blue hair and laid-back posture contrasted with the sharpness in his eyes. The golden light swirled again, and this time, the tall, relaxed figure of Kyuzan Aokiji appeared. His icy blue hair and laid-back posture contrasted sharply with the sharpness in his piercing eyes. He wore his signature coat draped over his shoulders, his hands in his pockets as if he'd just strolled in from a brisk walk. Kyuzan glanced around the room, taking in the faces of Rayiser's peerage with a calm yet assessing gaze. Not a bad place you've got here. So, mind telling me why you summoned me?" Rayiser stepped forward, his golden eyes meeting Kyuzan's cool blue ones. "Kyuzan, I've brought you here because your power, intellect, and adaptability are unmatched. I want you to serve as one of my bishops, a cornerstone of this realm's defense and growth." Kyuzan's brow raised slightly, his tone laced with skepticism. "A bishop, huh? You're asking me to join some chessboard army? Sounds like a lot of work." Gold Roger, standing to the side, grinned. "It's not as bad as it sounds. Besides, this guy's got ambition worth sticking around for." Kyuzan gave Roger a side-eye glance, his lips quirking into a faint smirk. "You seem lively. Not what I expected from a devil's world." Rayiser chuckled. "You'll find this is no ordinary peerage. I'm building a team of legends, individuals who bring not only power but also wisdom and perspective. With your abilities and insight, we can achieve something extraordinary." Kyuzan exhaled a frosty breath, his hands still in his pockets. "Well, I've got nothing better to do. Sure, why not? I'll give this bishop thing a shot. But fair warning, I am not big on formalities." Rayiser smiled. "That suits me just fine." He stepped closer, holding the glowing bishop piece in his hand. As he pressed it against Kyuzan's chest, the room filled with a cold, crystalline light. Frost swirled around Kyuzan, amplifying his natural aura of calm and lethality. When the light faded, the former admiral flexed his fingers, summoning a small shard of ice that floated effortlessly in his palm. "Not bad," Kyuzan said, his tone light but his eyes gleaming with power. "This could be fun. A gift for Yubelina, the soul fruit." With the bishops in place, Rayiser turned his attention to Yubelina. His trusted secretary had been instrumental in managing Phoenix Star Enterprises and navigating the complexities of Devil Society. Her efficiency, intelligence, and loyalty made her indispensable, but Rayiser knew she needed more than just her sharp mind to truly thrive in the battles to come. "Yubelina," Rayiser said, gesturing for her to step forward, "you've been my right hand in every venture we've undertaken. Your contributions have been invaluable, and it's time I give you something to further elevate your abilities." Yubelina inclined her head respectfully. "You honor me, Lord Rayiser. What do you have in mind?" Rayiser activated the one-piece summoning system once more, selecting a devil fruit that he had carefully considered for her, the soul fruit. A brilliant golden light materialized the fruit in his hands. Its spiraling patterns and ghostly white hue seemed to pulse faintly with life. "This," Rayiser began, holding the fruit out for Yubelina to see, "is the soul fruit. Its power is unique and formidable. It allows the user to manipulate the souls of the living, granting them the ability to imbue objects with life, command spiritual constructs created from souls and interact with the intangible essence of others. Used wisely, this fruit will make you a force unlike any other." Yubelina's violet eyes widened slightly as she took in the fruit's significance. "Such a power, it's extraordinary." Rayiser stepped closer, his tone serious. "This fruit isn't just a tool, it's a responsibility. Its potential is vast, but it requires control and understanding. I trust you, Yubelina. I know you'll wield it with precision and purpose." She reached out, taking the fruit with a steady hand. Thank you, Lord Rayiser. I will not let you down. As Yubelina took a bite of the fruit, a rush of energy coursed through her. Her aura expanded, shimmering with a ghostly light. She raised a hand, and the room seemed to grow quieter as a faint, ethereal presence surrounded her. This power, it's incredible, Yubelina said, her voice laced with awe. I can feel the souls around Med-Air's strength, their potential. It's like seeing the world in a new light. Rayiser nodded, satisfaction in his eyes. Good. With this power, you'll be even more indispensable. Let's see how far we can take it. A weapon of legend, Shodai Kaiditsu. With his peerage strengthened, Rayiser turned his attention to himself. While his mastery of the Phoenix Flames, Haki, and magic made him a formidable combatant, he sought a weapon that would complement his style and amplify his power. Returning to the summoning system, he selected one of the most legendary swords in the One Piece universe, Shodai Kaiditsu, the cursed blade of the Kaiditsu line. The golden light shimmered, and the blade appeared before him. Its dark, ominous steel glinted in the dim light of the throne room, and its red hilt seemed to pulse faintly, as if alive. The aura of the sword was unmistakably malevolent, but it also carried an allure of unparalleled sharpness and precision. Rayiser reached out, grasping the hilt firmly. The moment his hand touched the blade, a surge of power coursed through him, testing his will. The sword seemed to resist, its curse attempting to dominate him, but Rayiser's golden flames flared brightly in response. His unyielding resolve and mastery over his own soul pushed back the blade's malevolence, bending it to his will. As the energy settled, Rayiser held the sword aloft, admiring its weight and balance. This blade, it's perfect. Mihawk stepped forward, his sharp gaze fixed on the weapon. Shodai Kaiditsu, a cursed blade of immense power. Few swordsmen could hope to tame it. Rayiser smirked. Then it's a good thing I'm not like most swordsmen. Mihawk's lips curved into a faint smile. Indeed. With that blade in your hands, your potential as a swordsman grows exponentially. But remember, cursed blades demand respect. They will turn on you if you falter. I won't, Rayiser replied, his tone resolute. A peerage and leader strengthened. With Sengoku and Kyuzin as his new bishops, Yubelina empowered by the Soul Fruit, and Shodai Kaiditsu in his grasp, Rayiser's peerage had become a force of legend. Each member brought something unique to the table, and together, they represented a vision of power, unity, and ambition unlike anything the Devil Society had seen. As Rayiser stood at the head of the throne room, his peerage arrayed before him, he felt a surge of pride. This was his family, his team, and the foundation of the empire he was building. Today, we've taken another step forward, Rayiser said, his voice steady and commanding. But this is only the beginning. Together, we will create a legacy that will echo through the ages. His words hung in the air, met with nods and determined gazes from his peerage. The rising phoenix had only just begun to soar. This concludes Chapter 16, focusing on the summoning of Sengoku and Kyuzin as bishops, Yubelina's empowerment with the Soul Fruit, and Rayiser's acquisition of the legendary Shodai Kaiditsu. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 17, Chapter 17, the final piece on the board. The shadowed cliffs stood tall, their jagged peaks framed against the underworld's crimson skies. What had once been barren and untamed land was now a thriving stronghold, the seat of Rayiser Phoenix's growing empire. His peerage had transformed from an ambitious concept into a living a collection of legendary warriors and strategists bound by shared purpose. Still, there was one final task to complete. The chessboard that represented Rayiser's peerage was nearly full, but the pawns, the most adaptable and versatile pieces, remained empty. These pieces were not mere placeholders but strategic assets, capable of transforming into any role the situation demanded. For Rayiser, they would symbolize the final foundation of his vision. As Rayiser stared at the board, the golden flames of the throne room casting flickering shadows across his face, he felt the weight of the moment. Each decision here would shape the future of his territory, his legacy, and his peerage. Gathering the peerage, Rayiser summoned his peerage to the throne room. The large chamber had become the nerve center of his domain, its high vaulted ceilings and dark gold accents a reflection of his aesthetic. Around him stood the titans of his team: Garp, Mihawk, Roger, Whitebeard, Beckman, Sengoku, Kyuzin, and Yubelina. Each carried the weight of their legends, yet all deferred to the masked devil who now stood before them. Rayiser gestured to the glowing chessboard that floated above the central table. Our peerage is nearly complete. But the pawns, as you know, are not ordinary pieces. Their versatility makes them both unpredictable and indispensable. Choosing the right individuals to fill these roles is critical. Ben Beckman nodded, his sharp eyes scanning the board. Pawns are often underestimated, but in the right hands, they can be the difference between victory and defeat. They'll need to be adaptable and ruthless. Mihawk, ever composed, added, they must also be capable of transformation. The power to rise above their initial role is the true strength of a pawn. Garp, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, grinned. Bahaha, sounds like we're picking the fighters who can keep things interesting. I like it. Rayiser smirked faintly. Then let's begin. The first pawn, Sakazuki, Akainu. Rayiser activated the one-piece summoning system, the golden light of its interface illuminating the room. He scrolled through the endless list of candidates, his mind set on the first name, Sakazuki Akainu, the man whose fiery resolve and absolute justice made him one of the most fearsome figures in the One Piece world. With a confirmation, the summoning process began. The golden light coalesced into a towering figure, and as it faded, Akainu stood before them. His broad shoulders, stern expression, and ever-present magma aura filled the room with an oppressive heat. Akainu's piercing eyes swept over the group before landing on Rayiser. His tone was low and commanding. "You brought me here. Explain yourself." Rayiser stepped forward, unflinching under Akainu's intense gaze. "Sakazuki, I summoned you because I need your strength and conviction. I offer you a place in my peerage as one of my pawns, not as a tool, but as a warrior who can adapt and rise above any challenge." Akainu's eyes narrowed. "A pawn? You insult me." Rayiser's golden eyes glinted. "The pawn is the most underestimated piece on the board. But with resolve, it can become anything: a knight, a rook, even a queen. I chose you because you embody that resolve." The room fell silent as Akainu considered Rayiser's words. Finally, he nodded. "Very well. But know this: I do not tolerate weakness or compromise. If you falter, I will leave." Rayiser smirked. "I wouldn't expect anything less." He pressed the first glowing pawn piece against Akainu's chest. Golden light erupted, swirling around Akainu as his magma aura flared brighter than ever before. When the light faded, Akainu's presence felt even more formidable, the heat radiating from him nearly overwhelming. The second pawn, Aramaki, Green Bull. With Akainu in place, Rayiser turned back to the summoning system. The next piece demanded someone with versatility and control over nature itself. He chose Aramaki, Green Bull, whose ability to manipulate plant life and regenerate made him an ideal candidate. As the summoning completed, Aramaki materialized, his green hair and cocky smirk giving him an air of easy confidence. His aura was vibrant, almost alive, as if the very air around him pulsed with energy. "Well, this is a surprise," Aramaki said, his voice lazy but edged with curiosity. "What's this about?" Rayiser met his gaze. "Aramaki, I've summoned you to serve as a pawn in my peerage. Your abilities are unique, and your power over nature complements the team perfectly." Aramaki raised an eyebrow. "A pawn, huh? Not exactly glamorous, but I'll admit I'm intrigued. What's in it for me?" Rayiser's voice remained calm. "Freedom. The freedom to grow, to adapt, and to rise above any challenge. The pawn may start small, but its potential is limitless. That's why I chose you." Aramaki grinned. "Alright, you've convinced me. Let's see where this goes." Rayiser pressed the second pawn piece to Aramaki's chest. The golden light enveloped him, intertwining with the vibrant greens of his aura. When the light faded, vines sprouted from the ground around him, pulsating with newfound energy. The third pawn, Isho Fujitora. For the third pawn, Rayiser sought wisdom and strength, a figure who could bring balance and stability to the team. Isho Fujitora, with his gravity-based powers and unshakable sense of justice, was the perfect choice. The golden light swirled again, and Fujitora appeared. His tall, imposing figure was draped in traditional robes, his cane sword resting lightly in his hand. Though his eyes were blind, his presence carried a calm authority that commanded respect. Fujitora inclined his head toward Rayiser. "I take it you are the one who summoned me. May I ask your purpose?" Rayiser bowed slightly. "Fujitora, I've brought you here because of your wisdom and strength. As my pawn, you will have the freedom to act according to your principles while contributing to a greater cause." Fujitora's lips curved into a gentle smile. "A cause greater than oneself, that is a purpose I can stand behind. I accept." Rayiser pressed the third pawn piece to Fujitora's chest, and golden light enveloped him. His gravity aura deepened, the very air around him growing heavier and more controlled. The fourth pawn, Golden Lion Shiki. The final piece required someone with ingenuity and unpredictability, a wild card who could bring chaos and creativity to the battlefield. Rayiser chose Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary pirate known for his mastery of gravity and boundless ambition. The summoning light blazed one last time, and Shiki appeared, his wild blonde hair and golden swords gleaming in the light. His grin was wide and unrestrained, his presence exuding a mix of danger and flamboyance. Well, Shiki said, his voice loud and boisterous. "What kind of party have I walked into?" Rayiser stepped forward, his tone calm but firm. "Shiki, I've summoned you because your creativity and strength are unmatched. I offer you a place as a pawn in my peerage, a position that allows for endless growth and transformation." Shiki's grin widened. "A pawn, huh? Normally I'd laugh at the idea, but you've got guts, kid. Alright, I'm in, just don't expect me to follow every rule." Rayiser smirked. "I wouldn't want you to." He pressed the final pawn piece to Shiki's chest, and the light enveloped him. When it faded, Shiki's gravity abilities seemed to hum with renewed energy, his swords glowing faintly with golden light. The peerage complete. With Akainu, Green Bull, Fujitora, and Shiki now part of his peerage, the chessboard was finally complete. Each piece had been chosen with care, forming a team that combined raw power, intellect, and versatility. Rayiser stood before them, his golden eyes burning with determination. This peerage represents more than strength. It represents vision, unity, and the will to rise above any challenge. Together, we will shape a legacy that will stand the test of time. The room was filled with the sound of agreement, each member of the peerage ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Rayiser Phoenix, the rising star of the underworld, had assembled a team that would change the course of Devil Society forever. This expanded Chapter 17 delves deeper into the summoning and integration of Akainu, Green Bull, Fujitora, and Shiki as the final members of Rayiser's peerage, emphasizing their unique traits and interactions. Let me know if you'd like further adjustments. 18, Chapter 18, Knights of Round Table. The Shadowed Cliffs fortress buzzed with activity as Rayiser Phoenix prepared for one of the most significant moments in his burgeoning empire. His peerage, his hand-picked team of legends, had been summoned to the throne room. The chamber itself was a masterpiece of power and prestige. A grand circular table had been installed at its center, crafted from black obsidian and inlaid with veins of glowing gold. Around it were 12 unique chairs, each designed to reflect the personality and presence of its occupant. Garp's chair was rough and sturdy, carved from volcanic rock as if to shout, "This guy punches cliffs for fun." Mihawk's chair was elegant and sharp, made of polished black steel that gleamed faintly in the firelight. Shiki's seat floated slightly off the ground, because of course it did. And Rayiser? He sat in a throne of carved phoenix feathers, flames flickering along its edges. Subtle. He leaned back and sighed, staring at the table. Knights of the Round, huh? I just wanted to call it, Council of Badasses. But no, everyone said it had to sound classy. Gathering the team. The first to arrive, predictably, was Garp. His heavy footsteps echoed in the chamber as he strode in, grinning ear to ear. Bahaha, you actually did it. A round table. What's next, you gonna pull a sword out of a rock? Rayiser raised an eyebrow. Funny you say that. I did summon Shodai Kaititsu recently. If you want me to stab it into a rock and pull it out for effect, I could arrange it. Garp slapped his knee, laughing loudly. You really are full of surprises, kid. Before Rayiser could respond, Whitebeard entered, his booming voice cutting through the noise. Garp, quit yapping. I'm here for the wine you promised, Rayiser. Rayiser rolled his eyes. You didn't even wait for the meeting to start. I'm a simple man, Whitebeard replied, settling into his massive chair, which creaked under his weight. Give me wine and a good fight, and I'm happy. Next came Gold Roger, grinning like a man who had never once thought about responsibility. So, what's this about, Rayiser? Another grand plan to take over the underworld? Or are we forming a band? Rayiser smirked. Depends. Can you play an instrument? Roger laughed as he plopped into his chair, tossing his hat onto the table. I'll figure it out. How hard could it be? A full house. The room gradually filled as the rest of the peerage arrived. Mihawk entered silently, his piercing gaze briefly scanning the table. He claimed his seat with the dignity of someone who clearly thought this was all beneath him. Nice table, Mihawk remarked dryly. Very dramatic. I assume you'll have us swear oaths next. Only if you're feeling sentimental, Rayiser replied with a grin. Shiki floated in next, his chair rising to meet him as he entered. A round table, huh? Guess it suits you, Rayiser. Always playing at being noble and mysterious. Glad you approve, Shiki, Rayiser said. I wasn't sure if it was dramatic enough for you. Shiki grinned. I'd have gone with a floating table myself, but hey, you do you. Yubelina followed shortly after, her elegant stride a contrast to the chaotic energy of the room. She glanced around at the assembled legends and sighed. You could have at least waited until the meeting started before turning this into a circus. Finally, the remaining admirals Akainu, Kyuzan, Green Bull, and Fujitora arrived. Akainu's stern presence immediately quieted the room, though Kyuzan's lazy smirk did its best to counteract it. Are we here to talk or just exchange jokes? Akainu growled, taking his seat. Both, Kyuzan replied, slipping into his chair with a relaxed sigh. It's good for morale. Green Bull grinned as he leaned back, vines curling lazily around his seat. This is definitely the most colorful group I've ever seen. Fujitora nodded politely, his cane sword tapping lightly against the floor. It seems we've gathered quite the council. The plan unveiled. Rayiser stood, his golden eyes sweeping over the assembled group. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of pride. This was his T-Man unstoppable force that would shape the future of the Shadowed Cliffs. Thank you all for coming, Rayiser began, his voice calm but firm. We've achieved much already. The Shadowed Cliffs are no longer just a fortress, they are the foundation of an empire. But if we're going to build something lasting, we need more than strength. We need structure. He gestured to the table. This is the Knights of the Round Table. Each of you will take on a specific role, overseeing a critical aspect of our empire. Together, we'll ensure that our territory thrives, and that no one can challenge us. The room fell silent for a moment before Roger broke it. Wait, so does that make you King Arthur? Should we start calling you that? Rayiser sighed. No, Roger. Just no. Assigning roles. Rayiser pointed to Garp and Sengoku. Garp, Sengoku, you'll oversee our defense and troop training. Garp, I want our troops tough enough to stand against mid-level devils without flinching. Sengoku, you'll handle discipline and strategy. Bahaha. Garp roared. No problem. I'll whip them into shape in no time. A few punches should do it. Sengoku frowned. Punching isn't a training strategy, Garp. It's worked for me. Garp countered, laughing harder. Rayiser moved on quickly, before Sengoku could argue. Akainu, Kyuzan, Green Bull, Fujitore all lead our elite units. Each of you has unique strengths, and I expect you to use them to train troops that can match even high-level devils. Akainu nodded, his expression hard. Consider it done. I'll ensure they're disciplined and ready for war. Great, Kyuzan said, yawning. I'll make sure they don't get too uptight. Green Bull smirked. And I'll handle the ones who don't cut it. Fujitore's tone was calm but firm. Strength and purpose must go hand in hand. I'll make sure they understand both. Rayiser turned to Yubelina and Beckman. Yubelina, you'll continue overseeing our trade and diplomacy. Beckman, you'll assist her. Your combined expertise will keep our alliances strong. Beckman raised an eyebrow. So I'm her assistant now. Yubelina shot him a sharp look. Unless you'd rather negotiate with Naga queens yourself. Beckman chuckled, raising his hands. Fair point. Rayiser addressed Roger and Shiki next. Roger, you'll lead our expansion efforts. Shiki, you'll assist him. I want new territory secured without drawing unnecessary attention. Roger grinned. Who says we can't make a little noise? Shiki laughed. I'm with him. Subtlety's overrated. Finally, Rayiser turned to Whitebeard and Myhawk. Whitebeard, you'll serve as my advisor, guiding our long-term strategy. Myhawk, you'll focus on analyzing threats and opportunities. Whitebeard nodded. You've got ambition, Rayiser. I'll make sure it doesn't blind you. Myhawk smirked faintly. And I'll make sure nothing catches us off guard. Final words. With the roles assigned, Rayiser stepped back, his golden eyes burning with determination. This isn't just a council. This is the heart of our empire. Each of you brings something unique to the table, and together, we're unstoppable. The underworld will come to respect and fear the name of the Shadowed Cliffs and the Knights of the Round. Roger clapped his hands. Alright, speeches are done. When do we start conquering stuff? Rayiser chuckled. Soon, Roger. Soon. As the meeting ended, the room filled with banter and laughter, the camaraderie of the peerage as unshakable as their combined strength. And so, the Knights of the Round Table began their work, united under Rayiser Phoenix's Vis Iona force that would change the underworld forever. This casual and interactive version of Chapter 18 adds humor and personality to the characters while maintaining the strategic focus. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to expand or adjust. 19, Chapter 19, Bridging the Sky. The day had been long, the journey arduous, but Rayiser Phoenix knew the effort was necessary. High above the mortal plane, hidden among the clouds, lay the sky kingdom of the Garudesa realm of isolationists who valued their freedom above all else. Rayiser leaned against the side of his private jet, looking out at the thick blanket of clouds below. Unlike his previous dealings with the Naga, who were pragmatic and trade-savvy, the Garudas were an entirely different challenge. Their pride and self-sufficiency made them wary of outsiders, and rumors of their discontent with his partnership with the Naga made their cooperation vital. Still think this is worth it? Yubelina asked, seated across from him with a file of documents in her lap. She'd been reviewing trade reports to ensure they were ready for any questions the Garudas might throw at them. Rayiser nodded, his golden eyes steady. The Garudas aren't just a potential Alitheria cornerstone. If they view us as a threat or a problem, it could destabilize the entire region. The Naga alliance was hard-won, but without the Garuda's trust, it's incomplete. Yubelina raised an eyebrow. And what makes you think they'll trust us? They've spent centuries avoiding everyone else. Because they know we're here to talk, not impose, Rayiser said calmly. And if they don't, we'll make them understand. A loud snort interrupted their conversation as Garp entered the cabin, carrying a plate piled high with sandwiches. Bahaha, talking's all well and good, but if they give us too much trouble, I'll knock some sense into their feathered heads. Yubelina sighed, rubbing her temple. Garp, we're trying to build an alliance, not start a war. Garp grinned, unbothered. A little brawl never hurt anyone. Rayiser couldn't help but chuckle. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. The Sky Kingdom. The journey to the Sky Kingdom was unlike anything Rayiser had experienced. The Garudas maintained no portals or conventional means of transportation to their domain. Instead, Rayiser and his team relied on enchanted phoenix fire, a magic that allowed them to ascend into the sky under their own power. As they emerged from the thick cloud cover, the Sky Kingdom revealed itself a sprawling city of crystalline towers and floating platforms that defied gravity. Massive golden structures glinted in the sunlight, and flocks of Garudas darted through the sky, their majestic wings reflecting hues of gold, bronze, and silver. Beautiful, Yubelina said softly, her usual composed demeanor giving way to genuine awe. Not bad, Garp said, shielding his eyes from the bright light. Though it's got nothing on those sky islands I used to visit. Now those were wild. Rayiser landed lightly on one of the floating platforms, his golden flames dissipating around him. He glanced at the group of Garuda guards who had arrived to greet them. Their sharp eyes and imposing wings made it clear they were not here to exchange pleasantries. One of the guards, a tall Garuda with bronze-tipped feathers, stepped forward. Lord Phoenix, the elders are expecting you. Follow us. Rayiser nodded, gesturing for Yubelina and Garp to follow. The Council of Elders. The council chamber was a massive, open space designed to highlight the Garuda's affinity for the skies. Instead of walls, the chamber was surrounded by towering columns that supported a ceiling carved with intricate patterns of wings and stars. The wind flowed freely through the room, carrying with it a sense of calm and weightlessness. Seated in a semicircle were the 5 Garuda elders, each radiating an aura of wisdom and authority. At the center was Elder Suparna, his golden plumage glowing faintly in the sunlight. His sharp, hawk-like eyes fixed on Rayiser with a mix of curiosity and caution. Lord Phoenix, Suparna began, his voice deep and commanding. We have heard much about you and your ventures. Speak, and tell us why you have come to our skies. Rayiser stepped forward, his movements measured and respectful. Elders of the Garuda Council, I come seeking understanding. My alliance with the Naga was forged in mutual respect and shared benefit, but I have heard whispers that it may have caused unease here in your kingdom. I wish to address any concerns directly and build a foundation of trust between us. Suparna's feathers ruffled slightly, a subtle sign of agitation. You align yourself with the Naga, yet you seek trust with us. The Naga are known for their cunning and their territorial nature. Do you not see how this partnership might be viewed as a threat to the balance of the region? Another elder, her feathers tinged with green and blue, tilted her head. You speak of trust, Lord Phoenix, but actions speak louder than words. What is it you truly seek from us? Rayiser's tone remained calm. I seek an alliance that benefits us both. The Garudas are known for their speed, their wisdom, and their unmatched knowledge of the skies. Your isolation has kept you strong, but it has also kept you separate from the changes happening in the world below. I offer partnership resources, trade, and cooperation that will ensure your kingdom thrives in the years to come. Resistance and counterpoints. Suparna leaned forward, his golden eyes narrowing. And what do you gain from this partnership, Lord Phoenix? Do not claim altruism. We are not fools. Rayiser allowed himself a small smile. You're right, this isn't altruism. I'm building an empire, and I need strong allies. The Naga are part of that vision, and so are you. But unlike others who might seek to control you, I offer you freedom to decide your role. I respect your sovereignty. The green-hued elder spoke again, her tone skeptical. Sovereignty is precious to us. If we align with you, what guarantees do we have that we won't become pawns in your larger plans? Ubelina, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. Forgive my interruption, elders, but I believe you misunderstand Lord Phoenix's intent. His alliances are built on mutual respect, not dominance. The Naga have retained full control over their territories and decisions. Why would you expect anything different? Suparna's gaze shifted to Ubelina, his expression unreadable. And yet, you come here with words alone. Words are fleeting. Trust is earned through action. The challenge. The tension in the room was palpable as Suparna straightened. There is a region beyond our King-Domain area of contested skies, plagued by rogue creatures and chaos. Clear it for us. Drive out the threats and stabilize the area. Do this, and we will consider your proposal. Garp let out a low chuckle, cracking his knuckles. Finally, something I can work with. I was getting bored of all this talking. Ubelina shot him a sharp look. Garp, please. Rayiser nodded. Very well. We'll handle this task. Once the skies are clear, I trust we can finalize our partnership. Suparna inclined his head slightly. We shall see. Securing the contested skies. The contested skies were as dangerous as the Garudas had warned. Turbulent winds and rogue supernatural creatures turned the region into a battlefield. Wyverns screeched through the air, their claws raking at anything in their path, while massive sky serpents coiled and struck with deadly precision. Rayiser led the charge, his cursed blade Shodai Kaititsu slicing through enemies with ease. His phoenix flames blazed across the skies, stabilizing the winds and clearing paths for his team. Garp, true to form, turned the battle into a spectacle. His haki-coated fist sent wyverns spiraling to the ground, and his booming laugh echoed through the air. Bahaha, these overgrown lizards don't stand a chance. Ubelina, her mastery of the soul fruit on full display, created spectral homies to trap and disorient the serpents. Her precise coordination kept the group moving efficiently. By the time the last creature was driven away, the skies were calm, and the once chaotic region had been cleared. A new alliance. When Rayiser and his team returned to the Sky Kingdom, the elders were waiting. Suparna stepped forward, his expression more thoughtful than before. You have completed the task, he said. The skies are clear, and your strength is evident. But strength alone does not earn trust. Rayiser met his gaze. I understand. That's why I offer more than strength. I offer a partnership built on respect and mutual benefit. Together, we can ensure your kingdom remains strong and secure, without compromising your freedom. The green-hued elder glanced at Suparna before speaking softly. Freedom is precious to us. If we align with you, it must be on equal terms. Rayiser nodded. And it will be. This is not about dominance, it's about building something greater together. After a long pause, Suparna finally inclined his head. Very well. The Sky Kingdom will join your alliance. But do not betray our trust, Lord Phoenix. There will be no forgiveness. Rayiser smiled faintly. Understood. Let's create a future worth remembering. Moving forward. As Rayiser and his team departed the Sky Kingdom, the alliance with the Garudas secured, he felt a sense of accomplishment. This went smoother than I expected, Yubelina remarked, her tone relieved. Garp grinned. Bahaha, smooth. I barely got to stretch my arms. Rayiser chuckled. Don't worry, Garp. There'll be more challenges ahead. This is just the beginning. And with that, the rising phoenix continued his journey, one step closer to building the empire he envisioned. This expanded version of Chapter 19 adds more detail, natural dialogue, and character interactions to make the negotiation process feel more realistic and grounded. Let me know if further adjustments are needed. 20. Chapter 20. A Day of an Old Man. Garp's Day. Garp woke up before dawn, as he always did. He stretched his massive frame, the creak of his joints a reminder that, despite being at his physical prime as a devil in this new life, he was still a man who'd lived countless battles. Old habits die hard, and so did his love for starting the day with the simplest of pleasures. His quarters in the shadowed cliffs fortress were far less extravagant than those of the others. Rayiser had offered him a grand suite, but Garp had laughed in his face. What do I need with all that fluff? Just give me a bed, a roof, and a punching bag, and I'm good. Now, his room was exactly a sparse chamber with a sturdy bed, a few mismatched chairs, and a punching bag reinforced with devil-grade materials. Today was no different. Garp donned a plain tunic and headed for his favorite spot, the open-air training grounds near the cliffs. He loved the sound of the ocean crashing far below, the fresh morning air biting at his skin, and the sight of the red skies gradually brightening with light. Bahaha, another day to whip some weaklings into shape. He boomed to no one in particular, already throwing punches into the air. His fists created shockwaves that sent dust flying. Thoughts on training Rayiser. Garp's thoughts often wandered during his early morning routines, and today was no different. His mind settled on Rayiser, the kid he'd been training since the boy was barely old enough to stand on his own. At first, Garp hadn't known what to make of him. Reincarnation into this strange world had been jarring enough, but finding himself bound to a young devil with big golden eyes and an even bigger attitude? That had been unexpected. 4 years old, and already trying to boss me around, Garp muttered with a smirk as he threw another punch. Kid had guts, I'll give him that. What struck Garp most about Rayiser, though, was his work ethic. It wasn't something Garp had seen often among devils, who tended to rely too heavily on their natural power and status. But Rayiser was different. He trained relentlessly, pushing himself far beyond what anyone expected. That kid's a maniac, Garp said aloud, laughing. But he's my kind of maniac. Interacting with the troops. As the sun rose higher, the shadowed cliffs came alive with activity. Garp made his way to the main training grounds, where dozens of troops were already assembled. Most were mid-level devils, sweating under the weight of their morning drills. The moment Garp arrived, the atmosphere shifted. Straighten up, you lazy bums. Garp barked, his voice like a cannon blast. You call that training? My grandma punches harder than that. The troops scrambled to line up, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. They'd learned quickly that Garp wasn't one to tolerate half-hearted effort. One recruit, braver or stupider than the rest, muttered under his breath, doesn't he ever take a day off? Garp's sharp ears caught it instantly. He strode over to the recruit, looming over him like a mountain. What was that, kid? You got something to say? The recruit gulped. And no, sir. Good. Garp grinned, clapping the recruit on the shoulder so hard that the poor devil nearly face-planted. Because if you've got energy to talk, you've got energy to train. Now drop and give me 100. As the recruit dropped to the ground, Garp turned to the rest of the troops. The rest of you, too. Let's see some spirit. Conversations with Yubelina. Later in the day, Garp found himself wandering through the fortress halls, his appetite leading him toward the dining area. Along the way, he bumped into Yubelina, who was engrossed in a stack of reports as usual. Hey, Yubelina. Garp called out, his booming voice startling her so much that she nearly dropped her papers. Garp, she said, glaring at him. Must you always shout? Bahaha, what's the fun in being quiet? Garp replied, slapping her on the back hard enough to make her stumble forward. What's got you so buried in work this time? Yubelina sighed, smoothing her papers. Trade reports. The Naga shipments are behind schedule again, and the Garudas are asking for updates on their supply routes. Garp scratched his head. Sounds like a pain. Why don't you let the kid deal with it? Because Lord Rayiser already has a mountain of responsibilities, Yubelina said, her tone sharp. Not that you'd understand what that's like. Garp laughed. Hey, I've got responsibilities. I'm the one turning this bunch of softies into soldiers, remember? Yubelina shook her head but couldn't hide a small smile. Yes, yes. You're indispensable, Garp. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. Sure, Garp said, waving her off. Don't work too hard, or you'll end up like Sengoku. Reflection on the peerage. As the day wound down, Garp found himself back at his training ground, this time observing some of the other members of the peerage. Mihawk was sparring with Roger, their clash of blades a dazzling display of precision and power. Shiki lounged nearby, his golden swords floating lazily beside him as he heckled the two swordsmen. Come on, Roger. Even I could do better than that. Shut it, Shiki. Roger yelled back, grinning as he parried my hawk strike. Watching them, Garp felt a strange sense of pride. He'd never admit it out loud, but being part of this group, this family, really wasn't so bad. His thoughts drifted back to Rayiser again. The kid had built something remarkable, something that went beyond power and ambition. Rayiser had brought together a group of legends, each with their own quirks and egos, and turned them into a cohesive unit. He's got a good head on his shoulders, Garp muttered. Even if he's a little too serious sometimes. Evening with Rayiser. Later that night, Garp found Rayiser sitting on the balcony of the fortress, staring out at the crimson horizon. A bottle of wine sat on the table beside him, untouched. Garp pulled up a chair and plopped down with a heavy sigh. You know, kid, you could learn to relax once in a while. Rayiser glanced at him, a faint smile on his lips. I'll relax when I've achieved what I set out to do. And when will that be? Garp asked, pouring himself a glass of wine without waiting for permission. Rayiser shrugged. When the shadowed cliffs are secure. When my peerage is strong enough to face any threat. When I've built something that lasts. Garp took a long drink, then set the glass down with a loud clink. You've already done more than most devils your age. Hell, you've done more than most devils, period. But don't let all that ambition burn you out. I won't, Rayiser said, his tone quiet but firm. But I can't afford to stop now. There's too much at stake. Garp studied him for a moment, then leaned back with a grin. You remind me of me, you know that. Stubborn as hell, always pushing yourself to the limit. But you've got something I didn't have when I was younger. What's that? Focus. You don't just fight for the sake of fighting. You've got a vision, a reason for everything you do. That's rare, kid. Don't lose it. Rayiser nodded, his smile growing a little warmer. Thanks, Garp. That means a lot. Bahaha. Don't get all sentimental on me now, Garp said, draining his glass. Come on, let's find something to eat. I'm starving. As the two of them headed back inside, the fortress seemed quieter, more peaceful. For all the chaos and responsibility, moments like this reminded Garp why he stayed. The kid had heart. And for all his gruffness, Garp couldn't help but be proud of him. This chapter provides a slice-of-life perspective from Garp, showcasing his interactions with the other characters and his reflections on Rayiser's growth. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 21, Chapter 21, The Flying Admiral's Reflection. 21, Chapter 21, The Flying Admiral's Reflection. Mornings in the shadowed cliffs were supposed to be peaceful, but Shiki always found a way to make them his own brand of chaos. Perched on a floating platform just off the fortress's edge, Shiki puffed on his cigar and stared out at the crimson sky. His golden swords hovered lazily at his side, slicing small patterns into the air. Another day in this upside-down devil world, he muttered, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Still beats rotting in that prison. Shiki stretched, cracking his neck as he leaned back on his imaginary chair of gravity-controlled air. If anyone looked at him, they'd think he was taking this new life in stride. And, well, mostly he was. But every now and then, those pesky thoughts of his old life crept in. Back when I ruled the seas. Pirate King, my ass, Shiki said to no one, twirling his cigar between his fingers. He didn't hate Roger not entirely, anyway. He respected the guy. But damn it, did that old fool know how to ruin a perfectly good plan. Shiki thought back to their legendary clash in the Ed War. He'd had everything, a massive fleet, a solid strategy, and a devilishly handsome captain leading the charge. And then some random storm decided to show up and ruin it all. You can fight the Pirate King, but you can't fight the damn weather, Shiki muttered. And then there was Straw Hat Luffy, little punk who'd put an end to Shiki's big comeback. Oh, Shiki remembered that fight vividly. Luffy had been all grins and optimism, bouncing around like a rubber ball while spouting nonsense about friendship and dreams. He was just a kid, Shiki grumbled. How the hell did a kid beat me? The answer, of course, was that Shiki had been too cocky, too stuck in the past. But hey, he wasn't bitter. Okay, maybe a little. Waking up here. When Shiki had first woken up in this world, he thought he was hallucinating. Devils, magic, castles in the sky. It was like someone had smashed together all the weirdest parts of his old world and turned the dial up to 11. Then Rayiser had shown up. Shiki still laughed when he thought about their first meeting. The kid had strutted in, all sharp suits and golden eyes, and tried to recruit him like he was selling some fancy product. I'm offering you freedom, Shiki, Rayiser had said, dead serious. Freedom. Shiki had replied, leaning back on a floating sword. Kid, I'm already floating in the air. How much freer can I get? But the kid didn't back down. He'd talked about empires, legacies, and a bunch of other things Shiki didn't care about at the time. What had eventually sold Shiki was the promise of something Newa chance to make a mark in a world that hadn't already written him off as ancient history. Well, that and the fact that he had snacks, Shiki said with a chuckle, flicking ash off his cigar. Never say no to free snacks. Life in the Shadowed Cliffs. It didn't take long for Shiki to settle into his new life. The Shadowed Cliffs were actually pretty great, lots of space to fly around, plenty of strong opponents to spar with, and, most importantly, no one telling him what to do. Well, except Rayiser. The kid was a perfectionist, always planning, always training, always thinking. Shiki didn't mind the ambition, it reminded him of himself back in the day, but he couldn't resist poking fun at Rayiser whenever he got too serious. "Hey, kid." Shiki had called once during one of Rayiser's strategy meetings. "Why don't you take a break and join me for a midday nap? It's good for the brain." Rayiser had given him one of those looks, the kind that said, "I can't believe I have to deal with you." "No thanks, Shiki," Rayiser had replied. "Some of us actually have work to do." "Suit yourself," Shiki had said with a grin, floating out of the room. "Don't come crying to me when you burn out." The Peerage Circus. Shiki had to admit, the Peerage was an entertaining bunch. Garp was loud and hilarious, always looking for an excuse to punch something. Mihawk was the opposite, quiet, brooding, and way too serious about swordsmanship. And then there was Roger. Oh, how Shiki loved messing with Roger. "Come on, Roger," Shiki would taunt during their sparring matches. "You call that a swing? Even my floating rocks could do better." "Shut up, Shiki." Roger would yell back, grinning like an idiot. "At least I'm not using cheap tricks." "Cheap tricks?" Shiki would laugh. "My gravity powers are art, you buffoon." Despite the banter, Shiki genuinely enjoyed their matches. Roger was unpredictable, which made every fight a challenge. And when Shiki wasn't sparring, he liked watching the others train. Seeing Rayiser's vision slowly come to life was satisfying, in a way. Thoughts on Rayiser. Shiki leaned back on his platform, staring up at the endless sky. His thoughts drifted, unbidden, to the young devil who'd brought him here. "Kid's got guts," Shiki said aloud. "I'll give him that." Rayiser reminded Shiki of Roger in some ways, calm under pressure, endlessly determined, and way too good at rallying people to his side. But Rayiser wasn't Roger. The kid didn't fight for freedom or adventure, he fought for something bigger, something Shiki didn't fully understand yet. "An empire, huh?" Shiki muttered, puffing on his cigar. Big dreams for a kid. What impressed Shiki the most, though, was Rayiser's work ethic. The kid trained harder than anyone else in the peerage, pushing himself to his limits every single day. It was almost inspiring. "Almost," Shiki said with a smirk. "Let's not get carried away." A new ambition. For years, Shiki had believed his dreams died with him in his old world. But being here, surrounded by legends and driven by Rayiser's vision, had reignited something in him. He didn't want to rule anymore. That part of his life was over. But he did want to leave a mark on this world, to prove to himself and everyone else that the Golden Lion wasn't done yet. "Maybe I'll build a floating city," Shiki mused, grinning at the thought. "Show these devils what real creativity looks like." Evening banter. As the day wound down, Shiki floated into the common hall, where most of the peerage had gathered. Garp was busy recounting some ridiculous training story, while Mihawk quietly sipped his wine in a corner. Rayiser sat at the head of the table, surrounded by papers as usual. Shiki grinned and floated over. "Still working, kid?" he asked, leaning on one of his golden swords. Rayiser didn't look up. "What do you want, Shiki?" "Just checking in," Shiki said, smirking. "You know, making sure you haven't turned into a statue from all that sitting." Rayiser sighed but couldn't hide a faint smile. "If you're here to distract me, it's not working." "Distract you? Never," Shiki said, laughing. "Just keeping you grounded." Ironically. As Shiki floated back to his seat, he glanced around the room and felt a rare sense of contentment. For all the madness and ambition, this place felt right. "Kid's got something special," Shiki muttered, lighting another cigar. "Might as well stick around and see where it goes." And for the first time in a long time, Shiki wasn't just floating aimlessly. He was moving forward. This version of Chapter 21 is more casual, humorous, and lighthearted while maintaining Shiki's reflections and character depth. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to tweak. 22 Chapter 22 The Secretary's Contemplation. 22 Chapter 22 The Secretary's Contemplation. The shadowed cliffs had become a fortress not just of stone and fire but of power, raw, unmatched power. As Yubelina walked through the grand hallways, her mind was heavy with thoughts about the extraordinary group she had found herself a part of. The peerage was unlike any other in the history of Devil Society. Its members weren't just strong, they were legends. And as Rayiser Phoenix's secretary, Yubelina was more aware than anyone of what that meant. "Power unchecked is dangerous," she muttered under her breath as she made her way to the strategy room, her violet eyes scanning the reports she held. "And we're sitting on a powder keg. A peerage of titans." Yubelina sat at her desk, sipping a cup of spiced tea as she reviewed the latest training reports. Each document was a testament to the staggering power of the peerage. Garp, Whitebeard, Roger, and Sengoku Peerage's titans were all peak Satan class, a level of strength that most devils could only dream of achieving. Each of them had enough raw power to destroy entire cities without breaking a sweat. Then there were the middle tier of the peerage: Akainu, Kyuzan, Fujitora, Green Bull, Beckman, and Shiki. They ranged from low to mid-Satan class, but even they were far beyond the strength of most devils. And, of course, Rayiser himself. Though still in his late teens, his mid-ultimate class power was climbing steadily, and his mastery over both magic and combat meant he could easily hold his own against high-class devils. Lastly, there was Yubelina herself. She was no weakling, having reached high-class devil level after years of training, but she couldn't help but feel like a mere spark among blazing infernos when compared to the rest of the group. She set down her tea and sighed, the weight of her thoughts pressing on her. What if it all went wrong? Eubelina wasn't prone to paranoia, but the thought had crossed her mind more than once: what would happen if the peerage turned on itself? She pictured it in her head, a clash of titans that would tear the shadowed cliffs apart. Garp and Whitebeard would be at the center of it, their earth-shaking blows causing the ground to crumble beneath them. Garp's monstrous fists would clash with Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi, creating shockwaves that could shatter mountains. Roger and Sengoku wouldn't be far behind. Roger's unpredictable fighting style, combined with his conqueror's haki, would wreak havoc, while Sengoku's golden Buddha form would tower above the battlefield, radiating overwhelming force. Then there were the admirals. Akainu's magma would burn everything in its path, while Kyuzen's ice would freeze entire sections of the battlefield. Fujitora's gravity powers would turn the skies into a war zone, and Green Bull's vines would engulf everything in a chaotic, living maze. And Shiki Eubelina shuddered at the thought of Shiki's gravity powers letting loose. The entire fortress could be ripped from the ground and sent into the stratosphere if he felt like it. The scariest part, though, wasn't just their power, it was their personalities. Garp and Roger are loose cannons, she muttered, tapping her pen against her notebook. Shiki's unpredictable, Akainu's too rigid, and even Mihawk can be terrifying when he's serious. She sighed again, leaning back in her chair. If they ever went mad, it wouldn't just be the shadowed cliffs. The entire underworld could fall. Thoughts on each peerage member. Eubelina decided to clear her head by jotting down her thoughts on each member. Perhaps putting them on paper would help her make sense of things. Garp is overwhelming. He's loud, he's brash, and he has zero concept of subtlety. But for all his chaos, he's loyal to Rayiser in his own way. His strength is unmatched, and his training methods, though insane, get results. Still, his love for a good brawl makes him unpredictable. If he ever decided to fight for real, I'm not sure anyone could stop him. Whitebeard. Whitebeard is the opposite of Garp in many ways. Calm, wise, and almost fatherly. He's the anchor of the peerage, the one who keeps the rest of the titans grounded. But his strength, it's terrifying. The Gura Gura no Mi is a power that can destroy worlds. Thankfully, Whitebeard seems content to use it sparingly. Gold Roger. Roger is a wild card. He's charming and fun, but also completely reckless. His conqueror's haki is on a level I can't even comprehend, and his energy seems endless. He's the kind of person who could laugh his way through a battlefield, but that makes him dangerous too. You never quite know what he's thinking. Sengoku. Sengoku is the strategist. He's the one I'd trust to lead an army, but he's also a strict disciplinarian. His golden Buddha form is awe-inspiring, and his experience makes him invaluable. I think he's one of the few who can keep Garp and Roger in check most of the time. Akainu, he's intense. His belief in justice is unwavering, and while that's admirable, it's also a bit concerning. He's not the kind to compromise, and his magma fruit makes him a force of nature. I respect his strength, but I wouldn't want to be on his bad side. Kyuzen is almost the opposite of Akainu, lazy, relaxed, and much more approachable. But beneath that exterior is someone incredibly sharp and powerful. His ice abilities are beautiful and terrifying all at once. He's calm under pressure, which makes him a great asset. Fujitora is the voice of reason. He's kind and compassionate, even in the middle of chaos. His gravity powers are subtle but devastating when used to their full potential. I think he's one of the few who truly understands balance both in battle and in life. Green Bull is complicated. He's confident, sometimes overly so, and his nature-based powers are as unpredictable as his personality. He's dangerous, but there's also a strange charm to him. I just wish he'd take things a little more seriously sometimes. Shiki is a menace. He's constantly floating around, making snide comments, and generally causing trouble. But his Fuwa no Mi is incredible. He could destroy the entire fortress if he wanted to, and that's not an exaggeration. I just hope Rayiser keeps him entertained enough to prevent that. Mihawk is sharp in every sense of the word. He's quiet, precise, and focused. His swordsmanship is unparalleled, and his presence alone commands respect. He's the kind of person you'd want on your side in a crisis, but his detached demeanor makes him hard to read. And lastly, Beckman. That man is just mysterious. Among all of the monsters Rayiser has created, he only chooses him as his queen piece when he has such incredibly strong people. In normal days I couldn't even sense his existence, as if he never existed, but he is there watching everyone in shadow and calculating everyone and everything. Her thoughts on Rayiser. Eubelina set her pen down and leaned back in her chair, staring at the ceiling. Then there's Rayiser, she said softly. The one who brought all of this together. Rayiser was still young, but his determination and vision were beyond his years. He wasn't just leading a peerage, he was building something entirely new, something that could rival the four great Satans themselves. He's brilliant, but he's also human, Eubelina muttered. He works so hard to keep everything together, but I wonder, does he ever feel the weight of it all? Her biggest fear wasn't that Rayiser would fail. It was that he would succeed, only to find himself alone at the top. Final thoughts. Eubelina picked up her tea and took a long sip, letting the warmth calm her nerves. This peerage is terrifying, she admitted to herself. But it's also incredible. Rayiser has brought together legends, and somehow, he's made them work as a team. She smiled faintly, setting down her cup. As long as he's at the center of it, I think we'll be okay. But deep down, Yabelina knew that the line between order and chaos was razor-thin. All it would take was one spark to turn the shadowed cliffs into a battlefield, and she prayed that day would never come. This chapter explores Yabelina's thoughts on the peerage, their powers, and the potential dangers of their overwhelming strength. Let me know if you'd like further expansions or adjustments. 23, Chapter 23, The First Mate's Perspective. 23, Chapter 23, The First Mate's Perspective. The sun dipped low over the shadowed cliffs, casting long shadows across the fortress. Ben Beckman leaned against the balcony railing outside his chambers, a cigar resting between his fingers. The soft breeze carried the faint scent of salt and earth from the cliffs below, but Beckman wasn't paying attention to the scenery. His sharp eyes were fixed on the peerage members training in the courtyard below. Even from this distance, their sheer power was unmistakable. Damn, he muttered, exhaling a plume of smoke. This group could topple empires. No wonder the kids got half the underworld scared of him already. Reflections on the peerage. Beckman had been around long enough to recognize strength when he saw it, and Rayiser's peerage was overflowing with it. Each member was a titan in their own right, and the way they worked together most of the time, at least, was nothing short of miraculous. He began mentally running through the roster, evaluating each member's power and personality. Garp. Old man Garp, Beckman thought with a smirk. If raw power was all that mattered, he'd be king of the world by now. Garp was a living legend, even in this new world. His punches could level mountains, and his sheer willpower was enough to make most opponents think twice. But what impressed Beckman the most was Garp's stamina. He's been training troops all day, Beckman muttered, watching Garp bark orders at a group of recruits below. And he'll probably still be throwing punches until midnight. Guy's a monster. Still, Garp's unpredictable personality was both a strength and a liability. His love for a good fight sometimes outweighed his common sense, but his loyalty to Rayiser was absolute. Whitebeard, the old man with the world in his hands, Beckman thought, watching the towering figure stride through the courtyard. Even now, Whitebeard's presence was enough to command respect. The way he carried himself, the way his eyes seemed to see straight through you, it was no wonder he'd been called the strongest man in the world. And that damn quake power of his, Beckman muttered, taking another drag from his cigar. If he let loose, there wouldn't be much left of this fortress. But unlike Garp, Whitebeard had a calming presence. He was the kind of man who could anchor the chaos around him, keeping the peerage grounded even in the face of disaster. Gold, Roger. Beckman chuckled to himself as his eyes landed on Roger, who was busy sparring with Mihawk. Roger, Beckman thought. Reckless, loud, and probably the most fun guy in the room. Roger's unpredictability made him both a joy and a headache to deal with. He fought like a storm, wild, unrelenting, and impossible to contain. But what truly set Roger apart was his spirit. Even now, you can tell he's having the time of his life, Beckman mused. He's like a kid who never grew up, and honestly, that's not a bad thing. Sengoku, on the other hand, is all business, Beckman thought, watching the former fleet admiral oversee a training session with a clipboard in hand. Sengoku was the strategist, the one who could see 10 steps ahead. His golden Buddha form was a testament to his power, but it was his mind that Beckman respected most. Someone's gotta keep Garp and Roger in line, Beckman thought with a smirk. And Sengoku's probably the only one who can do it without losing his mind. The admirals Akainu, Kyuzan, Fujitora, and Greenbull were a league of their own. Each brought something unique to the table, and their combined presence was enough to make even the most powerful devils think twice before challenging the shadowed cliffs. Akainu was pure intensity. His belief in justice and order translated into relentless determination in battle. Beckman respected his unwavering discipline, but it came with a downside. He's like a magma volcano waiting to erupt, Beckman thought, watching Akainu pace the courtyard, molten droplets falling from his fists and sizzling against the ground. Good thing he's on our side. If he ever went rogue, the cleanup would be a nightmare. In stark contrast, Kyuzan exuded an almost infuriating calmness. Where Akainu burned, Kyuzan froze literally and figuratively. He was lounging against a tree on the edge of the training field, casually flipping a chunk of ice in his hand. Kyuzan's the kind of guy who'll nap through a war and wake up just in time to win it, Beckman mused. Cool under pressure, sharp as hell, but you can never tell what he's really thinking. Fujitora was perhaps the most grounded of the admirals. His gravity powers were as overwhelming as they were elegant, but it was his moral compass that stood out to Beckman. He fights with a purpose, Beckman thought. Doesn't waste energy on grudges or posturing. If more people fought like him, maybe the world wouldn't need so many wars. Then there was Green Bull, the wild card of the group. His nature-based powers were as chaotic as his personality. Beckman watched him summon a tangle of vines to trap a group of recruits, laughing as they struggled to free themselves. He's cocky, but he backs it up, Beckman thought. I just wish he'd take things a little more seriously. He's got potential to be even scarier than Akainu if he ever channels that energy the right way. Shiki, the mad genius. Then there was Shiki, the golden lion. Beckman chuckled as he watched Shiki float lazily in the air, directing a few recruits to practice evasive maneuvers against his gravity-controlled rocks. Shiki's the kind of guy you either love or hate, Beckman thought. Lucky for us, he seems to like being here. Shiki's powers were as unpredictable as his personality. His ability to manipulate gravity made him an absolute nightmare to fight, and his cocky attitude only added to his mystique. He's like the crazy uncle at a family gathering, Beckman mused, always stirring the pot, but deep down, he cares. Probably. My hawk, the silent edge. My hawk, as usual, was quiet and focused, his sharp gaze fixed on his sparring match with Roger. His movements were precise, each strike calculated and deliberate. Even when Roger threw in his usual chaotic flair, my hawk didn't falter. He's the polar opposite of Roger, Beckman thought, watching the two clash. No wasted effort, no unnecessary moves. Everything he does is razor-sharp literally. My hawk wasn't just a swordsman, he was a master craftsman of battle. His detached demeanor could be intimidating, but it also meant he was the kind of person you could always count on to deliver in a fight. That guy's the ultimate insurance policy, Beckman mused, taking another drag from his cigar. If anyone ever manages to get past the rest of us, my hawk will make sure they regret it. Yubelina, the strategist. Beckman's gaze drifted to Yubelina, who stood on the sidelines, clipboard in hand, overseeing troop formations. Her violet eyes flicked between recruits with the precision of someone who missed nothing. She's the glue that holds this place together, Beckman thought. Without her, the kid would drown in paperwork and logistics. Yubelina wasn't a powerhouse like the rest of the peerage, but her strategic mind made her just as important. She had a knack for seeing the bigger picture, anticipating problems before they arose, and keeping everyone on track. She might not fight on the front lines, Beckman mused, but she's the reason the rest of us can. Thoughts on Rayiser. Beckman exhaled a cloud of smoke and leaned further against the railing, his thoughts turning to Rayiser Phoenix. The kid was still young by devil standards, but what he'd accomplished in such a short time was nothing short of remarkable. Kid's got guts, Beckman thought. You don't build a peerage like this by playing it safe. Rayiser's ambition reminded Beckman of someone else, Shanks. Both men were calm, confident, and capable of rallying people to their side with little more than a few well-chosen words. But there were differences, too. Shanks is a free spirit, Beckman thought. He doesn't care about ruling or building empires. Rayiser, though, he's all about control. Everything he does is part of a bigger plan. That focus was what made Rayiser so effective as a leader, but it was also what worried Beckman the most. Kid's carrying a lot on his shoulders, he thought. Too much, maybe. If he doesn't learn to let go every now and then, it could break him. Still, Beckman couldn't deny that Rayiser had built something extraordinary. The Shadowed Cliffs weren't just a fortress, they were a symbol of power, unity, and ambition. And Rayiser's peerage? It's not just the strongest crew in this world, Beckman thought with a smirk. It might be the strongest in any world. The strongest crew. Beckman's thoughts drifted back to the people he'd sailed with in his old life. Shanks, Yasop, Lucky Rux, they'd been a family, a crew bound by loyalty and friendship. Rayiser's peerage was different. It wasn't built on camaraderie so much as respect, power, and mutual goals. But in its own way, it was just as strong. This isn't a family, Beckman thought, watching the peerage members interact below. It's a machine. And every piece of it is perfectly calibrated to crush anything in its way. An unexpected visitor. As Beckman stood lost in thought, he heard footsteps approaching. Turning, he saw Rayiser walking toward him, his usual composed expression giving little away. Enjoying the view? Rayiser asked, leaning on the railing beside Beckman. Beckman smirked. Not bad, kid. You've got one hell of a team down there. Rayiser's gaze followed Beckman's to the courtyard. They're strong. Stronger than I ever imagined when I started. Strong doesn't even cover it, Beckman said, taking a drag from his cigar. You've got a peerage full of powerhouses. If they wanted to, they could take down the 4 Satans tomorrow. Rayiser chuckled softly. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Beckman glanced at him. You ever think about what happens if they don't stay in line? Rayiser's expression grew serious. Of course. Power like this is dangerous, even under the best circumstances. But I trust them. They've all got their quirks, but at the end of the day, they know what's at stake. And if they don't? Beckman asked, raising an eyebrow. Rayiser's golden eyes gleamed. Then I'll remind them. For a moment, Beckman said nothing, studying the young devil. Finally, he nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. You're not just building an empire, Beckman said. You're building a legacy. Just don't forget to enjoy it every now and then. Rayiser's lips curved into a small smile. I'll try. No promises. As Rayiser turned and walked away, Beckman leaned back against the railing, exhaling a long plume of smoke. Kid's got what it takes, he muttered. Let's just hope the rest of the world can keep up. Conclusion. As the sun set over the shadowed cliffs, Ben Beckman remained on the balcony, watching the peerage train below. His sharp mind weighed every possibility, every strength and flaw, every risk and reward. Rayiser's peerage wasn't just strong, it was a force of nature. And in the hands of someone like Rayiser, it had the potential to change the world. Strongest crew I've ever seen, Beckman thought, a smirk tugging at his lips. And maybe, just maybe, the kid's crazy enough to make it work. With that, he flicked his cigar into the wind and turned toward the fortress, ready for whatever came next. This chapter offers Ben Beckman's perspective, blending his sharp insights with his casual and pragmatic personality. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to expand or adjust. 24, Chapter 24, Zechron Neil's Gambit. 24, Chapter 24, Zechron Neil's Gambit. The Beale estate was ancient, steeped in the kind of history and power that could make even seasoned devils tread carefully. Its halls were silent, save for the faint crackle of fire in the massive hearth of the grand study. Seated in a high-backed chair of blackened oak, Zechron Beale, the patriarch of the Beale clan, swirled a glass of dark crimson wine, his thoughts heavy. He wasn't a man prone to unnecessary worry, but the name Rayiser Phoenix had been popping up far too often for his liking. Reports of the boy's meteoric rise were enough to make any cautious devil pause, and Zechron was nothing if not cautious. Too fast, too strong, Zechron murmured, his piercing silver eyes scanning the neatly arranged reports on the table before him. This child is upsetting the balance. The threat of the rising phoenix. Zechron was no stranger to the ebb and flow of power among the devil houses. For centuries, the Beale clan had carefully maintained its position, neither too ambitious nor too complacent. It was this balance that had kept them influential in the council, and Zechron intended to keep it that way. But then came Rayiser Phoenix. The boy wasn't just powerful, he was building something entirely new. The shadowed cliffs had transformed from an unremarkable territory into a bustling stronghold of trade, alliances, and military might. His peerage was another matter, entirely a collection of legends that even the oldest devil houses would envy. Whitebeard, Garp, Roger. Zechron's voice trailed off as he read through the names. Satan-class warriors, every one of them. And the boy isn't even 20 yet. It was the rapidity of Rayiser's rise that concerned Zechron most. Power was dangerous enough, but power that outpaced tradition and control? That was a wildfire. He's young, Zechron muttered, taking a sip of his wine. Ambitious. Dangerous. But not invulnerable. A plan to control power. Zechron wasn't the type to confront power directly. Wars were costly, unpredictable, and often left scars that lasted for generations. No, his strength lay in subtlety, in weaving plans so carefully that his opponents didn't realize they were trapped until it was too late. The solution, Zechron realized, was marriage. It was the perfect tool. By binding Rayiser to the Beale and Gremory families, Zechron could ensure that the boy's strength would serve their interests, not his own. And the key to this plan was Rias Gremory. Zechron allowed himself a small smile. My great-great-granddaughter. A fitting match for someone like him. Rias was young, beautiful, and undeniably powerful. More importantly, she was the younger sister of Sertz's Lucifer, one of the four great Satans. Sertz adored Rias, doting on her like a precious jewel, and his approval would all but guarantee the success of Zechron's plan. If the Devil Council approves the marriage, Zechron mused, Rayiser will have no choice but to accept. Even he wouldn't dare defy the council. Convincing the council. Zechron leaned back in his chair, formulating his approach. The Devil Council was a collection of shrewd minds, each with their own agendas. Convincing them wouldn't be easy, but Zechron had spent centuries mastering the art of persuasion. His argument was simple yet compelling. Rayiser Phoenix was a rising star, but stars could burn too brightly. A marriage to Rias Gremory would temper his ambitions, align his power with the interests of the council, and ensure stability in the underworld. It's not about control, Zechron rehearsed aloud, his tone measured. It's about harmony, about preserving the balance. He smiled to himself. The council would see the logic in his proposal. How could they not? A conversation with Rias. Before presenting his plan to the council, Zechron knew he had to secure Rias's agreement. As strong-willed as she was, Rias respected her family, and Zechron was confident he could frame the proposal in a way that appealed to her sense of duty. Great-great-grandfather, Rias greeted him warmly when she arrived at his estate, her crimson hair catching the light as she entered his study. You wanted to speak with me. Zechron gestured to the seat across from him. Rias, my dear, thank you for coming. Sit. There's something important we need to discuss. Rias raised an eyebrow but complied, folding her hands neatly in her lap. This sounds serious. It is, Zechron said, his tone somber. It concerns your future and the future of our family. Rias tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. Go on. Zechron leaned forward, his expression earnest. Rayiser Phoenix. You've heard of him, I'm sure. Of course, Rias replied. He's all anyone talks about these days. What about him? Zechron chose his words carefully. He's building something remarkable, but his strength is unprecedented. For someone so young, his influence is growing at an alarming rate. The council is watching him closely. And you think he's dangerous? Rias asked, her crimson eyes narrowing slightly. Not dangerous, Zechron corrected, but unpredictable. That's why I believe an alliance is necessary through marriage. Rias blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Marriage? You're serious? Completely, Zechron said. Rayiser is ambitious, yes, but he's also intelligent and capable. Together, the two of you could achieve greatness not just for yourselves but for the entire underworld. Rias frowned, clearly skeptical. And what if I don't want to be part of someone else's political strategy? Zekhram's expression softened. This isn't about strategy, Rias. It's about ensuring stability and protecting the balance of power. Rayiser's rise is inevitable, but with you by his side, you can shape that rise into something beneficial for all of us. Rias sat back, her mind clearly racing. Finally, she sighed. I'll think about it. That's all I ask, Zechron said with a smile, presenting the plan. With Rias's tentative agreement secured, Zechron moved quickly to present his proposal to the Devil Council. The meeting took place in a grand chamber, where the council members sat in a semicircle, their expressions varying from curious to skeptical. Zechron stood at the center, his presence commanding but not overbearing. Esteemed members of the council, he began, his voice steady. I come before you not with a demand, but with a solution. He outlined his argument with precision, emphasizing the potential benefits of the marriage and the stability it would bring to the underworld. Rayiser Phoenix is an exceptional young devil, Zechron said. But his strength, unchecked, could upset the balance. A marriage to Rias Gremory would bind him to the council's interests and ensure that his power is used responsibly. The council deliberated for hours, their voices filling the chamber with heated debate. But by the end of the session, Zechron had what he wanted, unanimous approval. Reflection and anticipation. Back at his estate, Zechron sat alone in his study, savoring a rare moment of satisfaction. The pieces were falling into place. With the council's backing, the marriage proposal was as good as done. Rayiser Phoenix, Zechron murmured, staring into his glass of wine. You've built an empire of strength, but strength alone is never enough. Soon, you'll learn the value of alliances and the price of defiance. Yet, despite his confidence, a faint sense of unease lingered in the back of Zechron's mind. Rayiser was no ordinary devil, and his peerage was a force unlike anything the underworld had ever seen. If he accepts, Zechron thought, then all is well. But if he resists, no, he wouldn't dare. Still, the thought of the rising phoenix going against the council's will was enough to send a chill through even Zechron's calculated mind. Let's hope the boy understands what's best for him, Zechron said quietly. For his sake and ours. And as the night deepened, Zechron's silver eyes glinted with the cold, calculated confidence of a man who had spent centuries bending the world to his will. This chapter dives into Zechron Beale's perspective, highlighting his calculated plans to bind Rayiser through marriage to Rias Gremory while emphasizing the political intricacies and personal motivations behind his actions. Let me know if there's anything you'd like adjusted or expanded. 25, Chapter 25, The Marriage Announcement. The shadowed cliff's fortress buzzed with its usual energy soldiers training, messengers coming and going, and the faint hum of magic that seemed to linger in every corner. Rayiser Phoenix sat in his study, his golden eyes scanning the mountain of reports on his desk. Trade agreements, military updates, diplomatic overtures, it was all part of the empire he was building. But today, the routine hum was interrupted by a sharp knock on his door. Come in, Rayiser called, setting aside a scroll he'd been reading. Ubelina entered, her usual composed expression tinged with something unreadable. She carried a sealed letter bearing the unmistakable insignia of the Devil Council. Lord Rayiser, she began, placing the letter on his desk, this just arrived. It's from the council. Rayiser raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. The Devil Council rarely involved itself in his affairs unless absolutely necessary. Breaking the seal, he unfolded the letter and began to read. It didn't take long for the message to sink in. The council's decision. The letter was concise, as council missives always were. By unanimous decision of the Devil Council, an alliance through marriage has been decreed between Lord Rayiser Phoenix and Lady Rias Gremory, to strengthen ties between the Gremory, Beale, and Phoenix clans. The marriage shall proceed at the earliest convenience, pending confirmation of the parties involved. Rayiser read the letter twice, then leaned back in his chair, his golden eyes unreadable. Well, he said calmly, that's unexpected. Ubelina frowned, clearly expecting more of a reaction. You don't seem surprised. Rayiser shrugged, folding the letter neatly. It's not surprising, really. The council's been keeping an eye on us for a while now. They see the power we're gathering, and they want to control it. Ubelina's eyes narrowed. And this is their way of doing it. Of course, Rayiser said, his tone casual. Marriage is one of the oldest tools in the Devil playbook. Bind me to the Gremory family, and they think they can temper my ambitions. Will you fight it? Ubelina asked cautiously. Rayiser shook his head. What's the point? Defying the council openly would create more problems than it solves. Besides, he leaned forward, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. If they think this will slow me down, they clearly don't know me at all. Breaking the news to the peerage. Later that day, Rayiser gathered his peerage in the Grand Hall, a space large enough to accommodate even Whitebeard's imposing presence. The room was abuzz with chatter as the group speculated about why they'd been summoned. Think he's announcing another expedition? Roger asked, grinning as he leaned on his sword. Probably some new trade deal, Shiki said, lounging on a floating rock. You know how much the kid loves his paperwork. Maybe he's finally getting rid of that awful chair, Garp added with a booming laugh, gesturing to the ornate throne at the end of the room. My hawk sighed, clearly annoyed by the noise. Quiet down. If you all keep yapping, we'll never find out. Rayiser entered the hall, his calm demeanor instantly silencing the group. His golden eyes swept across his peerage as he took his place at the head of the room. Thank you all for coming, he began. I've received an interesting message from the Devil Council today. It concerns me, but it will inevitably affect all of you as well. That caught everyone's attention. The peerage members exchanged curious glances, their focus entirely on Rayiser. The council, Rayiser continued, has decided that I should marry Rias Gremory, the younger sister of Sertsk's Lucifer. The peerage reacts. For a moment, there was silence. Then the room exploded. Bahaha. Garp's laugh was the loudest, echoing off the walls. You, getting married? That's rich. Roger grinned, his eyes sparkling with mischief. I didn't know you were the romantic type, kid. What's next? Poetry. Shiki floated closer, a sly smirk on his face. So, when's the bachelor party? I've got a few ideas involving flying islands and a lot of rum. Whitebeard chuckled, stroking his beard thoughtfully. A marriage like this isn't just personal, it's political. The council's playing a long game, Rayiser. My hawk, ever the pragmatist, simply raised an eyebrow. And what's your stance on this? Rayiser smirked, leaning against the armrest of his throne. Calm down, everyone. It's not the end of the world. This is clearly a move by the council to tie us down, but I have no intention of letting that happen. Ubelina, standing quietly to the side, finally spoke. It's a dangerous game, Lord Rayiser. Refusing the council outright would create unnecessary conflict, but accepting this marriage without a plan could undermine everything we've built. Exactly, Rayiser said, nodding. That's why we won't play by their rules. They think they're using me, but I'll make sure it's the other way around. Individual reactions. As the discussion continued, each member of the peerage voiced their thoughts on the situation. Garp slapped Rayiser on the back hard enough to make the room shake. Bahaha, don't overthink it, kid. Just roll with it. If anyone gives you trouble, we'll punch our way out of it. Roger leaned in, grinning. Do we get to meet her? I bet she's a firecracker, being Sertsk's sister and all. Bet you two will make quite the pair. Shiki smirked. You know, if this whole marriage thing gets too stuffy, just let me know. I can, accidentally, drop a mountain on the council. Problem solved. My hawk crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. Political marriages are nothing new, but they rarely end well if one party feels trapped. Make sure you're the one holding the leash, Rayiser. Whitebeard nodded sagely. This alliance could bring significant benefits, but it's not without risks. The council doesn't make moves like this lightly. Fujitora added calmly, your resolve will be tested. Be sure you know what you're fighting for before you step into this. Even Beckman, usually one of the quieter members of the group, offered his perspective. They're trying to tame you, Rayiser, but something tells me you've already thought of a way to turn this in your favor. The calm before the storm. As the peerage dispersed, Rayiser remained seated on his throne, deep in thought. Ubelina lingered behind, her expression unreadable. Do you think the council underestimated you? She asked finally. They always do, Rayiser replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. They think I'm just a young devil with too much ambition. They don't realize I've been planning for moves like this since the beginning. And Rias? Ubelina pressed. What do you think of her? Rayiser's golden eyes glinted. I've never met her, but her reputation precedes her. She's strong, independent, and highly regarded. This isn't about whether I like her, it's about whether we can work together. Ubelina nodded slowly. And if she doesn't agree with your goals? Then I'll convince her, Rayiser said simply. The council may have set the pieces on the board, but I'll decide how the game is played. As the moon rose over the shadowed cliffs, Rayiser leaned back in his chair, his mind racing with possibilities. The marriage decree was a challenge, but it was also an opportunity. And Rayiser Phoenix never let an opportunity go to waste. This chapter captures Rayiser's calm reaction to the marriage decree, the lively reactions of his peerage, and his strategic approach to the situation. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to expand or adjust. 26, Chapter 26, The Spoiled Anime Princess. Rayiser Phoenix sat in his study, golden eyes scanning through the neatly stacked reports Ubelina had placed on his desk. He had tasked her with investigating Rias Gremory, his so-called fiancée, after the Devil Council's announcement of their marriage decree. If the council thought they could tie him down to a life of quiet obedience through this alliance, they were gravely mistaken. Let's see what they're offering me, Rayiser muttered, flipping open the latest report. Ubelina, standing nearby with her ever-present clipboard, observed his expression carefully. She had gone to great lengths to gather the information, and even she had been shocked by some of what she uncovered. It wasn't long before Rayiser's calm demeanor cracked just slightly. His eyebrows lifted in disbelief as he read through the details. She wants to live as a high school student in Japan. Yes, my lord, Ubelina replied, her tone even. Apparently, she's enamored with Japanese culture, anime in particular. Her ultimate dream, according to this file, is to study at a human high school while pretending to be a normal teenager. Rayiser leaned back in his chair, the beginnings of a smirk tugging at his lips. So let me get this straight. The Devil Council expects me to marry a spoiled, lazy narcissist who binge-watches anime, wants to cosplay her way through life, and has the maturity of a child. That sums it up, Yubelina replied with the faintest twitch of her lips. She's also known for her creative use of her charms to avoid responsibility. Rayiser raised an eyebrow. Creative use. Yubelina sighed. She's reportedly adept at manipulating those around her, particularly using her appearance, pouting, pleading, or strategically leaning on her assets to get what she wants. It works more often than you'd think. Rayiser closed the file with a decisive snap, leaning forward. This, he said, his voice calm but laced with sarcasm, is what the Devil Council thinks will keep me in check. A spoiled anime princess with a dream of being a high schooler and the work ethic of a sloth. Yubelina's composure finally cracked, a faint smile gracing her lips. It does seem short-sighted. Rayiser stood and stretched, his smirk growing. This is too good to keep to myself. Let's see what the others think about our future addition. Calling the peerage together. It didn't take long for Rayiser to gather his peerage in the grand hall. As usual, the room was alive with energy as his legendary team assembled. Garp was doing one-handed push-ups near the back of the hall, his booming laugh echoing as he barked at a group of recruits to join him. Shiki floated lazily above the gathering, puffing on his cigar and flicking ash onto the training mats below. Whitebeard stood near the center, his massive frame drawing attention as he quietly observed. My hawk, as always, was in the corner, methodically sharpening his blade. When Rayiser entered, the room fell silent. His peerage might be a collection of some of the strongest beings in existence, but they respected him as their leader. Rayiser stepped forward, his hands in his pockets. I've got some updates on our new alliance with the Gremory family, he began, his voice calm and even. Specifically, I've been looking into Rias Gremory. Oh, here we go, Shiki said with a grin, floating down to ground level. What's the verdict, boss? Is she some kind of unstoppable prodigy, or is she secretly a dragon in disguise? Rayiser smirked, crossing his arms. She's worse. She's an anime addict who dreams of living as a high schooler in Japan, dragging her entire peerage along for the ride. For a moment, there was silence as the group processed his words. Then the room exploded. The peerage reacts. Garp, as expected, was the first to burst into laughter. Bahaha, a high school student? What, does she want to join the track team and make friends at the cafeteria? This is who they think can keep you in check. That's rich. Roger doubled over, clutching his sides. I can see it now. Rias Gremory, anime club president, planning school festivals and swooning over her favorite characters. Maybe she'll make us all wear uniforms. Shiki, ever the jokester, floated back up, arms spread wide in mock reverence. Oh, great Rias, teach us your ways. Show us how to dodge responsibility with a perfectly timed pout and a well-placed flick of your hair. Even Whitebeard chuckled, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. This girl doesn't seem to understand what kind of world she's stepping into. If she thinks she can keep up with us, she's in for a rude awakening. My hawk, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. Her habits are a liability. If she can't handle the demands of leadership, she'll only drag you down. The council's plan is poorly thought out. Beckman, smoking in the corner, grinned. They're playing checkers while Rayiser's playing chess. Let her think she's the star of some high school romance. We'll keep doing the real work. The lazy habits. As the laughter died down, Rayiser decided to share more details. She's also known for using her assets to get out of trouble. Pouting, leaning on her looks, or just charming her way out of responsibility. And from what I've read, it works more often than it should. Garp laughed even harder, slapping his knee. Bahaha, imagine her trying that with me. Oh, Garp, training is so hard. Can't I skip today? I'd toss her straight into the training field and make her do push-ups until sunrise. Roger grinned. Or my hawk. Oh, my hawk, your swordsmanship is so scary. I bet my hawk would just stare at her until she gave up and left. Shiki floated closer, his grin widening. And if she tries it with me, I'll just float her in the air until she agrees to stop whining. I've got time. Yubelina, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. It's almost comedic how little effort she puts into hiding her laziness. Were she anyone else, her peers would see her as a disgrace. Rayiser smirked. Exactly. The council thinks they're sending me a leash, but they're really sending me a spoiled brat who thinks life is an anime. The secret weapon. Rayiser glanced around the room, his golden eyes sharp. The best part of all this? No one outside this room knows the real strength of our peerage. The council thinks we're strong, but manageable. The general public doesn't even know half of your names. Rias? She has no idea what she's walking into. Whitebeard nodded. Let them continue underestimating us. It's to our advantage. When the time comes, the truth will speak for itself. My hawk added, and when she does realize what she's dealing with, it will already be too late to turn back. Shiki laughed, floating in a lazy circle. Oh, I can't wait for that day. Her face is going to be priceless when she realizes she's surrounded by monsters. Roger clapped Rayiser on the shoulder. Don't worry, kid. Whatever happens, we've got your back. Let her play her games, we'll keep things running. Final thoughts. As the meeting wound down, the peerage began to disperse, their laughter echoing through the hall. Rayiser stayed behind, watching as each of them went their separate ways. They think they can control me through her, Rayiser muttered, his smirk returning. But they don't understand. This isn't their game to win. Yubelina approached him, her expression thoughtful. What's the next step, my lord? Rayiser leaned back against the throne, his golden eyes glinting. We play along for now. Let them think their plan is working. But when the time comes, we'll remind them who's really in control. With that, he rose from his seat, his mind already racing with strategies. Rias Gremory might think she was walking into her own fairy tale, but Rayiser Phoenix wasn't the kind of prince she'd imagined. This expanded chapter includes more humor, deeper insights into the peerage's personalities, and Rayiser's strategic perspective on the situation. Let me know if further refinements are needed. 27, Chapter 63, The Chaos of Tiamat, Part 2. Deep in the heart of the familiar forest, the earth trembled beneath the weight of a massive power. Garp stood in a clearing, his grin stretching from ear to ear as he squared off against the Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamatone of the most powerful and prideful beings in the underworld. The enormous dragon was a sight to behold, her shimmering blue scales radiating an aura of destruction and chaos. Her piercing azure eyes locked onto Garp with a mix of disdain and curiosity. It was rare for anyone to approach her lair, and rarer still for someone to stand there as confidently as this old man. Leave, mortal, Tiamat growled, her voice low and menacing, reverberating through the forest. You are beneath my notice. Beneath you. Garp said, cracking his knuckles. I came here looking for a good fight, and I'll be damned if I leave without one. Tiamat's eyes narrowed, irritation flickering across her face. You dare to challenge me? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, Garp said, his grin widening. I just want to see if you're strong enough to give me a good workout. The fight begins. At first, Tiamat ignored him, her massive form turning back toward her nest. She had no patience for what she assumed was just another foolish devil overestimating their strength. But Garp wasn't about to let her walk away. What's the matter? Scared of a little sparring? He taunted, his booming laughter filling the clearing. Tiamat froze. Slowly, she turned her massive head back toward him, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Scared? She repeated, her voice cold and sharp. You dare insult me? Well, you're running away, aren't you? Garp said, shrugging. The ground beneath them cracked as Tiamat's aura flared, her towering form radiating fury. Fine. If you wish to die, I'll grant your wish. With a deafening roar, Tiamat charged, her claws slashing through the air with devastating force. Garp laughed as he dodged, his movements deceptively agile for someone his size. That's more like it. He shouted, his fists colliding with her claw in a thunderous impact that sent shockwaves through the forest. Garp's dominance. For all her ferocity, it didn't take long for Garp to establish dominance in the fight. Tiamat unleashed torrents of chaotic energy, her flames scorching the earth and her claws tearing through trees. But Garp met every attack head-on, his sheer physical strength and experience rendering her efforts ineffective. At one point, Tiamat unleashed a massive beam of energy that carved through the forest, obliterating everything in its path. Garp simply laughed, leaping through the beam and landing a devastating punch squarely on her snout. The dragon stumbled back, dazed, as Garp dusted off his hands. Is that all you've got? He asked, his tone equal parts mocking and disappointed. Tiamat growled, her pride stung. You are stronger than I expected, she admitted grudgingly. Perhaps worthy of becoming my partner. Tiamat's offer. The shift in her tone caught Garp off guard. Tiamat lowered her massive form slightly, her piercing gaze softening as she addressed him. Few have ever stood against me and lived, she said, her voice resonating with a strange mix of respect and arrogance. You have proven your worth. I offer you the honor of becoming my partner, a bond between dragon and warrior that will make us both unstoppable. For a moment, there was silence. Then, Garp burst out laughing. Partner? With you? He said between guffaws. I don't need a partner. I'm just here for a fight. Tiamat blinked, her expression shifting from disbelief to anger. You reject me? Of course, Garp said, shrugging. I don't need some big lizard following me around. No offense. Round 2. Tiamat's fury erupted like a volcano. Lizard. She roared, her aura flaring with renewed intensity. How dare you insult me? With a deafening roar, she lunged at Garp again, her claws and fangs glowing with chaotic energy. The forest shook as the two clashed once more, their battle even more intense than before. This time, Tiamat fought with a wild desperation, her pride driving her to push beyond her limits. But Garp was relentless, his grin never wavering as he countered every attack with ease. The fight dragged on, the forest around them reduced to rubble. But no matter how fiercely Tiamat fought, she couldn't overcome Garp's overwhelming strength and experience. Finally, with a massive punch to her jaw, Garp sent Tiamat crashing to the ground. She lay there, stunned, as Garp dusted off his hands and stood over her. Tiamat's obsession. For a moment, there was silence. Then, to Garp's surprise, Tiamat began to laugh, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed through the clearing. You are unlike anyone I have ever faced, she said, her voice tinged with something almost like admiration. You have defeated me not once, but twice. You are worthy. Before Garp could respond, Tiamat's massive form began to shimmer. A glow enveloped her body, and when it faded, the towering dragon had been replaced by a stunningly beautiful woman. Her long, flowing hair was the same shade of shimmering blue as her scales, and her piercing eyes retained their draconic intensity. She stood tall and proud, her regal aura undiminished despite her humanoid form. From this day forward, she declared, stepping toward Garp, I am yours. Whether you accept me or not, I will follow you until the end of time. Garp blinked, his grin faltering slightly. What? I have chosen you, Tiamat said simply, crossing her arms. As the strongest being I've encountered, you are now my partner. Garp scratched the back of his head, looking thoroughly unimpressed. Look, lady, I told you I don't need a partner. Tiamat smirked, her confidence unshaken. You'll change your mind. In time, you'll see that we are destined to be together. The group arrives. Just as Garp was about to argue further, the rest of Rayiser's peerage arrived, drawn by the sounds of the battle. What the hell happened here? Shiki asked, looking around at the ruined forest. I found a dragon, Garp said casually. And destroyed half the forest, Mihawk added dryly, his sharp eyes scanning Tiamat. Who's the woman? Tiamat turned to the group, her piercing gaze sweeping over them. I am Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, she said proudly. And from this day forward, I am bound to this man. Bound to Garp. Akainu said, raising an eyebrow. Why does that sound like a disaster waiting to happen? It's already a disaster, Kyuzan muttered, adjusting his coat. Rayiser sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Garp, what did you do this time? Nothing. Garp said, grinning. She's just mad because I beat her twice. Tiamat shot him a glare but said nothing, her pride as a dragon forcing her to accept the truth. Cliffhanger, a new addition. As the group began to process the situation, Tiamat turned to Rayiser, her expression calm but firm. You are the leader of this peerage, yes. Rayiser nodded, unsure of where this was going. Then you must accept me into your group, Tiamat said. I will serve alongside this man. Rayiser blinked, his golden eyes narrowing. We'll talk about it. Tiamat smirked, clearly confident in her place. In the background, Shiki leaned over to Mihawk. This is going to be fun to watch, he whispered. Mihawk sighed, already dreading the chaos to come. This chapter blends humor, action, and character interactions, setting up Tiamat's obsession with Garp and her potential role in Rayiser's peerage. Let me know if you'd like any adjustments. 28, Chapter 27, Prejudice and Postponements. The Grand Gremory estate stood as a testament to centuries of devilish prestige, yet its youngest heiress, Rias Gremory, couldn't have cared less about its grandeur at the moment. In her luxurious, crimson-accented room, she paced back and forth, her arms crossed, her crimson hair catching the light as she muttered to herself. Rayiser Phoenix, she spat the name as if it left a bitter taste in her mouth. That self-absorbed, egotistical playboy. I don't care how powerful or connected he is, there is no way I'm marrying someone like him. The source of her frustration sat on her bedside tablet, a formal letter from the Devil Council, outlining the decree that she and Rayiser were to be wed to strengthen ties between the Gremory, Beal, and Phoenix clans. This is absurd, Rias muttered, her pacing growing more frantic. They're trying to control me, to use me as a political pawn, and to pair me with him? The man's reputation is a disgrace. Her peerage, gathered in the corner of the room, exchanged hesitant glances. It wasn't often they saw Rias this upset, and none of them were quite sure how to handle it. The rumors about Rayiser. The rumors surrounding Rayiser Phoenix were enough to make Rias's blood boil. According to whispers in Devil Society, he was nothing more than a spoiled, power-hungry playboy who relied on his wealth and influence to get what he wanted. He was said to throw extravagant parties, flaunt his status, and treat others like pawns in his ever-expanding game of ambition. And now, thanks to the council's decree, Rias was expected to marry him, to tie herself to someone she was certain was arrogant and shallow. The very thought made her want to scream. Why him? Rias asked aloud, her voice tinged with frustration. Out of all the devils in the underworld, why did it have to be him? A peerage discussion. Akeno, her queen, finally stepped forward, her voice gentle. Lady Rias, I understand how frustrating this must be, but perhaps we shouldn't jump to conclusions. The rumors about Lord Rayiser might not be entirely accurate. Rias turned to her, her crimson eyes blazing. Akeno, you've heard the same things I have. The man's a tyrant. A spoiled, power-obsessed playboy who thinks the world revolves around him. Kiba, her knight, chimed in cautiously. It's true that rumors can be exaggerated. Maybe we should try to learn more about him before deciding how to proceed. Rias shook her head firmly. I don't need to learn more to know that this marriage is a terrible idea. I've worked hard to build my own path, to prove I'm more than just a Gremory. And now they want to tie me to someone who embodies everything I despise about Devil Society. Gasper, peeking out nervously from behind a bookshelf, whispered, maybe you could just talk to him, find out if the rumors are true. No, Rias said sharply. I won't give him the satisfaction. This isn't just about him, it's about the council thinking they can control me. I won't let them. Seeking Sona's advice. Frustrated and needing to vent, Rias decided to visit her best friend, Sona Satrai, at the Satrai family estate. Sona, ever the calm and logical one, was someone Rias trusted implicitly. If anyone could help her make sense of this mess, it was Sona. The Satrai estate was far more understated than the Gremory estate, reflecting Sona's pragmatic nature. When Rias arrived, she was immediately shown to Sona's study, where the bespectacled devil was seated at a tidy desk, reviewing documents. Rias, Sona said, looking up with a small smile. To what do I owe the pleasure? Rias didn't waste time with pleasantries. She sat down across from Sona, her frustration evident. The council has lost their minds. They've decreed that I'm to marry Rayiser Phoenix. Sona blinked, momentarily taken aback. Rayiser Phoenix? That's unexpected. I'd heard the rumors about his rise, but I didn't think the council would act so soon. They think they can use me to control him, Rias said bitterly. But they don't care what I want. And Rayiser? He's exactly the kind of person I've worked my whole life to avoid. Arrogant, shallow, spoiled. Have you met him? Sona asked, her tone calm. No, Rias admitted, crossing her arms. But I've heard enough. He's a playboy who treats people like tools. I don't need to meet him to know we're completely incompatible. Sona adjusted her glasses thoughtfully. I understand your frustration, Rias. This situation isn't fair to you. But the council's decree is not something you can simply ignore. Defying them outright would cause more problems than it solves. Then what am I supposed to do? Rias asked, her voice tinged with desperation. Just go along with it and hope for the best. Sona's solution. Sona shook her head. Not necessarily. There's a way to delay the marriage without outright rejecting it. Rias leaned forward, her interest piqued. Go on. You could request to postpone the marriage until after you graduate from QA Academy, Sona suggested. Use your education as an excuse. Tell the council that you want to focus on your studies and your responsibilities as a peerage leader for now. Rias considered this, her fingers tapping against the armrest of her chair. Would they buy that? They might, Sona replied. You're young, and it's not unreasonable to prioritize your growth before taking on such a significant commitment. It would also give you time to learn more about Rayiser and his intentions if that's something you're willing to do. Rias frowned. I still don't want to marry him, Sona. Delaying it doesn't change that. No, but it gives you time to come up with a better solution, Sona said. Rushing into this won't help anyone. If you wait, you might find an opportunity to renegotiate or even avoid the marriage entirely. Rias's decision. Rias sighed, leaning back in her chair. Sona's suggestion made sense, but it didn't make her feel any better about the situation. Still, it was better than outright surrendering to the council's will. All right, she said finally. I'll request a postponement. But only because I need time to figure out how to get out of this mess. Sona offered a reassuring smile. It's a good first step, Rias. And whatever happens, I'll support you. Thank you, Sona, Rias said, her voice softening. I don't know what I'd do without you. A temporary reprieve. As Rias left the Satrai estate, she felt a small sense of relief. The idea of delaying the marriage gave her a sliver of control in an otherwise uncontrollable situation. But deep down, her feelings toward Rayiser hadn't changed. She still saw him as everything she despised about Devil Society, and she was determined to avoid being tied to him forever. For now, she had bought herself some time. But the battle was far from over. This revised chapter highlights Rias's strong prejudice against Rayiser, her venting session with Sona, and Sona's pragmatic advice to delay the marriage. Let me know if you'd like to expand or adjust any sections. 29, Chapter 28, Priorities Shifted. Rayiser Phoenix leaned back in his chair, staring at the letter on his desk with a neutral expression. Ubelina stood nearby, her clipboard at the ready as usual, waiting for his response. The letter, sealed with the insignia of the Gremory family, was short and to the point. Rias Gremory had formally requested a postponement of their marriage until after her graduation from QA Academy. So, she wants to stall, Rayiser said, folding the letter neatly and setting it aside. I can't say I'm surprised. You don't seem bothered, my lord, Ubelina said, raising an eyebrow. Rayiser shrugged, rubbing his temples. What's the point? The council's decision still stands, and postponing it doesn't change anything. If she thinks delaying the inevitable will give her more control, let her. I've got more important things to deal with right now. The bigger picture. Rayiser's focus wasn't on Rias or her schemes, it was on the expansion of his influence into the Middle Eastern supernatural communities. These groups were some of the most reclusive and xenophobic factions in the supernatural world, with traditions that went back millennia. Gaining their trust would be no small feat, but the potential rewards were worth it. They're isolated and cautious, but they're also self-sufficient, Rayiser explained during a meeting with his advisors. If we can tap into their resources and knowledge, it would open up entirely new opportunities not just for us, but for our allies. The room was filled with murmurs of agreement. Ubelina, standing to his right, adjusted her notes. Their distrust of outsiders is well documented. Even approaching them could be seen as a provocation. Rayiser nodded. That's why we're taking this slowly. No grand speeches, no overt displays of power. We send envoys to observe, listen, and show respect. If we can identify their priorities and concerns, we can find a way to fit into their world instead of forcing them to fit into ours. Building a plan. The next several weeks were spent meticulously planning how to approach the Middle Eastern communities. Step 1. Information gathering. Rayiser's first priority was gathering intelligence. His peerage was dispatched to collect information on the history, culture, and leadership structures of these isolated groups. The key was to understand their values and customs before making any moves. "We can't afford to make assumptions," Rayiser said during one meeting. The Garudas were cautious, but these communities take isolation to another level. "We need to know exactly who we're dealing with before we even think about reaching out." Ubelina coordinated the effort, working tirelessly to compile everything they learned into actionable insights. "They value independence above all else," she reported one day. "Any attempt to impose our will on them will backfire. They're more likely to respond to mutually beneficial arrangements if we can identify what those might be." Step 2. Strategic introductions. Once they had a clearer understanding of the landscape, Rayiser began sending carefully chosen representatives to make initial contact. The goal wasn't to negotiate, it was to build trust. Shiki, always the smooth talker, was one of the first to volunteer. "I'll charm them with my winning personality," he joked. "Or at least keep them entertained enough to hear me out." Garp, on the other hand, had a different approach. "I'll keep it simple. Show them I'm strong but not looking for a fight. If they respect strength, they'll respect me." Rayiser smirked. "Just try not to start a war, Garp." Step 3. Quiet strength. While diplomacy was the focus, Rayiser knew that strength still mattered. His peerage continued their rigorous training, not because they wanted to show off but because being prepared for any situation was simply practical. "Strength isn't about intimidating people," Whitebeard said during one of their sparring sessions. "It's about being able to back up your words when the time comes." Rayiser agreed. "And we'll back them up, but only if we have to." 6 months of work. As the months passed, Rayiser's efforts began to pay off. His envoys reported small but significant breakthroughs, meetings with influential leaders, quiet agreements to exchange information, and, most importantly, a growing sense of curiosity among the communities. "They're not ready to embrace us yet," Ubelina reported one evening, "but they're no longer ignoring us. That's progress." "It's a start," Rayiser replied. "And with groups like these, that's all we need." The work wasn't glamorous, and it wasn't quick, but Rayiser didn't care about instant results. He cared about building something that would last. The marriage, still not important. Throughout all of this, the matter of his marriage to Rias Gremory remained a distant concern. Whenever the topic came up, Rayiser would brush it aside with a wave of his hand. "She's stalling, and I'm working," he said during one casual conversation with Ubelina. "If she wants to play high school student for a little while longer, that's fine by me." His peerage, however, found endless humor in the situation. "Maybe she's training for her big debut," Shiki said with a laugh. "The High School Drama Queen Championship." "Bahaha." Garp boomed. "She probably thinks stalling will annoy you, but you haven't even noticed, have you?" Roger grinned. "Honestly, I'd let her keep stalling forever. It gives us more time to focus on the real work." Even my hawk, who rarely commented on such matters, offered a faint smirk. "She's playing a game she doesn't understand. By the time she realizes that, it will be too late." Looking ahead. As Rayiser stood on the balcony of the shadowed cliff's fortress, overlooking the bustling activity below, he allowed himself a moment of reflection. The 6 months had been exhausting but rewarding. His efforts in the Middle East were beginning to bear fruit, and his team was stronger and more unified than ever. "This is just the beginning," Rayiser said softly, his golden eyes scanning the horizon. "There's so much more to do." Ubelina joined him, her clipboard in hand as always. "The next steps are ready whenever you are, my lord." Rayiser nodded. "Good, let's keep moving forward." As the sun dipped below the horizon, Rayiser turned back to his work, his mind already racing with plans. The postponed marriage, the council's schemes, and the opinions of others, they were all just noise in the background. For Rayiser Phoenix, the only thing that mattered was the future he was building. This version maintains a more practical tone, focusing on Rayiser's work and his realistic, unbothered reaction to the marriage postponement while adding moments of humor and camaraderie with his peerage. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to adjust or expand. 30. Chapter 29. Bargain with the Sultan of Merid Jinn, Part 1. The quiet hum of activity in the shadowed cliff's fortress hinted at the monumental task ahead. Rayiser Phoenix sat at the head of the long table in his private meeting room, his hands steepled as he listened to Ubelina lay out the final details for his upcoming audience with the Sultan of the Merid Jinn. The Merid Jinn rarely entertain outsiders, let alone grant formal audiences, Ubelina said, flipping through her clipboard with practiced efficiency. Even the Devil Council hasn't had much success with them in recent centuries. "And yet, here we are," Rayiser replied, his tone calm. "A direct invitation from the Sultan himself. Either he's curious, or he has his own agenda." Ubelina nodded. "Likely both. The Merid Jinn are a proud and ancient race. They value strength, culture, and respect. This meeting could open doors few have dared to approach. Or it could slam them shut," Rayiser said with a smirk. "Which is why we'll make sure it doesn't." Planning the gifts. The room was filled with Rayiser's closest advisors and members of his peerage. Ubelina had meticulously prepared a list of potential gifts to present to the Sultan, each carefully chosen to reflect the diversity and depth of Rayiser's growing influence. This isn't just about generosity, Ubelina explained, gesturing to the items on the list. It's about showing respect for their culture and values. We need to demonstrate that we understand them at least enough to pique their interest. Garp, leaning back in his chair, picked up a sample jar of Indian spices and gave it a curious sniff. You think they care about stuff like this? Feels more like we're buttering them up. That's part of diplomacy, Ubelina replied, unfazed. The marriage value thoughtfulness. The gifts are as much a message as they are offerings. Messages, huh? Shiki floated above the group, holding a silk lantern from Vietnam. Like, hey, we brought shiny things, now talk to us. Rayiser chuckled, shaking his head. It's about more than the items themselves. Every gift has to mean something. They're symbols of what we bring to the table: connections, respect, and an understanding of the world beyond their borders. The selected gifts. The final list of gifts was a testament to Rayiser's growing trade networks and alliances. Chinese silk and rare tea to represent refinement and ancient tradition. Indian spices and sweets, a symbol of richness and variety, with spices chosen to highlight the complexity of flavor. Japanese kimonos and wagashi, elegant attire and delicate sweets that spoke of simplicity and artistry. Vietnamese lanterns and coffee, bright symbols of hospitality and bold, unique flavors. Korean ceramics and traditional liquors, crafted by artisans, representing strength and dedication. Thai carvings and desserts, a blend of natural beauty and indulgence, representing harmony and craftsmanship. Everything is set, Ubelina concluded, looking at Rayiser. We'll have representatives prepare and arrange the gifts as per your instructions. Rayiser nodded, glancing at the detailed list. Good. The gifts aren't just a formality and opening move. The Sultan will judge us before we've even said a word. The peerage weighs in. Rayiser's peerage had varying opinions on the entire ordeal. Roger leaned on the edge of the table, grinning. Seems a bit much, doesn't it? All this planning for one meeting? Why not just show up, shake the guy's hand, and get it over with? Because this isn't about us, Mihawk replied, his tone even. It's about them. They hold the power here, not us. Exactly, Ubelina said, nodding toward Mihawk. The Merijin aren't like the factions we've dealt with before. They don't care about brute strength or flashy displays. They care about respect and balance. Garp snorted, crossing his arms. Balance is overrated. But fine, if this is how they play, we'll play along. Just tell me when I get to punch something. Hopefully never, Ubelina muttered, though there was a hint of a smile on her face. Rayiser raised a hand to quiet the group. We're not here to change their ways. We're here to show them we can adapt. That's what will set us apart. A rare invitation. The invitation from the Sultan had come through an unexpected channel, an envoy of the Merijin who appeared unannounced at the shadowed cliffs. The envoy, a tall figure with shimmering, translucent skin and a voice like rolling thunder, had delivered the message with little ceremony. The Sultan of the Merijin grants Rayiser Phoenix an audience, the envoy had said, his tone both commanding and neutral. Bring with you what you believe will speak of your worth. The Sultan is curious. Those words had set everything in motion. The meeting wasn't just an opportunity, it was a test. The journey to the Merid realm. When the day finally arrived, Rayiser and a small delegation set out for the Merijin's realm. The journey itself was no small feat, requiring passage through shimmering sands that stretched endlessly beneath a blazing sun. As they traveled, the atmosphere among the group was calm but charged with anticipation. This place feels surreal, Ubelina said, shading her eyes against the bright light. It's like the desert itself is alive. It probably is, Roger quipped. Wouldn't surprise me if the sands started talking. Shiki floated lazily above the group, surveying the landscape. I've seen a lot of places, but this? It's something else. You can tell these guys aren't messing around. As they neared their destination, the desert gave way to towering spires of gold and crystal, their surfaces reflecting the sunlight in dazzling patterns. The Merid Palace was unlike anything Rayiser had seen before, grand yet ethereal, as though it existed slightly out of phase with the world around it. Impressive, Rayiser murmured, his golden eyes taking in every detail. First impressions. The group was met at the palace gates by a procession of Jinn attendants. Their forms shimmered like heat waves, and their movements were smooth and deliberate. Without a word, they escorted Rayiser and his delegation into the palace's inner chambers. The atmosphere inside was cool and serene, a stark contrast to the heat of the desert. Intricate mosaics adorned the walls, depicting scenes of cosmic harmony and celestial power. This place is overwhelming, Ubelina admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. It's meant to be, Mihawk said quietly. This is a show of their strength without a single word being spoken. Rayiser remained calm, his expression neutral as they were led into a waiting area. The gifts they had brought were arranged carefully, each item presented with care and precision. The Sultan will see you shortly, one of the attendants said, their voice like a soft breeze. The calm before the storm. As they waited, Rayiser leaned back in his chair, glancing at his peerage. This is it. Stay sharp, but don't overthink it. Remember, we're here to learn as much as we are to offer. Roger grinned. Relax, boss. We've got this. Shiki floated a few inches off the ground, his smirk lazy. If they don't like us, we'll just bring them more shiny things. Everyone loves shiny things. Yubelina gave him a sharp look but said nothing. Rayiser closed his eyes for a moment, steadying himself. This was only the beginning, but it was a beginning that could shape the future of his entire operation. Let's see what the Sultan has to say, he murmured. The grand doors to the audience chamber began to open, and the air itself seemed to shift. This chapter sets a slower, more deliberate pace, focusing on the preparation and anticipation leading up to the meeting with the Sultan of the Meridjin. Let me know if further adjustments or expansions are needed. 31. Chapter 30 Bargain with the Sultan of Meridjin, Part 2. The Chapter 30 Bargain with the Sultan of Meridjin, Part 2. The grand doors of the audience chamber opened with a slow, deliberate groan, revealing a room that seemed to defy the laws of reality. The floor shimmered like liquid gold, reflecting the high arches of the ceiling, which were adorned with glowing constellations that shifted and sparkled as if alive. At the far end of the room, seated on an imposing throne of obsidian and sapphire, was the Sultan of the Meridjin. His presence was overwhelming yet serene, his skin glimmering like molten silver and his eyes swirling with shades of deep blue and gold. He exuded power, not the kind that was loud or aggressive, but the kind that made the air around him hum with restrained energy. Rayiser Phoenix stepped forward, calm and collected. His golden eyes locked onto the Sultan, who watched him with an unreadable expression. Behind Rayiser, his peerage stood ready but subdued, their expressions carefully neutral as they took in the awe-inspiring sight. Rayiser Phoenix, the Sultan said, his voice deep and smooth, resonating through the chamber like a low drumbeat. You sought an audience, and I have granted it. Few dare to approach the Meridjin, and fewer still are received. Speak, and let us see if your words carry the weight to match your ambition. The introduction. Rayiser inclined his head respectfully, his tone measured and confident. Your Majesty, I thank you for granting me this opportunity. It is not a chance I take lightly. The Sultan raised an eyebrow, leaning back slightly on his throne. You bring gifts. A gesture of respect, no doubt, but also an attempt to curry favor. Do you believe such trinkets will earn my attention? Rayiser gestured toward Yubelina, who stepped forward gracefully, signaling the attendants to unveil the gifts. As each item was displayed, Rayiser spoke, his words deliberate. These are not trinkets, Your Majesty, he said. They are symbols of what I bring to the table. Each item represents a connection, a relationship forged with care and respect across the supernatural world. He gestured to the Chinese silk and tea, explaining their origins and the centuries of tradition behind them. He spoke of the Indian spices and sweets, their rich flavors and cultural significance. Each gift was presented with a story, showcasing not just the item itself but the thought and effort behind it. The Sultan watched in silence, his expression unreadable as Rayiser continued. These gifts are not meant to buy your favor, Rayiser concluded. They are meant to show that I understand the value of respect and collaboration. I come here not to demand, but to offer. The Sultan's response. For a long moment, the Sultan said nothing. The silence in the chamber was palpable, broken only by the faint hum of the room's magic. Then, slowly, the Sultan leaned forward, his swirling eyes narrowing slightly. You speak well, Rayiser Phoenix, he said. And your gifts are acceptable. But words and offerings are easy. Actions are what matter. Rayiser nodded. I would expect nothing less, Your Majesty. If there is a way to prove my intentions through action, I am ready to do so. The Sultan's lips curved into a faint smile. You are bold. I expected nothing less from one who seeks an audience with me. Very well. You will have your chance to prove yourself. The first test. The Sultan gestured, and one of his attendants stepped forward, holding a crystal sphere that glowed faintly in the dim light. The attendant placed the sphere on a pedestal at the center of the room, and the Sultan's voice resonated again. This is the crystal of truth, the Sultan explained. It is said to reveal the true nature of those who stand before it. If you wish to prove yourself, step forward and place your hand upon it. Rayiser raised an eyebrow, glancing at the sphere. He could feel the faint hum of its magic, a subtle but potent energy that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. What will it reveal? Rayiser asked, his tone calm. The Sultan's smile widened slightly. That depends on you. The crystal of truth reveals one's true self, your intentions, your fears, your strengths, and your weaknesses. If your words are genuine, you have nothing to fear. But if you are false, the crystal will expose it. Behind Rayiser, his peerage exchanged glances. This feels a little dramatic, Shiki muttered under his breath. Stay focused, Yubelina said sharply, her tone low. Rayiser stepped forward, his expression unchanging. Without hesitation, he reached out and placed his hand on the crystal. The moment his fingers touched its surface, the sphere flared to life, its glow intensifying until the entire room was bathed in shimmering light. The crystal's revelation. As the light swirled around him, Rayiser felt a strange sensation, as if the crystal was peering into the very depths of his soul. Images flickered in his mind, his ambitions, his struggles, his victories, and his failures. The light shifted, forming into a series of images that played out in the air above the crystal. Rayiser's ambition, a vision of the shadowed cliffs, thriving with activity, its influence spreading across the supernatural world. Rayiser's strength, scenes of his peerage training, their power and unity on full display. Rayiser's vulnerability, a fleeting image of his family, the weight of their expectations and the burden of his own goals. The visions faded, and the crystal's glow dimmed. Rayiser withdrew his hand, his expression calm as he turned back to face the Sultan. The Sultan regarded him for a long moment, his swirling eyes studying him intently. "Interesting," he said finally. "Your ambition is great, but so too is your burden. You seek to build something that will outlast you, yet you carry the weight of knowing that it may not succeed." Rayiser didn't flinch. "Ambition without risk is meaningless. I'm willing to bear that weight because the alternative is doing nothing." The Sultan's smile returned, faint but approving. "You speak with conviction. That is rare." The next step. As the crystal was removed from the chamber, the Sultan rose from his throne, his towering form casting a long shadow across the room. "You have passed the first test, Rayiser Phoenix," he said. "But this is only the beginning. If you wish to prove yourself, there will be more to come." Rayiser inclined his head. "I expected no less, Your Majesty." The Sultan gestured to one of his attendants. "You and your people will remain in the palace as my guests. Rest, for tomorrow, the next trial awaits." Reflection and preparation. Later that evening, Rayiser and his peerage gathered in their guest quarters, a lavish suite filled with silken cushions, low tables, and intricate tapestries. "Well," Roger said, stretching as he sprawled onto one of the cushions. "That went better than expected." "For now," Yabelina said, her tone cautious. "The Sultan is testing us. This is just the beginning." Rayiser sat at the center of the room, his expression thoughtful. "He's not just testing our strength or our words. He's testing our resolve, our ability to adapt and endure." Shiki floated lazily above the group, grinning. "Good thing we're good at that, huh? Let's see what he throws at us next." Rayiser allowed himself a faint smile. "Whatever it is, we'll be ready." As the night deepened, the group prepared themselves for what lay ahead. The Sultan's challenges were far from over, but Rayiser's confidence remained unshaken. This was just the beginning. This chapter focuses on the first interaction with the Sultan and sets up the challenges to come. Let me know if further adjustments are needed. 32, Chapter 31, Bargain with the Sultan of Meridjin, Part 3. Rayiser Phoenix sat in the Sultan's ornate audience chamber, a room that shimmered with an ethereal light from its intricate mosaics and golden spires. The faint hum of magic filled the air, blending seamlessly with the Sultan's calm, commanding presence. The Meridjin's leader, seated on a throne of obsidian and sapphire, studied Rayiser intently. The previous day's trials had tested Rayiser's resolve and character, and now came the final phase, negotiating terms with one of the most isolated and powerful supernatural races in existence. The Sultan's swirling blue and gold eyes locked onto Rayiser. "You have shown strength, intelligence, and wisdom, Rayiser Phoenix," he began, his voice resonant and calm. "But now, words will determine whether we seal an agreement. Tell me, why should the Meridjin trade with you?" The opening gambit. Rayiser leaned forward slightly, his golden eyes steady. "Your Majesty, the Meridjin have existed in isolation for centuries, thriving without interference from the outside world. But even the most self-sufficient kingdoms can benefit from connections beyond their borders. I bring opportunities, trade, knowledge, and alliances that can enhance your people's prosperity without compromising your autonomy." The Sultan raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Bold words. But why should we believe that your offers will not come with hidden costs? Devils are known for their clever bargains." Rayiser allowed himself a small smile. "I understand your caution. Devils have a reputation, and it's well earned. But I'm not here to deceive or dominate. My trade network spans regions as diverse as the Chinese supernatural courts, the Indian Nagas, and the Japanese yokai. Each of these alliances was built on mutual respect and shared benefits, not coercion." "And what benefits do you offer to the Meridjin?" the Sultan asked, his tone curious but measured. Highlighting the benefits. Rayiser gestured toward Yabelina, who stepped forward with a scroll. She unfurled it, revealing a detailed map of trade routes and key resources. "Our trade network offers access to rare goods and expertise from across the supernatural world," Rayiser explained. "For example, Chinese silks and magical textiles, enchanted fabrics that combine beauty and durability, suitable for clothing or ceremonial purposes. Indian spices and alchemical ingredients, rare compounds and herbs that can enhance your magical rituals or simply elevate your cuisine. Japanese artisanal blades, weapons crafted with precision and imbued with supernatural properties. Korean celadone ceramics, perfect for rituals or decorative purposes, representing the pinnacle of craftsmanship. These are just examples. The Meridjin's needs and preferences would dictate the terms of our trade. My network is adaptable, built to serve the unique priorities of each partner." A skeptical interjection. The Sultan leaned forward, his gaze narrowing. "And what do you seek in return, Rayiser Phoenix? Do not pretend your offers are entirely altruistic." Rayiser nodded, acknowledging the point. "You're right. This is a partnership, not charity. In return for access to your resources and trade opportunities, I ask for two things. First, the chance to learn from your people. The Meridjin possess knowledge and wisdom that few in the supernatural world can rival. Sharing some of that knowledge, not all, but enough to guide and inspire would strengthen not only my network but our shared alliances. Second, a channel for collaboration. The Meridian's isolation has shielded you from the world's chaos, but it has also left you vulnerable to misunderstanding. By working with me, you gain a voice in the broader supernatural community. Together, we can ensure that your sovereignty is respected and your interests protected. The Sultan's counter. The Sultan tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his throne, his expression contemplative. You speak as though you understand the Meridian, yet we are unlike the Naga or the Garuda. Our power does not depend on external alliances, nor do we fear the interference of lesser beings. I don't doubt your strength, your majesty, Rayiser said smoothly. But strength alone does not ensure security or prosperity. The world is changing. Factions that once operated in isolation are now forming alliances, pooling resources, and influencing the balance of power. The Meridian are a force to be reckoned with, but even the strongest benefit from knowing their allies and their rivals. The Sultan's lips curved into a faint smile. Clever. But words must be backed by action. If we were to consider such an arrangement, what assurances do you offer that this partnership will not disrupt our way of life? Proposing boundaries. Rayiser took a deep breath, ensuring his tone remained calm and deliberate. Your Majesty, the Meridian's sovereignty would remain absolute. Any trade or collaboration would operate within boundaries set by you. For instance, 1. Controlled trade channels. Only approved goods and representatives would enter your realm, ensuring that your culture and traditions are respected. 2. Knowledge exchange agreements. You decide what knowledge to share and under what conditions. Nothing would be taken without your consent. 3. Periodic reviews. Our partnership would include regular evaluations to ensure that the terms remain beneficial and respectful to both parties. These measures are designed to protect your autonomy while allowing for meaningful collaboration. The Sultan regarded him thoughtfully, his swirling eyes glinting with curiosity. You are thorough, Rayiser Phoenix. But tell me, why should I trust a devil to honor these terms? Trust is not easily given, especially to one who speaks so smoothly. Earning trust. Rayiser met the Sultan's gaze head-on. I don't expect you to trust me immediately. Trust is earned, not demanded. That's why I propose we start small limited trade, focused agreements. Let the results speak for themselves. If I fail to honor my word, the partnership ends. But if I succeed, we can build something far greater. The Sultan's expression softened slightly, his voice thoughtful. A measured approach. You understand the value of patience, it seems. I've learned that rushing into things rarely leads to lasting success, Rayiser replied. Patience and persistence build stronger foundations. The Sultan's decision. After a long silence, the Sultan rose from his throne, his towering form casting a shadow over the chamber. His attendants watched in quiet anticipation as he stepped forward, his swirling eyes locked onto Rayiser. You are unlike most devils I have encountered, Rayiser Phoenix, the Sultan said. You speak with respect and pragmatism, yet your ambition is undeniable. I sense that you seek not to dominate, but to create. For this reason, I shall grant your proposal. He gestured to one of his attendants, who stepped forward with a scroll bearing the symbol of the Meridian. This agreement grants you limited trade rights within our realm, the Sultan explained. It is a small step, but one that may grow if you prove yourself worthy. Rayiser accepted the scroll with a respectful nod. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will honor this agreement and ensure that it benefits us both. Reflections. As Rayiser and his peerage departed the audience chamber, the atmosphere among the group was one of cautious optimism. Well, that went better than expected, Roger said, grinning as he adjusted his hat. Didn't think he'd actually agree to it. He agreed because Rayiser played it smart, Yabelina said, her tone even. This wasn't about power, it was about respect and understanding. Shiki floated lazily above the group, his smirk widening. Let's just hope they don't change their minds halfway through. These Jin seem like the kind of people who don't take second chances. Rayiser, walking at the front of the group, glanced at the scroll in his hand. They gave us an opportunity, and that's all we need. Now it's up to us to make the most of it. As they exited the palace, the golden sands of the Meridian's realm stretched out before them, a reminder of the challenges and possibilities that lay ahead. The bargain had been struck, but the real work was just beginning. This chapter emphasizes the negotiation process, the delicate balance of trust and pragmatism, and the Sultan's measured approval of Rayiser's proposal. Let me know if you'd like further refinements. 33, Chapter 32, The Ripple Effect. The news of Rayiser Phoenix's deal with the Meridian spread through the supernatural world like wildfire, sparking reactions from every corner. From the chambers of the Devil Council to the halls of other supernatural factions, disbelief, confusion, and intrigue ran rampant. For centuries, the Meridian had been known as one of the most reclusive and self-sufficient supernatural races. They rejected nearly all attempts at diplomacy and kept to themselves in their hidden desert kingdom. The idea that a young devil Rayiser Phoenix of all people had not only secured an audience but also brokered a trade agreement was hard for many to believe. But the evidence was undeniable. The Devil Council reacts. In the vast chamber of the Devil Council, the four great Satans gathered to discuss the matter. Their ornate thrones stood in a semicircle, the atmosphere tense as they reviewed the reports. Sertz's Lucifer, the most composed of the group, sat quietly as he read over the details for a second time. The document had come from trusted sources, confirming the legitimacy of Rayiser's arrangement with the Meridjin. "It's true," Surtsk said finally, his crimson eyes scanning the room. "Rayiser Phoenix has secured a trade agreement with the Meridjin." Adjuka Beelzebub frowned, his green eyes narrowing. "This doesn't make sense. The council has spent centuries trying to open dialogue with the Meridjin. We've sent envoys, offered alliances, and received nothing in return. How did he succeed where we failed?" Falbium Asmodeus, leaning back in his chair with a faint smirk, shrugged. "Maybe he just got lucky." "It's not luck," Surtsk said firmly. "Rayiser's not the type to rely on luck. He's ambitious, strategic, and methodical. This wasn't a fluke." Seraphal Leviathan, who had been unusually quiet until now, leaned forward, her bright blue eyes glinting with curiosity. "You think he's been planning this for a while?" Surtsk nodded. "It's possible. Rayiser's been expanding his trade network aggressively over the last few years. The Meridjin value strength and respect, two things Rayiser has been careful to demonstrate in all his dealings. He likely built his reputation with them before even attempting this meeting." Adjuka tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair, his expression thoughtful. "If that's true, we need to consider the implications. A trade agreement with the Meridjin could significantly boost Rayiser's influence not just among devils, but across the supernatural world." Falbium raised an eyebrow. "And what happens if his influence starts rivaling ours?" Surtsk didn't answer immediately, but his calm demeanor remained unchanged. "Then we'll have to decide how to respond." The other factions learned the news. It wasn't just the Devil Council that reacted to the news. Across the supernatural world, factions with their own interests and rivalries weighed in on Rayiser's success. The Naga of India. In the gilded chambers of the Naga kingdom, the Serpentine rulers debated the implications of Rayiser's deal. "This is unexpected," one elder hissed, his emerald scales glinting in the torchlight. "The Meridjin have ignored our overtures for centuries, yet this young devil secures their favor." Queen Vasuki, coiled on her golden throne, let out a low hum of amusement. "It's no surprise. Rayiser Phoenix is shrewd. He approaches alliances with respect, unlike so many who see our kind as tools for their own gain." "And what does this mean for us?" another elder asked. "It means we must watch him closely," Vasuki replied. "Rayiser Phoenix is no ordinary devil. If he continues to grow, his influence could shape the supernatural world in ways we have not yet foreseen." The yokai of Japan. In Kyoto, the leader of the yokai, Yasaka, received the news with measured curiosity. "Rayiser Phoenix," she murmured, her golden eyes thoughtful. "The devil who established trade with us. And now he's made an agreement with the Meridjin." "It seems so," one of her advisors confirmed. "What should we do?" "For now, nothing," Yasaka said, her voice calm. "Rayiser has shown himself to be a fair and reliable partner. If he can bring the Meridjin into the fold, it may open new opportunities for all of us." The Garuda of Southeast Asia. In the Sky Kingdom of the Garuda, the reaction was more cautious. "This could upset the balance," one warrior said, his talons clicking against the stone floor. "The Meridjin have always remained neutral. If they align with Rayiser Phoenix, it could change everything." King Jateu, seated on his high perch, fluffed his wings thoughtfully. "Rayiser is a cunning player. He doesn't align himself fully with any one faction. That may be his greatest strength and his greatest weakness." The perspective of the common devil. Among the common devils, the news of Rayiser's deal sparked a mix of admiration, jealousy, and confusion. "I heard he got the Meridjin to trade rare jewels and enchanted sands," one devil whispered in a crowded tavern. "Do you think it's true?" another asked. "It must be. No one would make up something that bold." Rayiser Phoenix, who knew he had it in him. "He's always been ambitious," an older devil said, shaking his head. "But this is something else entirely. The council must be furious." Back at the shadowed cliffs. While the supernatural world buzzed with speculation, Rayiser remained unfazed. Seated in his study at the shadowed cliffs, he reviewed the initial reports of his trade agreement with the Meridjin. Eubelina stood nearby, as composed as ever, though even she couldn't hide the faint glint of satisfaction in her eyes. "The council knows," she said simply. "Of course they do," Rayiser replied, setting the report aside. "They'll be trying to figure out how I pulled it off." "Do you think they'll interfere?" "They won't risk it," Rayiser said. "The council might dislike my growing influence, but they're not foolish enough to disrupt a deal with the Meridjin. It would make them look weak." Eubelina nodded. "And the other factions?" "They'll be watching," Rayiser said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Some will try to compete, others will try to align. Either way, we stay the course." Roger poked his head into the room, grinning. "So, when do we start trading with magic carpets and bottled wishes?" Rayiser chuckled. "Soon enough, Roger. Soon enough." As the shadowed cliffs hummed with activity, Rayiser leaned back in his chair, his golden eyes gleaming. The supernatural world was watching, but that was exactly what he wanted. For Rayiser Phoenix, this was just the beginning. This chapter provides a realistic view of how various factions and individuals react to Rayiser's growing influence, balancing intrigue and practicality. Let me know if you'd like any adjustments. 34, Chapter 33, The Lords of Envy. The news of Rayiser Phoenix's unprecedented trade agreement with the Periage spread through the underworld like wildfire. The deal, which had eluded the Devil Council and every prominent devil family for centuries, had been secured by a young devil who was once dismissed as merely ambitious. While the general populace of the underworld marveled at Rayiser's accomplishment, the noble devil families reacted with shock, jealousy, and varying degrees of frustration. Among them, the Baal and Beelzebub families' houses that had long prided themselves on their influence and power were particularly incensed. The Baal Manor, Zechron's boiling anger. In the vast and imposing Baal Manor, Lord Zechron Baal sat in his study, surrounded by the weight of his family's long-standing legacy. His silver hair glinted in the dim light as he read the report detailing Rayiser's agreement with the Periage. The room was silent, save for the occasional crackle of the enchanted fire burning in the hearth. "So," Zechron muttered, his voice low but simmering with anger, "Rayiser Phoenix thinks he can outshine the Baal family." Lady Arya Baal, his poised and sharp-eyed wife, entered the room, her flowing gown shimmering with magic. She arched an eyebrow as she took in her husband's expression. "Still stewing over the Phoenix boy's success, I see." "Stewing? No," Zechron said, setting the report down with a sharp motion. "I am appalled. The Periage have ignored our overtures for centuries. Even the council failed to gain their favor. Yet Rayiser, with his unrefined tactics, achieves what we could not. It's an insult to everything the Baal name represents." Arya chuckled softly, taking a seat across from him. "Or perhaps it's a wake-up call. Rayiser's methods may be unorthodox, but they're effective. The underworld isn't the same as it was centuries ago, Zechron. Maybe it's time the Baal family adapted." Zechron's fist clenched, his eyes narrowing. "Adapt? The Baal family sets the standard. We do not follow trends set by upstarts." "And yet," Arya said, her voice carrying a hint of amusement, "the council is already buzzing about how Rayiser's growing influence could challenge the status quo. Ignoring him won't make him go away." Zechron's glare darkened. "Let the council talk. Rayiser's success is a flicker of flame that will burn out before it truly threatens us. If he thinks he can rival the Baal family, he will learn the cost of ambition." The Beelzebub estate, Mathian's calculated disdain. In the grand halls of the Beelzebub estate, Lord Mathion Beelzebub convened a private meeting with his advisors and close family members. The air was thick with tension as they discussed the implications of Rayiser's growing influence. "This boy," Mathion said, his sharp green eyes scanning the room, "has overstepped his bounds." Lady Vestra Beelzebub, his elegant and calculating wife, leaned forward slightly, her dark hair framing her sharp features. "Overstepped, or proven himself more capable than most of us expected." Mathion's jaw tightened. "His methods are reckless. The Periage may have agreed to trade with him, but their loyalty is fleeting at best. One wrong move, and the entire deal could collapse. Rayiser is playing a dangerous game. But he's winning," Vestra pointed out. "The underworld is already taking notice. If Rayiser continues to expand his trade network, his influence could rival that of the council itself." Mathion's advisors murmured in agreement, their expressions a mix of concern and frustration. "We cannot allow him to grow unchecked," Mathion said firmly. "The Beelzebub family has maintained its power through careful strategy and calculated alliances. Rayiser's rise threatens that balance." "And what do you propose we do?" Vestra asked, her tone calm but challenging. Mathion's gaze darkened. "We remind the underworld why the Beelzebub name still carries weight. Rayiser may have won a battle, but the war for influence is far from over." The Satrai Manor, a quiet observation. At the serene Satrai estate, Lady Sona Satrai, the sole heir of the Satrai family, sat in her study, reading a report about Rayiser Phoenix's recent accomplishments. The soft glow of magical lanterns illuminated the room, highlighting her thoughtful expression. "It's impressive," Sona murmured to herself, setting the report aside. "He's managed to achieve what even the council couldn't." Sabeki Shinra, her ever-reliable queen and closest confidant, entered the room, carrying a tray of tea. "Are you referring to Rayiser Phoenix?" Sona nodded, accepting a cup of tea. "He secured a trade agreement with the Periage. That alone is enough to make waves, but the implications are even more significant. Rayiser isn't just expanding his influence, he's challenging the way we approach diplomacy." Sabeki tilted her head, her dark eyes curious. "Do you think he's a threat to the Satrai family?" Sona took a sip of her tea before answering. "Not directly. Rayiser's focus seems to be on building alliances and creating something new, rather than undermining existing power structures. But his success could inspire others to follow his example. If that happens, the balance of power could shift in unpredictable ways." "And do you see that as a bad thing?" Sabeki asked. Sona's lips curved into a faint smile. "Not necessarily. The underworld has grown stagnant in many ways. Change can be disruptive, but it can also bring growth. I'm curious to see where Rayiser's ambitions will lead him and what it will mean for the rest of us." Across the devil families, the reactions from the other noble devil families varied in tone, but they all shared a common thread: envy. The Agar's family, known for their stoicism, the Agars dismissed Rayiser's success as a fleeting anomaly, though whispers of jealousy echoed in their private halls. The Astaroth family, ever calculating, the Astaroth chose to watch Rayiser from a distance, viewing him as both a potential ally and a possible threat. The Gremory family, while outwardly supportive, the Gremory couldn't ignore the fact that Rayiser's accomplishments were beginning to overshadow even Rias's potential. Back at the Shadowed Cliffs, as the noble families debated and whispered, Rayiser Phoenix remained focused on his goals. Seated in his study at the Shadowed Cliffs, he reviewed reports on the reactions to his deal with the Meridjin. Yubelina stood nearby, her expression calm but slightly amused. The noble families are all talking about you. Zechron Baal is furious, and Mathion Beelzebub has called your success a reckless gamble. Rayiser smirked, leaning back in his chair. Good, let them talk. The more they focus on me, the less they focus on their own plans. And the council? Yubelina asked. Rayiser's golden eyes glinted. They'll watch, but they won't act not yet. They know that interfering with the Meridjin deal would damage their credibility. For now, we keep building, keep moving forward. And if the noble families decide to interfere? Rayiser shrugged. Then we deal with them when the time comes. For now, their jealousy is a distraction we can use to our advantage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Rayiser turned his attention back to his plans. The whispers of envy and resentment were just noise in the background, nothing that could stop the momentum he had built. For Rayiser Phoenix, the path to power was clear, and he was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. This updated chapter focuses on Zechron Baal, Mathion Beelzebub, and Sona Satrai's perspectives, emphasizing their reactions to Rayiser's success while grounding their responses in their established character traits. Let me know if any further adjustments are needed. 35, Chapter 34, Focusing Inward. 2 years had passed since Rayiser Phoenix decided to slow his outward expansion and focus inward. His trade network, a sprawling empire that connected supernatural communities across the world, was thriving under capable administrators. The alliances he had forged still held strong. For the first time in years, he wasn't preoccupied with deals or diplomacy. Instead, he had dedicated himself entirely to what truly mattered, breaking into Satan rank and becoming a leader worthy of his peerage. The Shadowed Cliffs Training Grounds. The morning sun was just beginning to crest over the Shadowed Cliffs fortress, casting long shadows across the training grounds. Rayiser stood off to the side, arms crossed, watching his peerage in action. Each of them was a force to be reckoned with, and every day spent alongside them was a reminder of just how far he still had to go. Garp, his first and most relentless teacher, stood in the middle of the field barking orders at a group of devil soldiers who were trying unsuccessfully to meet his impossibly high standards. His booming voice echoed across the grounds as he grabbed one poor soldier by the scruff of his neck. What was that? That's not a punch, that's a love tap. Hit it like you mean it. Whitebeard and Gold Roger, both wielding their legendary strength and overwhelming haki, sparred against each other in a duel that shook the earth beneath them. Their clashing conquerors' haki sent visible shockwaves rippling through the air, while the sound of their laughter rang louder than their attacks. Mihawk stood further back, practicing precise swings of Yoru, his every strike cutting the air like a razor. His focused, almost meditative presence made him a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding him. The rest of his peerage Beckman, Akainu, Kyuzan, Green Bull, Fujitora, and Shakiwara all engaged in their own training. Each one radiated an aura of power that made even the devil troops pause when they passed too close. Yubelina, though not part of this fray, stood by a group of spellcasters, guiding them through advanced magical techniques. Her voice was calm and instructive, and the raw energy of her high ultimate class magic made her presence impossible to ignore. The weight of leadership. Rayiser couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy as he watched. He had climbed to the peak of ultimate class, but every time he stood beside his peerage, he was reminded of the gap between them. Peak Satan class, the lot of them, Rayiser muttered under his breath, rubbing the back of his neck. And here I am, barely hanging on at the edge of ultimate class. You're doing that thing again, a voice said behind him. Rayiser turned to see Shiki floating lazily in midair, his trademark grin plastered across his face. Brooding. It's not a good look on you, boss. I'm not brooding, Rayiser said, rolling his eyes. I'm reflecting. Reflecting, brooding same difference, Shiki said with a shrug. You're overthinking it. You've grown a lot in the last 2 years. Garp himself said so, and you know he doesn't give compliments lightly. Rayiser snorted. Garp also called me a weakling the other day. Exactly, Shiki said with a laugh. He calls everyone a weakling. Means you're in good company. Training and growth. Rayiser's days were defined by relentless training. Garp pushed him to his physical limits, Mihawk honed his precision, and Whitebeard and Roger tested his endurance. His mornings began with Mihawk, who drilled him in the art of blending precision and strength. You're still trying to brute force your way through everything, Mihawk said during one sparring session, effortlessly parrying Rayiser's strike. Power is useless without control. Rayiser adjusted his stance and attacked again, this time channeling his haki with more focus. Mihawk nodded slightly as their blades clashed. Better. Now, do it again. Afternoons were spent with Garp, whose harsh but effective training methods had become the stuff of legend among the fortress's troops. You want to be a Satan rank? Garp roared as he hurled a massive boulder at Rayiser. Then act like it. Use your damn haki. Rayiser summoned every ounce of his strength, smashing the boulder apart with a conqueror's infused punch. Garp grinned. There it is. Do it again. Evenings were reserved for magic. Ubelina often joined him for these sessions, her expertise in combat magic complementing his own raw power. You're overcomplicating it, Ubelina said one evening, watching as Rayiser struggled to balance a complex spell with his haki. Magic isn't about controlling every detail. It's about trusting yourself to guide it. Rayiser frowned, letting her words sink in. He adjusted his focus, and the spell surged to life, filling the chamber with a fiery glow. Ubelina smiled. See, trust yourself. A wholesome moment. One evening, after a particularly grueling day of training, Rayiser and his peerage gathered around a bonfire near the fortress. The warm glow of the fire and the quiet crackle of the flames created a rare moment of peace. I've been thinking, Rayiser said, breaking the silence. You're all monsters. Roger let out a booming laugh. And you're just figuring that out now. Rayiser smirked. I'm serious. Garp could crush mountains with his fists. Whitebeard can split the sea. My hawk sword could cut the heavens in two. Even you, Roger, are a walking force of nature. Compared to all of you, I'm just a work in progress. Shiki suggested, earning a round of chuckles. Rayiser sighed, shaking his head. I'm just saying, I've got a long way to go before I'm on your level. Whitebeard rumbled a deep laugh. Boy, you've come farther in 2 years than most devils do in a century. Stop comparing yourself to us. We're here to push you, not overshadow you. Exactly, Roger said, grinning. You're not supposed to be us. You're supposed to be you. And if that means taking your time to hit Satan rank, then so be it. Ubelina, seated beside Rayiser, placed a hand on his shoulder. You're the one who brought us together, Rayiser. That takes more than strength. It takes vision. And trust me, we all see it. Rayiser glanced around the group, their faces illuminated by the firelight. Despite their overwhelming power, they were smiling at him with genuine camaraderie and respect. Thanks, Rayiser said softly, looking ahead. As the fire burned low, Rayiser felt a renewed sense of purpose. He might not have reached Satan rank yet, but he was closer than ever. With his peerage's support and his own unwavering determination, he knew it was only a matter of time. For now, he was content to keep moving forward, one step at a time. This chapter emphasizes Rayiser's growth, his relationship with his peerage, and the wholesome camaraderie they share. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to expand or adjust. 36, Chapter 35, Breaking Through. The tension on the Shadowed Cliffs training grounds was palpable. Rayiser Phoenix stood in the center, shirtless, his muscles taut and gleaming with sweat. His golden eyes burned with determination as he stared across the field at the man who had pushed him further than anyone else ever could. Garp the Fist. I'm ready, Rayiser said, his voice steady but laced with exhaustion. Garp grinned, the kind of grin that sent chills down the spines of even the bravest warriors. Ready to get your ass kicked again, you mean? Rayiser smirked. You wish, old man. The assembled peerage watched from a safe distance, safe being several miles away. It wasn't just respect that kept them back, it was self-preservation. When Garp and Rayiser fought, the battlefield became a storm of chaos and destruction, a place no sane person would willingly step into. 10 days and 10 nights, Whitebeard said, leaning on his Naginata. Think the kid'll last that long? Roger chuckled. If he doesn't, Garp's gonna drag him back to the starting line and make him go again. That's just how it is. The challenge. It had started as a simple challenge, a sparring match to test Rayiser's progress. But as always with Garp, things escalated quickly. I'm not holding back, Garp had said, cracking his knuckles. You wanna hit Satan rank? Then show me you've got the guts to earn it. Rayiser had nodded, his golden eyes blazing. Don't hold back. I'll take everything you've got. And so, the battle began. Day 1, the opening salvo. The first clash was a shockwave that rattled the entire fortress. Rayiser's fist, coated in armament haki, slammed into Garp's, creating a blast of wind that sent debris flying in every direction. Not bad, kid. Garp said, laughing as he launched a flurry of punches. Each one carried enough force to level a mountain, and Rayiser barely managed to dodge or block most of them. But Rayiser wasn't just defending. He countered with a mix of devil magic and the Marine 6 powers, combining speed and precision with bursts of elemental power. Fire surged from his fists as he launched a flaming tempest toward Garp, only for the older man to swat it aside like an annoying fly. You're gonna have to hit harder than that. Garp roared, charging forward. Day 3, pushing the limits. By the third day, Rayiser's body was battered and bruised, but he refused to back down. His conqueror's haki clashed against Garp's, creating waves of pressure that cracked the ground beneath them. You're slowing down, kid. Garp taunted, landing a thunderous punch that sent Rayiser flying across the field. Rayiser groaned, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth as he stood back up. You're not exactly moving like you used to, old man. Garp barked a laugh. That's rich coming from the guy who looks like he's about to keel over. Despite the banter, Rayiser could feel himself growing stronger. Each clash pushed him closer to his limits, forcing him to tap into reserves of strength he didn't know he had. Day 5, the turning point. On the 5th day, something changed. Rayiser's attacks began to carry a weight they hadn't before. His conqueror's haki, once a flickering ember compared to Garp's raging inferno, was now a roaring blaze in its own right. You feel that, old man? Rayiser said, his voice ragged but triumphant. That's me closing the gap. Garp grinned, wiping sweat from his brow. Not bad, kid, but you're still not there yet. The battle continued, each clash more devastating than the last. By now, the training grounds were unrecognizably a wasteland of shattered rocks and scorched earth. Day 7, the breaking point. By the 7th day, Rayiser's body was screaming in protest. His muscles ached, his haki reserves were nearly drained, and every breath felt like fire in his lungs. But Garp wasn't letting up, and neither was Rayiser. You're stubborn, I'll give you that, Garp said, launching a devastating punch that Rayiser barely managed to block. And you're predictable, Rayiser shot back, dodging to the side and countering with a spinning kick infused with fire and lightning. The kick connected, sending Garp skidding backward for the first time in the fight. The peerage, watching from a distant cliff, erupted into cheers. Did you see that? Shiki said, his eyes wide. He actually landed a clean hit on Garp. Beckman smirked. About time. The kids earned it. Day 9, the final push. By the 9th day, both combatants were running on fumes. Rayiser's movements were slower, his punches less precise, but his will remained unbroken. You're still standing? Garp asked, genuinely impressed. Rayiser grinned through the blood and sweat. You're gonna have to try harder if you want me to stay down. Garp laughed, shaking his head. You're a stubborn bastard, I'll give you that. Fine, let's see what you've got left. With a roar, Rayiser summoned every ounce of strength he had left. His conqueror's haki exploded outward, creating a shockwave that tore through the battlefield. Flames erupted around him as his devil magic surged, merging with his haki in a display of raw power. Garp charged forward, his own haki flaring as their fists collided in a final, earth-shaking clash. Day 10, the breakthrough. The 10th day dawned with a sense of anticipation. The air was heavy with the lingering energy of the battle, and even the usually rowdy peerage was silent as they watched. Rayiser stood across from Garp, his body trembling with exhaustion but his golden eyes burning with determination. This is it, Rayiser said, his voice steady despite the pain. Garp grinned, his own fatigue hidden behind his ever-present confidence. You're almost there, kid. One last push. With a roar, Rayiser unleashed everything he had. His conqueror's haki reached a level he hadn't thought possible, crashing against Garp's like a tidal wave. Flames, lightning, and raw energy swirled around him as he charged forward, meeting Garp head-on in one final clash. The impact shook the entire fortress, sending a shockwave that could be felt miles away. When the dust settled, Rayiser was on his knees, gasping for breath but he was still conscious. Garp, standing over him, extended a hand with a proud grin. You did it, kid. A peerage's celebration. As Rayiser staggered back to the fortress, supported by Garp, he was met with cheers and applause from his peerage. Took you long enough. Shiki said, grinning as he floated over. Roger slapped Rayiser on the back lightly, but enough to make him stumble. Welcome to the big leagues, kid. Whitebeard chuckled. You earned it, boy. That was a hell of a fight. Yubelina approached, her usual calm demeanor softened by a genuine smile. Congratulations, Rayiser. You've finally reached Satan rank. Rayiser managed a weak grin. Thanks, everyone. I couldn't have done it without you. Damn right, Garp said, laughing. But don't think this means you get to slack off. Satan rank is just the beginning. Rayiser groaned, but his smile didn't fade. For the first time, he truly felt like he belonged among the legends of his peerage. Looking ahead. As the sun set over the shadowed cliffs, Rayiser stood alone on the edge of the cliffs, staring out at the horizon. His body ached, but his heart was light. He had broken through to Satan rank. But he knew this was only the beginning. Time to see how far I can go, Rayiser said quietly, his golden eyes blazing with determination. This chapter captures the grueling battle between Rayiser and Garp, highlighting the growth, determination, and camaraderie that define Rayiser's journey to Satan rank. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to adjust or expand. 37, Chapter 36, A Devil's Gambit. 37, Chapter 36, A Devil's Gambit. The CAF meeting between Rayiser Phoenix and Rias Gremory had all the makings of a disaster and Rayiser wasn't even trying to salvage it. Seated at the cozy outdoor table, Rayiser remained calm, sipping his coffee as Rias glared at him from across the table, her queen Akeno sitting quietly beside her. Yubelina sat beside Rayiser, cool and composed as always, but not lifting a finger to defuse the tension. If anything, she seemed content to watch the show unfold. The fireworks begin. So, Rias began, her sharp voice breaking the silence. This is the infamous Rayiser Phoenix. The brilliant businessman who, if the rumors are true, spends more time dodging his responsibilities than fulfilling them. Rayiser raised an eyebrow but kept his tone even. I wasn't aware we were jumping straight to the insults, but if that's how you want to start, be my guest. I don't see the point in pretending to be polite, Rias snapped. I don't want this engagement, and I don't want anything to do with you. I figured as much, Rayiser said, setting his cup down with a faint smirk. You've made it pretty obvious. And yet you're sitting here, Rhea said, leaning forward, her crimson hair catching the light. Do you really think you can talk me into going along with this ridiculous arrangement? I'm not trying to talk you into anything, Rayiser replied calmly. I'm here because I was told we needed to meet, and I'm respecting that request. What you do with your side of this is entirely up to you. Rhea's eyes narrowed. Respect? That's rich coming from someone like you. And what exactly does that mean? Rayiser asked, his smirk widening. You're arrogant, manipulative, and you clearly think you're better than everyone else, Rhea said, crossing her arms. I don't need to marry someone like you to know it would be a disaster. Rayiser's poker face. Rayiser chuckled softly, a sound that only irritated Rhea's further. You're welcome to your opinion, he said lightly. But since we're being honest, I've heard a few things about you, too. Rhea's expression darkened. Oh, really? And what have you heard? Well, Rayiser said, leaning back in his chair, there's the rumor that you're something of an anime addict. Apparently, you even convinced the Gremory family to let you study in Japan just so you could live out your high school fantasy. Rhea's cheeks flushed. That's none of your business. And then there's the bit about you using your assets to get what you want, Rayiser continued, his smirk growing. I'm sure that works on most people, but unfortunately for you, I'm not most people. Rhea slammed her hand on the table, causing her glass of water to shake. You're insufferable. Rayiser shrugged. And yet here we are. The peanut gallery. Unbeknownst to Rhea and Akeno, Rayiser's peerage was hidden nearby, watching the exchange with varying levels of amusement and exasperation. Look at him go, Shiki said, peering out from behind a bush. He's not even trying to win her over. He's just poking the bear. This is embarrassing, Mihawk muttered, standing stiffly in the shadow of a tree. We're warriors, not thieves. Hiding like this is beneath us. Relax, Mihawk, Roger said from his perch on a nearby rooftop. This is part of the fun. Besides, you're not exactly blending in with that giant sword on your back. Mihawk scowled. I'm a swordsman, not a voyeur. Call it reconnaissance, Beckman said, lighting a cigarette. Makes it sound more professional. Garp, leaning casually against a lamppost, laughed so loudly that everyone winced. The kid's doing fine. She's mad, but at least she's still talking to him. Talking isn't the word I'd use, Whitebeard rumbled from a bench. But he's holding his ground. That counts for something. The juice incident. Back at the table, the tension between Rayiser and Rhea had reached a boiling point. You act like this whole thing is some kind of joke, Rhea said, her voice rising. Do you even take anything seriously? I take plenty of things seriously, Rayiser replied, his tone unflappable. Just not baseless accusations. Baseless. Rhea picked up her glass of orange juice, her eyes blazing. How about this, then? With a swift motion, she tossed the juice at Rayiser. Rayiser didn't flinch. The moment the juice left the glass, it evaporated into steam, leaving nothing behind. Rhea blinked, momentarily stunned. Was that supposed to accomplish something? Rayiser asked, raising an eyebrow. Akeno stifled a laugh behind her hand, though her amusement didn't go unnoticed by Rhea. You're impossible, Rhea muttered, crossing her arms. And you're predictable, Rayiser said with a faint smile. The declaration of war. Finally, Rhea had had enough. She stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the pavement. If you think I'm going to just sit here and let you mock me, you've got another thing coming, she said, her voice sharp. I'm challenging you to a peerage war. Rayiser's golden eyes glinted with interest. A peerage war. That's right, Rhea said, her tone defiant. If I win, this engagement is off. And if you win, fine. I'll go along with the council's decision. Rayiser leaned back in his chair, considering her words. You're sure about this? Absolutely, Rhea said firmly. All right, Rayiser said with a shrug. If that's what you want, I accept. The peerage's reactions. As Rhea and Akeno stormed off, Rayiser's peerage emerged from their hiding spots, unable to contain their laughter. I can't believe she actually threw juice at you, Shiki said, wiping tears from his eyes. And the way you just stood there. Priceless. You should have caught it and thrown it back, Akainu said bluntly. That's not the point, Mihawk said, his voice irritated. This entire situation is absurd. Declaring war over something like this? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous, but entertaining, Roger said with a grin. I'm looking forward to this. Don't get cocky, Rayiser said, standing up and brushing off his coat. Rhea's peerage might not be as strong as ours, but they'll fight with everything they've got. We need to take this seriously. Seriously. Whitebeard rumbled, his deep voice laced with amusement. I think you handled it just fine, but let's see if you can handle her temper in a fight. Ubelina, who had been silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. This isn't just about the fight, my lord. It's about how we handle the aftermath. Winning decisively will send a message not just to Rhea, but to everyone watching. Rayiser nodded. Then we'll give them a show they won't forget. To be continued. With the declaration of war, the stage was set for a clash that would test not only Rayiser's peerage but also his ability to navigate the complicated politics of the Devil World. One thing was certain, the battle ahead would be anything but ordinary. This first part balances humor, tension, and the setup for the peerage war while expanding the comedic hiding sequence and Mihawk's discontent. Let me know how you'd like to develop part 2. 38, Chapter 38, The Peerage Reaction. The Shadowed Cliffs Fortress had seen plenty of chaos over the years, but tonight's gathering in the main hall was something else entirely. Rayiser Phoenix had just finished briefing his peerage on the state of Rias Gremory's team, and the reactions were well, as expected. Sitting in a semicircle around the grand table, the legendary figures of Rayiser's peerage took turns leafing through the thick dossiers Yubelina had prepared. The hall echoed with laughter, groans, and the occasional snarky remark as each member shared their thoughts on the sorry state of the Gremory peerage. Roger's POV, the Pirate King's banter. Ha! Roger burst out laughing, slapping the table so hard it shook. Her knight is obsessed with a sword, that's the big threat. I thought we'd be facing seasoned warriors, not walking soap operas. He leaned back in his chair, grinning. And don't get me started on their so-called Red Dragon Emperor. A pervert who spends more time chasing skirts than training? If he shows up to the fight with anything more than a nosebleed, I'll be impressed. Roger's amusement didn't stop there. He held up Rias's file, his grin widening. And this is their leader. Low high-class power and a massive ego. She's got more pride than power, and that's saying something. Whitebeard's POV, the wise titan. Whitebeard stroked his beard thoughtfully as he skimmed through the reports. Unlike Roger, his response was more measured, but the disappointment in his deep voice was clear. This is the Gremory heir. He rumbled. She's relying too much on her name and not enough on her training. Her peerage reflects her leadership disorganized and underwhelming. He set the file down with a shake of his head. Her knight has potential, but his obsession blinds him. The rook has strength but no confidence. The bishop is fragile, and the pawn he trailed off, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. The less said about him, the better. Garp's POV, the blunt teacher. Garp didn't even bother hiding his disdain. He tossed Issei's file onto the table like it was trash, snorting loudly. This guy's supposed to be the Red Dragon Emperor? What a joke. Back in my day, dragons were terrifying. This guy couldn't scare a house cat. He grabbed another file, flipping through it with exaggerated boredom. And this Kiba kid, what's his deal? He's crying over some swords. Boo-hoo, get over it. You don't win fights by whining about your past. Garp's voice boomed as he gestured toward Rias's file. And her? She's got a fancy name and nothing to back it up. She'd better hope her looks can win fights, because her magic sure won't. Mihawk's POV, the stoic critic. Mihawk sat at the far end of the table, his expression unreadable as he examined the reports. Finally, he spoke, his tone calm but cutting. Her knight lacks discipline, he said, tapping Kiba's file. A swordsman consumed by revenge is a swordsman destined to fail. His blade will always be clouded by his emotions. He moved on to Rias's file, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. And the Gremory heiress herself? She has power but no focus. She fights with arrogance, not strategy. That will be her downfall. Mihawk's gaze shifted to Rayiser. You'll crush them, but don't grow complacent. Overconfidence is what makes devils like her fall. Shiki's POV, the comedian. Shiki, as always, couldn't resist making a spectacle of himself. He floated upside down in midair, lazily flipping through the files. This is gold, he said, grinning. I mean, seriously, who picked these people? Did she find them at a charity event for troubled souls? He held up Asia's file, his grin widening. Look at this one, Asia, the healer with abandonment issues. I'm sorry, but is she supposed to patch up wounds or make us feel guilty? Flipping to Issei's file, Shiki laughed so hard he nearly fell out of the air. And this guy, the pawn, the Red Dragon Emperor? Are we sure this isn't some cosmic prank? I've seen garden snakes with more dignity. Beckman's POV, the pragmatist. Beckman leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful as he smoked a cigarette. It's not surprising, really, he said, his voice calm. Rias was handed everything: her position, her peerage, her power. She's never had to fight for anything, so she doesn't know how to lead. He gestured toward the files. Her team reflects that. They're all damaged in some way, but instead of helping them grow, she's just coddling them. That's not leadership, that's babysitting. He took another drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. This isn't a peerage war. It's a mercy mission. Fujitora's POV, the quiet observer. Fujitora sat quietly, his blind eyes closed as he listened to the conversation around him. Finally, he spoke, his tone measured. Every person in her peerage carries a heavy burden, he said softly. But instead of overcoming their struggles, they're clinging to them. That makes them weak, not because of their past, but because they refuse to move forward. He tilted his head toward Rayiser. You'll defeat them easily, but I wonder what will become of them afterward. Akainu's POV, the ruthless critic. Akainu scoffed, crossing his arms as he glanced over the files. They're pathetic, he said bluntly. Weak, undisciplined, and unworthy of the title of devils. He pointed at Issei's file. This one especially. A disgrace to the Red Dragon's legacy. If he were under my command, he wouldn't last a day. He moved on to Rias's file, his expression hardening. And their so-called leader? She's more concerned with her pride than her power. That kind of arrogance is going to get her killed. Eubelina's POV, the voice of reason. Eubelina, ever composed, waited for the laughter and snide remarks to die down before speaking. It's true that Rias and her peerage are weaker than us, she said calmly. But dismissing them entirely would be a mistake. Desperation can make people dangerous. She glanced at Rayiser. That said, this is an opportunity for both sides. For us, to show the strength of our unity. And for them, to see what they're lacking. Perhaps it will push them to grow. Rayiser's final thoughts. As the discussion wound down, I leaned back in my chair, watching my peerage with a faint smile. Their opinions were as varied as their personalities, but one thing was clear, none of them saw Rias's peerage as a real threat. All right, I said, standing up. We've had our fun, but let's not get overconfident. They might be weak, but that doesn't mean we can slack off. This is still a fight, and we're going to treat it like any other. Understood, my hawk said, nodding. Garp grinned. Let's show them what real devils look like. As I looked around at my peerage legions, warriors, and comrades, I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Whatever came next, I knew we'd face it together. This chapter captures the diverse personalities of Rayiser's peerage as they react to Rias's team, blending humor, insight, and camaraderie. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to tweak. 39, Chapter 39, The Ripple Effects. The news spread like wildfire through the underworld. Rayiser Phoenix, the young devil whose name had already become synonymous with ambition and unpredictability, was now about to face off in a peerage game with Rias Gremory, one of the underworld's most talked about heirs. What made the situation even more fascinating was the sheer audacity of it. The Phoenix heir wasn't just competing, he was bringing his infamous peerage of legendary warriors into the fray. It didn't take long for the Devil Council and the heads of the noble devil houses to catch wind of the upcoming game. The reactions, as expected, were as varied as they were dramatic. The Devil Council, whispers and wagers. The grand chamber of the Devil Council was abuzz with activity. The high-ranking devils sat around a massive circular table, their expressions ranging from amused to concerned as they discussed the situation. Lord Zechron Bale, the ever-proud patriarch of the Bale family, slammed his hand on the table. This is a farce. Rayiser Phoenix is treating the peerage games like some kind of circus act, bringing in those beasts he calls a peerage. It's an insult to the tradition of the games. Lady Serafina Agars, known for her calm demeanor, raised an eyebrow. Is it an insult, Lord Zechron? Or is it simply strategy? The boy has built a team of unparalleled strength. Surely that's the point of the games, to test the strength and leadership of devils. Zechron scoffed. There's no honor in overwhelming your opponents with sheer power. He's making a mockery of the system. And yet, chimed in Lord Mathion Beelzebub, his tone laced with amusement, he's playing by the rules, isn't he? The council never set limits on who could join a peerage. Lady Serafina smirked. Perhaps the real issue is that Rayiser Phoenix has managed to do something none of us have, create a peerage that even the strongest houses would fear. The Gremory estate, a fiery response. At the Gremory estate, Lord Zedicus Gremory paced back and forth in his study, his crimson robes trailing behind him. His wife, Lady Venelana Gremory, watched him with a bemused expression. This is absurd. Zedicus exclaimed. A peerage game against Rayiser Phoenix? And Rias is the one who initiated it. Venelana sipped her tea, her expression calm. You raised a stubborn daughter, dear. She doesn't back down easily. She doesn't know what she's up against. Zedicus ran a hand through his hair. Rayiser's peerage is a group of monsters. Garp, Whitebeard, Myhoth, these aren't ordinary devils. They're legends in their own right. Venelana set her cup down, her eyes narrowing slightly. Perhaps this will be a valuable lesson for Rias. She's grown too comfortable relying on her family name and her peerage's loyalty. Facing someone like Rayiser may force her to confront her own shortcomings. Zedicus groaned. Or it will end with her being utterly humiliated. The Satrai Manor, quiet contemplation. In the serene halls of the Satrai estate, Lady Sona Satrai sat in her private study, reading the latest report on the upcoming peerage game. Her queen, Sabeki Shinra, stood nearby, her expression as calm as ever. So, Sabeki began, Rayiser Phoenix and Rias Gremory are going head-to-head. What do you make of it? Sona adjusted her glasses, her brow furrowing in thought. It's not surprising. Rias's impulsiveness has always been her weakness. She let her emotions drive her into this challenge without fully considering the consequences. And what of Rayiser? Sabeki asked. He's calculated, Sona replied. Everything he does has a purpose. This game isn't just about proving himself, it's about making a statement. By showcasing the strength of his peerage, he's sending a clear message to the underworld. Sabeki nodded. And what message is that? That he's not to be underestimated, Sona said simply. The Beelzebub estate, smug amusement. At the Beelzebub estate, Lord Mathion Beelzebub leaned back in his chair, a glass of wine in hand. He chuckled softly as he read the report on the peerage game. This is going to be entertaining, he said, glancing at his wife, Lady Vestra Beelzebub. Vestra raised an eyebrow. Entertaining? You're not concerned about the implications of Rayiser's actions? Not at all, Mathion replied, taking a sip of his wine. In fact, I admire the boy's audacity. He's shaking up the old order, and frankly, it's about time someone did. Vestra frowned. But what if he wins decisively? The council may start to see him as a threat. Mathion smirked. Let them. A little chaos never hurt anyone. The Bale Manor, outrage. At the Bale estate, Lord Zechron Bale was livid. He paced the length of his study, his face flushed with anger. This is unacceptable. He roared, slamming a fist onto his desk. Rayiser Phoenix is making a mockery of our traditions. Lady Aria Bale, his composed and pragmatic wife, watched him with thinly veiled amusement. Is he, dear? Or are you simply upset that he's proving to be more capable than you anticipated? Zechron shot her a glare. This isn't about capability. It's about respect. The peerage games are meant to be a test of leadership and strategy, not brute strength. And yet, Aria said, her tone cool, Rayiser is playing by the rules. Perhaps you're just upset that he's outmaneuvering the rest of us. Other noble houses, varied reactions. Across the underworld, the reactions from the noble houses were a mix of amusement, concern, and outright jealousy. The Astaroth family saw the game as a fascinating experiment. Let's see if the Phoenix boy can back up his confidence with results, mused Lord Darian Astaroth. The Agars family, ever pragmatic, dismissed the game as a sideshow. The outcome is inevitable, said Lady Seraphina Agars. Rayiser's peerage is too strong to be challenged by anyone, let alone Rias. The Vassago family, known for their ambition, viewed Rayiser's actions with a mix of envy and admiration. He's making waves, said Lord Tyren Vassago. Perhaps it's time we started doing the same. The council reconvenes. Back in the Devil Council chambers, the discussion reached a boiling point. This game could have far-reaching consequences, Zechron Bale said, his voice sharp. If Rayiser wins, he'll cement his position as a rising power in the underworld. The council must address this. Lady Seraphina Agars shook her head. Address what, Lord Zechron? Rayiser is doing nothing wrong. He's simply playing the game better than anyone else. Mathion Beelzebub smirked. I, for one, look forward to seeing the outcome. Perhaps it will remind us all that the old ways are not the only ways. The final word. As the discussions continued, one thing became clear: Rayiser Phoenix had become a topic of both fascination and fear among the devil nobility. His peerage game against Rias Gremory wasn't just a battle, it was a statement. And whether the noble houses liked it or not, Rayiser was a force to be reckoned with. This chapter captures the reactions of the Devil Council and noble families, emphasizing their varied perspectives on Rayiser and the peerage game. Let me know if there's anything you'd like to adjust or expand. 40. Chapter 77, Establishing Embassies and Safeguarding Privacy. The International Trade and Economic Growth Committee, ICT, had become a beacon of hope for many supernatural factions. However, as Rayiser Phoenix prepared to establish embassies in every trade partner's region, he was acutely aware of a sensitive but critical concern: privacy and cultural autonomy. For centuries, supernatural communities had survived by keeping their secrets guarded. The fear of losing control over their traditions, unique resources, and internal affairs loomed large. If the ICT was to succeed, Rayiser knew he had to address these concerns as thoughtfully as possible. The proposal of the embassy network. Rayiser gathered his peerage in the main hall of the Shadowed Cliff Castle to outline the embassy plan. The floating chandeliers above them cast a warm glow over the room as the peerage listened intently. These embassies aren't just buildings, Rayiser began, pacing slowly. They're bridges between us and our trade partners. But there's one thing we have to get right from the start: privacy. Privacy? Whitebeard asked, stroking his golden beard. You mean, not prying into their affairs? Exactly, Rayiser nodded. Each faction has its own traditions, its own secrets, and its own way of life. The embassies are here to assist, not interfere. If we cross that line, we'll lose their trust, and the entire vision of the ITK will fall apart. My hawk, leaning casually on his sword, spoke up. So how do you balance privacy with transparency? You're asking them to share data while promising not to meddle. Rayiser smirked. By creating boundaries and making sure everyone knows we'll respect them. Privacy as a core principle. Rayiser decided that the embassy network would operate under strict guidelines to ensure the privacy and cultural autonomy of each trade partner. These guidelines were outlined in the ITK's official report, sent to all participating factions. 1. Cultural safeguards. Each embassy would be designed to reflect and respect the culture of its host region. Cultural practices, rituals, and traditions would remain untouched and undisclosed to outside parties unless willingly shared by the host community. 2. Data anonymity. Economic data collected for ITK reports would be anonymized, ensuring that sensitive information about a community's internal affairs would not be exposed. 3. Non-interference policy. Embassies would provide support and guidance but would have no authority to interfere in local governance or cultural matters. 4. Autonomy in development goals. Communities would have the freedom to choose how to meet development targets set by the ITK, ensuring that the methods aligned with their traditions and values. 5. Confidentiality agreements. All embassy staff would be required to sign magical confidentiality contracts, preventing them from disclosing any information about their host community without explicit permission. Reactions from the peerage. Garp scratched his head. So basically, we don't snoop, we don't mess with their stuff, and we help them only when they ask for it. Exactly, Rayiser replied. Shiki laughed. Sounds simple enough, though I bet there'll still be a few who think we're spying on them. Sengoku, ever pragmatic, nodded. That's why transparency is key. We need to show them that we're not here to take anything, only to help them grow. Yubilina, flipping through the ITK report, added, the confidentiality agreements are a good touch. It shows we're serious about protecting their privacy. Roger, grinning mischievously, leaned back in his chair. Well, as long as Garp doesn't go around breaking walls and calling it diplomacy, we should be fine. The room erupted in laughter, Garp waving a dismissive hand as he chuckled. Yeah, I get it. No smashing. Building trust among new trade partners. As the embassy project gained momentum, Rayiser personally reached out to the leaders of the Slavic, African, Arctic, and European supernatural and magical communities to reassure them of the committee's commitment to privacy. Slavic factions. The fiercely independent Slavic communities were the most skeptical of the embassy plan. Elder Radoslav, representing the Slavic Council, addressed Rayiser during a private meeting via a magical communication crystal. Our people have survived by keeping our secrets hidden, Radoslav said, his crimson eyes narrowing. Why should we trust that your embassies won't exploit us? Rayiser's tone was calm but firm. Because the embassies are here to serve you, not control you. Every staff member will be bound by confidentiality magic, and all data collected will be anonymized. If we violate your trust, we lose everything we've built. That's not a risk I'm willing to take. Radoslav studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. We will hold you to your word, Phoenix. African factions. In the heart of the African supernatural world, Chieftain Mosi welcomed Rayiser's reassurances. You speak of respect, Mosi said during their discussion. But respect must be earned, not given. Rayiser inclined his head. I agree. That's why the embassies will focus on empowering your people through education, training, and access to resources. We want to help you grow on your own terms. Mosi's lips curved into a faint smile. If your actions match your words, Phoenix, we may have a fruitful partnership ahead of us. Arctic factions. In the Arctic, Jarl Vigdis was more intrigued than skeptical. Our people are used to outsiders underestimating us, Vigdis said, her icy gaze fixed on Rayiser. What makes you different? Rayiser met her gaze steadily. Because I don't underestimate anyone. The Arctic has untapped potential, and I believe your people have the strength to harness it. The embassies are here to support you, not dictate terms. Vigdis nodded approvingly. Then we shall see what you can do, Phoenix. European communities. In Europe, the supernatural and magical factions were reassured by Rayiser's emphasis on transparency and cultural respect. The non-interference policy is essential, Duchess Isabella remarked during a formal meeting. If you honor it, Phoenix, you'll find Europe to be a valuable ally. We will, Rayiser promised. Loan process and credit scores. The embassies also played a crucial role in the ITK's loan process, ensuring that communities understood the requirements and benefits of participating in the program. 1. Transparent credit scores. Each community was assigned a credit score based on economic potential, resource availability, and governance stability. 2. Low-interest loans. Loans were offered at reduced interest rates, making them accessible to all communities, regardless of size or wealth. 3. Development goals. Loan agreements included specific goals, such as improving literacy rates, building infrastructure, or increasing trade volume. 4. Privacy-first monitoring. Progress was monitored by embassy staff, but only with the community's consent. 5. Penalties for default. Communities that defaulted on loans intentionally faced trade restrictions and possible suspension from the ITK. The embassies begin construction. Under Rayiser's guidance, construction of the embassies began across the supernatural world. Each building was designed to reflect the culture and values of its host region, blending seamlessly into its surroundings while serving as a beacon of collaboration. Slavic regions, Gothic castles protected by ancient wards. African regions, tribal-inspired designs, blending natural and magical elements. Arctic regions, enchanted ice fortresses radiating warmth and resilience. European regions, alchemical and architectural masterpieces. Positive reactions. As the embassies took shape, leaders and citizens alike expressed their approval. Slavic factions. This embassy is a sign of respect, Elder Radoslav remarked. Phoenix is showing us that collaboration does not mean compromise. African factions. Chieftain Mosi observed, for the first time, we feel heard. These embassies are more than building stayre symbols of partnership. Arctic factions. Jarl Vigdis noted, Phoenix has honored his word. This embassy is a testament to his commitment. European communities. Duchess Isabella declared, Phoenix is proving that devils can be trusted to lead not through force, but through respect. Conclusion. The establishment of the embassies marked a new chapter in the ITK's journey. By prioritizing privacy, cultural respect, and collaboration, Rayiser Phoenix had taken another step toward uniting the supernatural world. As construction continued and the embassies prepared to open their doors, one thing was clear: Rayiser's vision was not just ambitious, it was achievable. This expanded chapter emphasizes the balance between collaboration and privacy, showcasing Rayiser's efforts to build trust while driving progress. Let me know if you'd like any changes. 41, Chapter 40, Negotiations and Awkward Encounter. Rayiser Phoenix stood at the gates of QA Academy, adjusting his tie as he glanced around the campus. The place was pleasant enough, if unremarkable, but the thought of setting foot in a high school again filled him with a strange mix of nostalgia and exasperation. I still don't understand why this couldn't be done in a neutral location, Rayiser muttered to Yubelina, who stood beside him in her ever-composed manner. Because Lady Rias requested it, she replied, her voice calm. She probably wants to keep the meeting on her home turf. Rayiser rolled his eyes. Of course she does. Can't let go of even an ounce of control, can she? Yubelina gave a faint smile but said nothing. With a sigh, Rayiser strode toward the Occult Research Club room, tucked away in the old school building. The thought of sitting through another round of Rias's dramatics wasn't exactly appealing, but he was here to finalize the details of their peerage game. A warm welcome. The door to the club room swung open before Rayiser could knock. He stepped inside to find Rias Gremory seated on a plush couch, her queen, Akeno Hinjima, standing nearby with her usual serene smile. The rest of her peerage was scattered around the room, Kiba leaning casually against a wall, Konako munching on a cookie, Asia perched nervously on a chair, and Rayiser's eyes narrowed slightly as he spotted Issei Hayudo, who was staring at Rias with the kind of devotion that bordered on worship. Well, if it isn't the infamous Rayiser Phoenix, Rias said, her tone cool but tinged with annoyance. To what do we owe the honor? Rayiser ignored her sarcasm, stepping into the room with Yubelina following close behind. I'm here to discuss the terms of our peerage game. I assume you're ready to finalize the details. Rias crossed her arms. I'm ready, but I'm not exactly thrilled about it. This whole situation is ridiculous. Rayiser smirked. And whose fault is that? Issei's interruption. Before Rias could respond, Issei jumped to his feet, pointing dramatically at Rayiser. Hey, I don't care if you're some big-shot devil or whatever, Issei said, his voice loud and grating. Rias is my president, and no one's going to take her away from me. Rayiser raised an eyebrow, folding his arms. Take her away from you? Is that what you think this is about? Yeah, Issei declared, puffing out his chest. Rias belongs with us, not some stuck-up noble like you. And for the record, I've already claimed her boobs. The room fell silent for a moment, save for the sound of Konako crunching on another cookie. Rayiser stared at Issei, his expression a mixture of disbelief and disgust. You've claimed her boobs? He repeated, his tone dripping with incredulity. That's right. Issei said proudly. Rayiser pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly. You're a pawn, correct? A reincarnated devil. Yeah, what about it? And the current wielder of the boosted gear, one of the most powerful sacred gears in existence. Damn right. Rayiser fixed him with a cold stare. And this is how you choose to conduct yourself? By making ridiculous claims about your king's anatomy. Issei faltered under Rayiser's glare, scratching the back of his head. Well when you put it like that. Rayiser shook his head, turning to Rias. This is the Red Dragon Emperor? The one who's supposed to bring balance to the supernatural world. Rias flushed, avoiding his gaze. He has potential, she muttered. Potential. Rayiser repeated, his voice dripping with sarcasm. If this is your definition of potential, then the bar must be underground. The discussion turns personal. Rias scowled, clearly irritated by Rayiser's remarks. Are you here to finalize the match or insult my peerage? Can't I do both? Rayiser quipped, earning a soft chuckle from Yubelina. Rias glared at him. If you're so perfect, then why don't you enlighten us on how your peerage is any better? Rayiser smirked. I don't need to enlighten anyone. The results will speak for themselves. Rias's eyes narrowed. You're insufferable. And you're an exhibitionist, Rayiser shot back. The room went silent again, all eyes turning to Rayiser. Excuse me. Rias said, her voice icy. Rayiser gestured vaguely toward her outfit. I'm just saying, you're not exactly dressed like someone who's concerned about modesty. Between the short skirts, the exposed cleavage, and the constant posing, you're practically advertising yourself. Rias's face turned bright red. That's completely uncalled for. Is it? Rayiser said innocently. Because from where I'm standing, it seems pretty accurate. The terms of the match. Akeno stepped in before the argument could escalate further, her tone calm but firm. Perhaps we should return to the matter at hand, the terms of the peerage game. Rayiser nodded, regaining his composure. Agreed. Let's settle this. Rias took a deep breath, clearly trying to calm herself. Fine. I assume you want a standard match, king versus king, with the rest of the peerage supporting as usual. That works for me, Rayiser said. As for the location, I propose we use a neutral battlefield. The council can decide the specifics. Fair enough, Rias said grudgingly. And as for the stakes, Rayiser continued, if I win, you'll honor the council's decision regarding the engagement. And if I win, Rias said, her tone defiant, this engagement is off for good. Rayiser smirked. Then we have an agreement. The aftermath. As Rayiser and Yubelina left the club room, he couldn't help but shake his head. Claiming her boobs, he muttered. That's what passes for a warrior these days. No wonder the supernatural world is in such a state. Ubelina chuckled softly. You handled that better than I expected, my lord. Better than you expected. Rayiser echoed, raising an eyebrow. I expected you to incinerate him on the spot, she said with a faint smile. Rayiser sighed. It was tempting, believe me, but I'll save it for the battlefield. If Rias thinks her pawn can back up that ridiculous ego of his, she's in for a rude awakening. As they walked away, Rayiser's thoughts turned to the upcoming match. It wasn't just about proving his strength or settling a petty grudge, it was about making a statement. The Gremory peerage might have their quirks, but Rayiser and his team would show them the true meaning of power. This chapter balances humor, tension, and character interactions while setting the stage for the peerage game. Let me know if you'd like any adjustments or expansions. 42, Chapter 41, A Meeting of Peerage. The morning sun cast long shadows over Kua Academy as Rayiser Phoenix approached the Occult Research Club once again. This time, however, the stakes were even higher. The entire Gremory peerage would be present, along with his own, to finalize the terms of their peerage game in the presence of none other than Graphia Lucifuge, the queen of Surtsk's Lucifer. Rayiser's peerage walked behind him, their presence alone radiating an air of authority and power. Garp strode with his usual booming confidence, Mihawk walked silently, Yoru slung across his back, and Roger grinned like he was walking into a friendly tavern brawl. The rest followed in their own unique styles, each one clearly out of place on the quiet school grounds. This better not be a waste of time, Akina muttered, arms crossed. If I have to listen to more of that pawn's nonsense, I might lose it. Relax, Shiki said, floating lazily alongside him. We're just here to finalize the match. What's the worst that could happen? Rayiser sighed, pushing open the door. You just had to say it, didn't you? The club room showdown. Inside the club room, the atmosphere was already tense. Rias sat at her usual spot, flanked by her peerage. Graphia stood near the center, her calm and authoritative presence commanding attention. Rayiser entered with his peerage in tow, and for a moment, the room was silent as the two groups sized each other up. Rayiser Phoenix, Graphia greeted with a nod. You've brought your entire peerage, I see. Of course, Rayiser replied smoothly. This is a group decision, after all. Rias rolled her eyes. Bringing them here doesn't make your case any stronger. Honestly, I don't understand why you bother. Rayiser raised an eyebrow. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? Rias smirked, leaning back in her seat. It means your peerage is nothing but a collection of has-beens and old men. What's the point of gathering legends if they're past their prime? The degenerate strikes again. Before Rayiser could respond, Issei jumped to his feet, pointing dramatically. Yeah, Rias doesn't need some old geezers protecting her. She has me, the Red Dragon Emperor. He puffed out his chest, clearly proud of his declaration. And for the record, I've already claimed Rias's boobs, so you can back off. The room fell into stunned silence. Even Rias's peerage looked embarrassed, though Rias herself was fuming. Rayiser stared at Issei, his expression caught somewhere between disgust and disbelief. You do realize we're discussing a peerage game, not whatever fantasy is playing out in your head. Issei grinned, unbothered. It's not a fantasy, it's destiny. Rayiser pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly. Ubelina, remind me why we're wasting time with this. Because we were asked to, Ubelina said calmly, though her lips twitched with amusement. Rayiser questions Graphia. Ignoring Issei, Rayiser turned to Graphia, his golden eyes sharp. Graphia Lucifuge, as the representative of the Devil Council, I'm curious. What do you truly think about me and my peerage? Graphia's silver eyes locked onto his, her expression unreadable. My personal opinions are irrelevant. I am here only to ensure the terms of the peerage game are agreed upon fairly. Humor me, Rayiser said, his tone polite but insistent. You've seen the reports, you've heard the rumors. What do you think of us? The room went silent as everyone waited for Graphia's response. Finally, she spoke. You are ambitious, Rayiser Phoenix, she said evenly. Your peerage is powerful, and your methods unconventional. Whether that will lead to success or destruction remains to be seen. Rayiser smiled faintly. Fair enough. The mockery begins. As the discussion continued, it was clear that tensions were rising. Rias's peerage couldn't resist taking jabs at Rayiser's team, their comments growing louder and more pointed. Kiba smirked, glancing at Mihawk. A swordsman, huh? You don't look like much. Shiki, who had been lounging in midair, burst out laughing. Did he seriously just say that to Mihawk? Oh, this is gonna be good. Mihawk turned his sharp, golden gaze on Kiba, his voice calm but cutting. You're a knight, yet you cannot even sense the difference in skill between yourself and Gold Roger, much less me. If you cannot feel that, there is no hope for you as a swordsman. The words hit like a hammer. Kiba's smirk faltered, replaced by a flash of anger. You don't know anything about me, Kiba snapped. I know enough, Mihawk said simply, his tone icy. You're blinded by pride and vengeance. That's not the path of a swordsman, it's the path of a fool. Graphia intervenes. Before Kiba could retort, Graphia stepped forward, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. Enough. Her gaze swept over both peerages, her tone firm. This meeting is not an opportunity for petty insults. We are here to finalize the terms of the peerage game. If either side cannot maintain decorum, I will end this discussion and report the matter to the council. The room fell silent, though the tension lingered in the air. Rayiser raised a hand in a mock gesture of surrender. Fine by me. Let's get this over with. Rias crossed her arms, glaring at him. For once, we agree. Finalizing the terms. With Graphia mediating, the terms were quickly finalized. The peerage game would take place on a neutral battlefield selected by the Devil Council, with the standard rules of engagement. As the meeting concluded, Rayiser stood, his golden eyes glinting with amusement. This has been enlightening. I look forward to our match. Don't get too comfortable, Rias shot back. You won't win. We'll see, Rayiser said, smirking as he turned to leave. Aftermath. Outside the clubroom, Rayiser's peerage was in high spirits, though Myhawk's expression remained grim. I can't believe that knight had the nerve to question Myhawk, Shiki said, still laughing. The kid's got guts, I'll give him that. Or stupidity, Beckman said, lighting a cigarette. Rayiser shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Let them think what they want. The truth will be clear soon enough. As they walked away from Kua Academy, the anticipation for the upcoming game hung heavy in the air. One thing was certain, the Gremory peerage had no idea what they were up against. This chapter sets up the peerage game while highlighting the tensions and rivalries between the two teams. Let me know if you'd like to expand on any part. 43, Chapter 42, A New Peak. The 10 days leading up to the much-anticipated peerage game were nothing short of intense. While the Gremory peerage likely spent their time preparing to the best of their ability, Rayiser's team took a vastly different approach. Rather than remaining in the Shadowed Cliffs fortress or practicing traditional drills, 4 of Rayiser's most powerful peerage members Garp, Whitebeard, Roger, and Myhawk vanished into the Void World to train, a place set to push even the strongest beings to their absolute limits. Rayiser wasn't entirely sure what they planned to accomplish in that strange, chaotic dimension, but if anyone could grow stronger in such a hostile environment, it was those 4. Rayiser's quiet confidence. As the days passed, Rayiser kept himself busy with his own training. Though he wasn't stepping into the Void World himself, someone had to hold the fort. After all, he used the time to refine his magic and haki, preparing for any surprises that Rias's peerage might have up their sleeves. He trusted his team completely, and he had no doubt that Garp, Whitebeard, Roger, and Myhawk would return stronger than ever. Still, he couldn't help but wonder just how far they would push themselves. The Void World, a place beyond limits. In the Void World, time and space seemed to blur. The environment shifted constantly, from blistering deserts to frozen tundras, and the air itself was charged with energy that could either invigorate or destroy. For Garp, Whitebeard, Roger, and Myhawk, this was the ultimate training ground. Feels like we're standing in the middle of a storm, Roger said, grinning as he looked around at the swirling chaos. Good, Garp said, cracking his knuckles. A storm's just what we need to shake off the rust. Speak for yourself, Whitebeard said, his deep voice steady. I'm not here to shake off rust. I'm here to shatter limits. Myhawk stood apart from the group, his golden eyes scanning the environment. This place is perfect, he said quietly. Let's begin. 10 days of transformation. The 4 legends trained relentlessly, pushing their bodies, minds, and abilities to new heights. The Void World's unpredictable nature forced them to adapt constantly, fighting against the environment as much as against one another. Garp's strength, already unparalleled, reached new levels. Each punch he threw seemed to tear through the very fabric of the Void World, creating shockwaves that echoed endlessly. By the time the training was over, his body had reverted to its prime, his black hair shining like polished obsidian, and his grin as ferocious as ever. Whitebeard's mastery of the Gura Gura no Mi grew even more terrifying. He learned to focus his tremors with pinpoint precision, creating devastating localized attacks that left the Void World's shifting landscapes in ruins. When he emerged, his golden hair flowed like a lion's mane, and his towering presence radiated both strength and vitality. Roger's Conqueror's haki surged to a level few could comprehend. He could now project his will across vast distances, crushing weaker beings with sheer presence. With his youth restored, he looked like he was in his early 30s, his grin as sharp and confident as ever. Myhawk's precision and technique with Yoru reached new heights. He mastered techniques so advanced that each swing of his sword seemed to cut not just through the environment, but through reality itself. When he returned, he looked no older than his mid-20s, his sharp features and piercing gaze giving him an almost otherworldly aura. The day of their return. On the morning of the match, just hours before it was set to begin, a ripple of energy tore through the Shadowed Cliffs fortress. Rayiser, standing in the training hall with the rest of his peerage, turned toward the disturbance with a raised eyebrow. They're back, he said simply. The ripple grew into a portal, and one by one, the 4 legends stepped through. The first was Garp, his black hair gleaming and his muscular frame looking more intimidating than ever. He grinned broadly, his voice booming as he said, "Miss me." Next came Whitebeard, his golden hair shining like the sun and his presence as commanding as a king. "It feels good to be back," he said, his deep voice carrying a note of satisfaction. Roger followed, looking every bit like the vibrant, unstoppable force he had been in his prime. He gave Rayiser a cheeky grin. You kept the place in one piece while we were gone, right? Finally, Mihawk stepped through, his youthful appearance and razor-sharp gaze making him seem even more imposing than before. He didn't say anything, but the slight nod he gave Rayiser spoke volumes. The peerage's reaction. The rest of the peerage stared in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they took in the transformed figures before them. Okay, Shiki said, breaking the silence. Who the hell are you guys, and what did you do with Garp, Whitebeard, Roger, and Mihawk? Beckman smirked, shaking his head. Looks like the void world worked its magic. Magic isn't the word for it, Akina muttered, his usual gruff demeanor unable to hide his surprise. They look like they've stepped out of a history book. Roger laughed, clapping Rayiser on the shoulder. We couldn't let the young blood have all the fun, could we? Consider this our way of leveling the playing field. Rayiser grinned. Leveling the playing field? You've probably tilted it in our favor. Final preparations. With their youth and power restored, Garp, Whitebeard, Roger, and Mihawk joined the rest of the peerage in a final strategy session. This match isn't just about winning, Rayiser said, his tone serious. It's about sending a message. We're going to show the underworld what true strength looks like. Garp grinned. And if they can't handle it, that's their problem. Whitebeard nodded. Let's remind them why we're legends. As the team prepared to leave for the battlefield, Rayiser couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. With his peerage at their peak, there was no doubt in his mind victory was inevitable. This chapter sets the stage for the upcoming match, showcasing the transformation of Garp, Whitebeard, Roger, and Mihawk, and their return to prime form. Let me know if you'd like any adjustments. 44, Chapter 43, All Eyes on the Match. The announcement of the peerage game between Rayiser Phoenix and Rias Gremory had turned into a spectacle the likes of which the underworld rarely witnessed. What had started as a clash born of personal frustration had grown into an event of political and social significance, drawing attention from nearly every corner of the Devil world. In the days leading up to the match, whispers echoed through noble estates, council chambers, and public forums. Rayiser Phoenix's unorthodox peerage was the talk of the underworld, and everyone had an opinion. Some called him a trailblazer, a bold young devil shaking up centuries of tradition. Others dismissed him as a reckless upstart, disrespecting the old ways. Regardless of their opinions, the one thing everyone agreed on was this: they had to see the match. The Grand Arena. The arena chosen for the match was a magnificent structure, carved into the side of a massive mountain. Its enchanted barriers shimmered faintly under the dim glow of the underworld's eternal twilight. Capable of containing even the most devastating magical attacks, the arena ensured that the spectators could watch safely while the combatants fought with everything they had. Seats for the event were divided by status. The highest-ranking devils, including the 4 demon lords and the heads of noble houses, were given prime seating in private balconies that overlooked the battlefield. Beneath them, nobles of lower rank filled the viewing stands, their murmured conversations blending into a quiet hum of anticipation. The 4 demon lords arrive. At the apex of the arena, a luxurious balcony had been reserved for the 4 demon lords, the most powerful figures in the underworld. Their arrival caused a ripple of excitement and anxiety among the crowd. Serzk's Lucifer. Serzk's Lucifer, the strongest of the demon lords and Rias's older brother, entered first. Dressed in an elegant black coat embroidered with silver accents, his presence commanded attention. His crimson hair shimmered under the faint magical light, and his calm, confident expression gave little away. This should be interesting, Serzk said, his deep voice carrying a hint of curiosity as he took his seat. Beside him stood Grafia Lucifuge, his wife and queen. Her expression was composed as always, but her silver eyes held a subtle sharpness. You seem unusually invested, Grafia noted, her tone neutral. She's my sister, Serzk replied simply. And this match will define her future and Rayiser's. Grafia nodded. True, but it will also shape perceptions of the peerage system itself. Seraphal Leviathan. Next to arrive was Seraphal Leviathan, the second demon lord and Sona Satrai's older sister. True to form, Seraphal's outfit was a blend of whimsy and flair, a magical girl costume complete with glittering accessories. Her energy was infectious as she practically skipped to her seat. Yay, my little Rias is going to show everyone how amazing she is. Seraphal cheered, clapping her hands together. Serzk gave her a sidelong glance, smiling faintly. You're very optimistic, Seraphal. Of course I am. Seraphal beamed. Rias has been working so hard. She's going to knock that Phoenix guy down a peg. Grafia raised an eyebrow. Rayiser Phoenix's peerage is unlike anything we've seen before. This won't be an easy match for Rias. Pfft, details, Seraphal said, waving a hand dismissively. She's got heart, and that's what matters. Adjuka Beelzebub. Adjuka Beelzebub entered next, his sharp green eyes taking in the arena with quiet curiosity. As the most intelligent of the demon lords, Adjuka exuded an air of calm analysis. He wore a simple but elegant suit, his reserved demeanor a stark contrast to Seraphal's exuberance. This match is going to be more than a simple contest, Adjuka remarked as he took his seat. Serzk nodded. It's already a political event. Rayiser's unorthodox peerage has everyone talking. Ajuka tilted his head slightly. Not just talking, watching. Every noble house is here, waiting to see if his methods are a sign of the future or a fleeting anomaly. Falbium Asmodeus. The final demon lord to arrive was Falbium Asmodeus, the most laid-back of the four. Dressed in a loose, comfortable robe, he strolled into the balcony with a yawn, his disinterest evident. "This better be worth the trip," Falbium muttered, slumping into his chair. "I could have been napping." Ajuka gave him a pointed look. "You might find this match more intriguing than you expect." Falbium sighed. "We'll see. If it's just a bunch of kids throwing fireballs, I'm leaving." The noble houses react. Below the demon lords, the noble houses filled the stands, their conversations creating a quiet buzz of speculation. Zechron Bale. Lord Zechron Bale, the head of the Bale family, sat with his arms crossed, his expression grim. He glared at the battlefield as if it personally offended him. "This entire match is a disgrace," Zechron muttered to his aide. "Rayiser Phoenix has turned the peerage games into a spectacle. Where's the respect for tradition?" His aide hesitated. "But my lord, isn't the point of the games to test leadership and strength? Rayiser's peerage is a testament to his ability to gather power." Zechron scowled. "Power without respect for history is meaningless." Venelana and Zidicus Gremory. In the Gremory section, Lord and Lady Gremory sat side by side, their expressions contrasting sharply. While Venelana maintained her usual composed demeanor, Zidicus looked visibly anxious. "Do you think Rias is ready for this?" Zidicus asked, his voice tight. Venelana smiled faintly. "Ready or not, she's determined. This match will be a valuable lesson, regardless of the outcome." Zidicus sighed, glancing at the arena. "But Rayiser's peerage, they're not normal devils. They're legends. How is she supposed to compete with that?" Venelana's eyes softened. "By finding her own strength. Rias has always relied on her confidence. Perhaps now she'll learn to rely on more." Sona Satrai. In the Satrai section, Sona Satrai sat with her queen, Sabeki Shinra. The two observed the arena quietly, their expressions thoughtful. "This match will define more than just Rayiser and Rias," Sona said, her voice calm. "It will set a precedent for how peerages are viewed." Sabeki nodded. "Rayiser's approach is certainly unique. But do you think it's sustainable?" "That depends on the outcome," Sona replied. "If Rayiser's peerage wins decisively, it will challenge the old ways. If they lose, it will reinforce tradition." Serx's perspective. Back in the Demon Lord's balcony, Serx leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. "This match is more than just a game," Serx murmured. "It's a statement." Grafia glanced at him. "A statement about what?" "About the future," Serx said quietly. "Rayiser Phoenix represents a shift in how devils approach power. If he succeeds, it will force everyone to reconsider their methods." Grafia's expression didn't change, but her tone was thoughtful. "And if he fails? Then it will prove that tradition still holds value," Serx replied. "Either way, the underworld won't be the same after this." The stage is set. As the crowd settled in and the preparations for the match began, a tense silence fell over the arena. Both peerages stood at opposite ends of the battlefield, their contrasting energies palpable. On one side, Rias Gremory's team radiated nervous determination, their loyalty to their king evident despite the odds stacked against them. On the other side, Rayiser Phoenix's peerage stood calm and confident, their presence alone enough to send shivers through the crowd. The match had yet to begin, but one thing was certain, the entire underworld was watching. This expanded chapter delves deeper into the perspectives of the demon lords and noble houses, emphasizing the political and social stakes of the match. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to add. 45, Chapter 45, A Lesson in Perspective. The tension in the student council room was palpable as Rias and her peerage stood frozen, their frustration and confusion evident. Across the room, Rayiser Phoenix's peerage continued their relaxed antics, seemingly unconcerned about the match or their opponents. Shiki floated lazily in midair, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "So," he began, his tone dripping with mockery, "this is the famous Gremory peerage. I've heard so much about you. Truly, it's an honor to meet such legends." He put heavy emphasis on the last word, making it clear that he didn't mean it sincerely. Rias's eyes narrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Oh, nothing," Shiki said innocently, twirling upside down in the air. "It's just, well, let's be honest here. You're all way out of your league." The mockery begins. The rest of Rayiser's peerage, sensing the opportunity, couldn't help but join in. Whitebeard leaned back in his chair, his booming laugh filling the room. "Out of their league. That's putting it kindly, Shiki. These kids don't even know what they're up against." "Kids?" Kiba said, his voice tight with barely contained anger. "Yeah," Roger chimed in, grinning. "Kids. I mean, look at you. All that training, and you're still barely scratching mid-level devil power? What are you even doing here?" Kiba's fists clenched, but before he could respond, Mihawk spoke up, his calm, measured tone cutting through the air like a blade. "If you can't even sense the difference in power between yourself and us," Mihawk said, his golden eyes locking onto Kiba, "then you're not just weak, you're blind. A swordsman who can't see his opponent's strength is already lost." Kiba's face turned red with anger and embarrassment. I don't need advice from you. Clearly, you do, my hawk replied coolly. Shiki targets Issei. Shiki's grin widened as he turned his attention to Issei, who was standing awkwardly near the back of the group. And then there's you, Shiki said, pointing dramatically. The legendary Red Dragon Emperor, wielder of the mighty boosted gear. Surely you must be the most powerful pawn in existence. Issei puffed out his chest, clearly trying to look confident. That's right. I'm the Red Dragon Emperor, and I am a total joke, Shiki finished, cutting him off. The room went silent for a moment before Shiki erupted into laughter. Seriously, you're the Red Dragon Emperor? I've seen garden snakes with more dignity. What do you even do? Boost your power and then hope you don't get one shot. Issei's face turned bright red. I'm not a joke. I'll prove it in this match. Oh, please, Shiki said, waving a hand dismissively. You're not even strong enough to stand in the same room as us, let alone fight us. If you're the best Rias could find for a pawn, then she's even worse at picking peerage members than I thought. Konako and Asia aren't spared. Shiki wasn't done yet. He turned to Konako, who was glaring at him with her usual stoic expression. And what about you? Shiki said, floating closer. The strong, silent type, huh? You think that makes you mysterious? Sorry to break it to you, but it just makes you boring. You've got some decent physical strength, sure, but you're holding back so much that it's practically useless. What are you afraid of? Turning into a monster like your sister? Konako's eyes widened slightly, and her fists clenched, but she didn't respond. Shiki moved on to Asia, who was clutching her sacred gear tightly. And then there's the healer. Low-class devil power, 0 combat ability, and about as intimidating as a scared kitten. I'm sure you're great at patching up wounds, but let's be real, what are you even doing in a fight? Asia flinched, her eyes darting to Rias for reassurance. The elemental trio joins in. As Shiki continued his relentless tirade, the elemental trio Akainu, Kyuzan, and Green Bull decided to throw in their own commentary. Akainu crossed his arms, his stern expression making him look even more intimidating. You call yourselves a peerage? I've seen more discipline in a group of rowdy recruits. You're soft, weak, and completely unprepared for what's coming. Kyuzan, leaning casually against the wall, smirked. It's not their fault, Akainu. They just don't know any better. They probably think they're strong because they've never fought anyone above their level. Green Bull chuckled, shaking his head. It's almost sad, really. They're like little kids playing pretend, thinking they're warriors. If they actually saw what real power looks like, they'd run crying back to their base. The audience reacts. The entire exchange was being broadcast to the audience outside the arena, and the reactions were immediate. In the noble houses section, Lord Zechron Bale looked both furious and mortified. This is disgraceful, he muttered. Rayiser's peerage is humiliating us all by association. Lady Venelana Gremory, on the other hand, looked calm but concerned. Rias has never faced opponents like this before. This might be the reality check she needs. Sona Satrai, watching from her family section, sighed. Shiki is cruel, but he's not wrong. Rias's peerage isn't ready for this. Even the demon lords had their reactions. Sertsk's Lucifer frowned slightly, though his voice remained calm. Rayiser's peerage is using psychological warfare. It's effective, but harsh. Seraphal Leviathan, meanwhile, looked torn between outrage and amusement. They're being so mean to my little Rias. She pouted. But it's kind of funny. Adjuka Beelzebub leaned back in his seat, his expression thoughtful. They're exposing the weaknesses in Rias's peerage without even lifting a finger. It's a clever strategy. Falbium Asmodeus yawned, though a faint smirk tugged at his lips. At least it's entertaining. Rias's breaking point. Back in the student council room, Rias was shaking with anger, her fists clenched at her sides. That's enough. She shouted, her voice echoing through the room. Shiki floated back, holding up his hands in mock surrender. Oh, sorry. Did we hurt your feelings? You think this is funny? Rias snapped. Mocking us like this. It's not about funny, Rayiser finally said, breaking his silence. His calm voice cut through the chaos like a knife. It's about reality. You stepped into this match thinking you could challenge us. All we're doing is showing you just how wide the gap between us really is. You haven't even fought us yet. Rias argued. Rayiser's golden eyes met hers, unflinching. And we won't have Tonat until you're ready to actually face us. Cliffhanger. The room fell into a tense silence as Rayiser's words hung in the air. Rias and her peerage stood frozen, their frustration and humiliation evident, while Rayiser's team remained relaxed, almost amused. From the audience's perspective, it was clear that the battle had already begun not with swords or magic, but with words and power dynamics. The question now was whether Rias and her team could rise to the challenger if they would crumble under the weight of their own insecurities. This chapter balances humor, tension, and the psychological warfare between the two peerages, highlighting the stark differences in power and mindset. Let me know if you'd like to expand on any part. 46, Chapter 46, The Proposition. The room was tense, the atmosphere charged with energy as Rayiser Phoenix stood in the center, his golden eyes fixed on Issei Hayata. The Gremory peerage clustered around their king, confusion and anger flickering across their faces, while Rayiser's peerage lounged casually behind him, their smirks barely concealed. Issei, though clearly nervous, stepped forward, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. "What do you want now?" he said, trying to sound braver than he felt. Rayiser's calm demeanor didn't waver. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. "You've been awfully quiet since Shiki made his little speech. I expected more fire from the so-called Red Dragon Emperor." Issei bristled at the taunt, his face flushing red. "You want fire? Fine. I'll show you just how strong I am." The challenge. Before anyone could stop him, Issei summoned his boosted gear, the crimson gauntlet materializing on his left arm with a flash of light. The dragon etched into the gear's surface seemed to shimmer, its eye glowing faintly as if responding to its wielder's determination. "Drake!" Issei shouted, his voice ringing with both desperation and confidence. "Boost me to the max." A deep, rumbling voice echoed in his mind, the presence of the Red Dragon Emperor responding. "Are you sure about this, partner? This opponent is far stronger than you realize." "I don't care." Issei snapped. "He's mocking me, and I won't let him get away with it." The voice sighed, almost reluctantly. "Very well. But don't say I didn't warn you." Boost. A wave of energy surged through the room as the boosted gear began its countdown, amplifying Issei's power with every tick. The air grew heavier with each burst of energy, the glowing gauntlet practically pulsing with raw potential. Rayiser's calm confidence. Rayiser didn't flinch as the pressure in the room increased. Instead, he kept his hands casually tucked into his pockets, his body language radiating complete control. "Impressive light show," Rayiser remarked, his tone light. "But all that energy doesn't mean much if you don't know how to use it." Issei gritted his teeth, his fists trembling as the boosted gear reached its peak. "You'll eat those words." "Go ahead," Rayiser said, smirking slightly. "Hit me with everything you've got. I won't even move my hands." The room fell silent, Rias's voice cutting through the tension. "Issei, stop. This isn't a good idea." But Issei wasn't listening. With a roar, he charged forward, his fist glowing with crimson energy as he threw his entire weight into the punch. The aura barrier. The moment Issei's fist closed in, Rayiser's aura flared to life. It wasn't magic, haki, or any other technique. It was pure, concentrated aura, the raw power of a mid-Satan-class devil condensed into an invisible barrier around his body. The punch never even reached him. The moment Issei's fist collided with the aura, it was as though he'd hit an impenetrable wall. The energy from the boosted gear rippled outward, but it was immediately snuffed out, absorbed into the overwhelming presence surrounding Rayiser. Issei was launched backward with a force that sent him flying across the room, his body slamming into the far wall with a sickening thud. The aftermath. The room was dead silent as Issei slid to the floor, coughing violently. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his breaths came in ragged gasps. Rias rushed to his side, her eyes wide with panic. "Issei, are you okay?" I am fine," Issei wheezed, though his trembling hands betrayed him. Rayiser turned toward his peerage, their expressions ranging from faint amusement to outright laughter. Roger was the first to break the silence, laughing so hard he had to clutch his sides. "That was it? The Red Dragon Emperor, everyone. Give him a round of applause." Whitebeard chuckled deeply, his booming voice filling the room. "I've seen stronger punches from a drunk sailor." Even my hawk allowed a faint smirk to grace his usually stoic face. "Pathetic," he said simply. Shiki floated overhead, laughing so hard he nearly fell out of the air. "Oh, man. That was priceless. Did you see the way he just bounced off the wall? Classic." Rayiser's proposition. As the laughter subsided, Rayiser began walking toward Issei, his steps slow and deliberate. The sound of his shoes against the floor was the only noise in the room. "Rayiser," Rias said sharply, moving to block his path. "That's enough. You've made your point." Rayiser stopped a few feet away, his golden eyes meeting hers. "I'm not here to hurt him any further," he said calmly. "I'm here to talk." Rias hesitated, her gaze darting between Rayiser and Issei. Reluctantly, she stepped aside. Rayiser crouched down in front of Issei, his expression unreadable. "Tell me, Issei," he said softly, his tone calm but firm. "Is the Red Dragon Emperor home? I'd like to have a word with him." Issei blinked, his mind still foggy from the impact. What are you talking about?" Rayiser tilted his head slightly, his gaze unwavering. "I'm talking about Drake, the dragon inside your boosted gear. I have a proposition for him." Issei frowned, his confusion evident. "A proposition?" Rayiser's voice lowered, his words deliberate. "I can free him. I can break the chains binding him to that gear and release him from his prison." The room went deathly silent, Rias and her peerage staring at Rayiser in stunned disbelief. What are you saying?" Rias stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. Rayiser didn't look at her, his focus entirely on Issei. "In exchange, he becomes my familia summon bound to me, free from the gear, but still tied to this world." "Why, you're lying," Issei said weakly. "You can't do that." Rayiser smiled faintly, his golden eyes glinting with confidence. "Can't I?" The room's tension skyrocketed, the implications of Rayiser's words sinking in. For a moment, it felt as though time itself had stopped, every eye in the room fixed on Rayiser as they waited for his next move. Cliffhanger. And then, with a quiet calmness that only deepened the weight of his words, Rayiser stood and turned to face the rest of the room. "Well, Drake," he said, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. "What do you say?" The screen displaying the match flickered faintly, capturing the shocked faces of the audience as the entire arena held its breath, waiting for the Red Dragon's answer. This chapter showcases Rayiser's calm dominance, the tension between the peerages, and the shocking proposition that sets the stage for an explosive development. Let me know if you'd like to expand on any sections. 47, Chapter 44, The Unexpected Opening. The peerage game between Rayiser Phoenix and Rias Gremory began with the transformation of the arena into a replica of Kua Academy. The Devil Council, ever theatrical, had deemed it appropriate to replicate Rias's home ground, hoping to give her an advantage. The school grounds were pristine, every detail down to the rows of cherry blossoms and the faint scent of freshly cut grass. The main building stood tall, with the familiar occult research club nestled near the edge of the grounds, while a newly constructed building stood opposite it, clearly meant to serve as Rayiser's base. The match begins. The announcer's voice rang out across the arena, laced with magic to ensure it was heard by the audience and the combatants alike. The peerage game between Rayiser Phoenix and Rias Gremory will now commence. Both teams are to use strategy and strength to eliminate the opposing king or force a surrender. The game begins now. The crowd erupted into cheers as the match officially started. Rias's strategic movement. Rias wasted no time. Standing in her replicated occult research club room with her peerage, she issued orders with a confidence that masked her nervousness. "We'll move as a team," Rias said, her arms crossed. "Our goal is to find Rayiser and eliminate his weaker members first. This is a battle of attrition. We can't face his entire peerage head-on." Her peerage nodded. Akeno, her queen, smiled softly, the faintest trace of excitement in her eyes. Kiba, her knight, was already preparing to scout ahead. Konako, her rook, stood stoically, though her ears twitched slightly. Asia, her bishop, shifted nervously, her hands clutching her sacred gear tightly. And then there was Issei, grinning like a fool and muttering about how he would protect Rias no matter what. "We stick together," Rias continued. "Rayiser's peerage is dangerous, but we have the home ground advantage. Let's use it." With that, the Gremory peerage exited their base, their movements careful and coordinated as they made their way across the school grounds. The search for the Phoenix peerage. The first few minutes of the match were quiet, too quiet. Rias's team combed through classrooms, hallways, and even the rooftop, but there was no sign of Rayiser or his peerage. The eerie stillness put everyone on edge. "They're not here," Kiba reported after checking the gymnasium. "They have to be somewhere," Rias said, her frustration mounting. "They wouldn't just sit back and let us control the map. Maybe they're waiting to ambush us," Akeno suggested, her tone calm but speculative. "Doubt it," Konako said, her voice monotone. "I'd sense them if they were nearby. What if they're hiding underground?" Issei offered, though his tone was more curious than serious. Rias sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "No, that's not their style. Rayiser is arrogant, wouldn't hide. He'd want to make a statement." The student council room. Their search eventually led them to the student council room, one of the larger spaces in the replica school. The heavy double doors were slightly ajar, faint voices and laughter drifting out into the hallway. Rias motioned for her team to stop, her eyes narrowing. "They're inside," she whispered. "Get ready. We don't know what we're walking into." The Gremory peerage nodded, forming up behind her as she pushed the doors open. What they found was not at all what they expected. The Phoenix peerage at play. Rayiser and his peerage weren't standing at the ready, prepared for battle. They weren't even paying attention to the match. Instead, they were playing games. The massive student council room had been transformed into a casual lounge. Rayiser sat at a blackjack table, shuffling cards with practiced ease while Shiki floated lazily above him, munching on an apple. At a nearby chessboard, Mihawk and Beckman were locked in a silent, intense game, their expressions unreadable. Whitebeard and Roger, on the other hand, were playing checkers, their boisterous laughter echoing through the room as they debated over the rules. Even Garp, normally the loudest of the group, was reclining on a couch, tossing a stress ball in the air. The entire atmosphere was bizarrely relaxed, as if they weren't in the middle of a peerage game but rather on a casual retreat. Rias's reaction. Rias froze, her brain struggling to process what she was seeing. What is this?" she finally managed to say, her voice incredulous. Rayiser looked up from his cards, a calm smile on his face. "Oh, you're here. Took you long enough. What are you doing?" Rias demanded, stepping into the room. "This is a peerage game, not a vacation." Rayiser shrugged, dealing another hand of blackjack to Shiki. "We figured we'd let you come to us. No point running around a fake school when we can just wait here and enjoy ourselves." Rias gawked at him, her hands clenching into fists. "You're mocking us." "Not at all," Rayiser said smoothly. "We're simply conserving energy." The Gremory peerage's reactions. Behind Rias, her peerage looked just as baffled. "Are they playing checkers?" Issei said, his voice filled with disbelief. "They don't even seem to care about the match," Kiba muttered, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the room. "It's weird," Konako said flatly, her cat-like ears twitching. "Really weird." Even Akeno, normally the calmest among them, seemed slightly thrown off. I have to admit, this is unexpected. The peerage's comments. As Rhea struggled to regain her composure, the Phoenix peerage couldn't resist throwing in their own comments. Did you expect us to run around like headless chickens? Shiki said, floating lazily in midair. That's your job, not ours. Whitebeard chuckled, moving his checker piece with a decisive clink. We figured you'd enjoy the exercise. Consider it a warm-up. Roger grinned, his hand resting on his chin as he studied the checkers board. Besides, it's not like you're missing anything exciting. You found US, didn't you? Mihawk didn't even look up from his chess game, his calm voice cutting through the banter. If you're looking for a fight, you'll have to wait. We're busy. Rias's frustration. Rias's face turned red with anger and embarrassment. You think this is funny? You think you can just sit here and act like this game doesn't matter? Rayiser leaned back in his chair, his golden eyes meeting hers. I never said it didn't matter. I just said we're handling it differently. Strategy isn't about running around aimlessly. It's about making your opponent come to you. And what if we just attack you here and now? Rias snapped. Rayiser smiled faintly. You're welcome to try. Cliffhanger. The room fell into a tense silence as the two peerages stared each other down. The casual atmosphere of Rayiser's team contrasted sharply with the growing frustration and confusion radiating from Rias and her group. For a moment, it felt like the match would explode into chaos right then and there. But before anyone could make a move, the announcer's voice echoed through the arena, signaling an unexpected development. An unforeseen event has occurred. All combatants, prepare for an update to the match rules. Both peerages froze, their gazes snapping toward the enchanted barrier that displayed the announcement. What now? Rias muttered, her anger giving way to confusion. Rayiser's calm smile didn't waver. Looks like things just got more interesting. This chapter ends on a cliffhanger, setting the stage for further tension and unexpected twists. Let me know if you'd like to expand or adjust any parts. 48, Chapter 47, The Third Dragon God Proposition. The tension in the student council room was thicker than ever. Rayiser Phoenix stood in front of Issei Hayado, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the chaos brewing around him. The faint red glow of the boosted gear pulsed softly, signaling that its resident, Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, was considering Rayiser's outrageous offer. Come on, Drake, Rayiser said smoothly, his hands still casually in his pockets. You've spent centuries stuck in that thing, hopping from one mediocre wielder to another. Don't tell me you're not at least tempted by the idea of freedom. Drake speaks. For the first time, a deep, rumbling voice emanated from the boosted gear, audible to everyone in the room. It was like a dragon's roar compressed into words, shaking the very air. Freedom is tempting, Phoenix, Drake admitted, his tone steady but cautious. But I've been offered many things over the centuries. What makes you any different? Rias's peerage flinched at the sound of Drake's voice. Rias herself, still standing near Issei, looked between the gear and Rayiser with wide eyes. What is he doing? She muttered, her voice tinged with panic. Akeno, her queen, tilted her head, her expression amused despite the tension. It seems Rayiser is negotiating with the Red Dragon Emperor himself. How bold. Negotiating. Kiba frowned. What could he possibly offer a dragon of Drake's caliber? Rayiser's offer. Rayiser smiled, his golden eyes gleaming. What makes me different, Drake, is that I'm offering you more than just freedom. I'm offering you purpose. Drake's rumbling laughter echoed through the room. Purpose? And what purpose would that be? Rayiser leaned forward slightly, his tone confident but casual. To surpass the White Dragon. To become stronger than you've ever been. I'll train you, push you to your limits, and help you reach a level where you won't just be Drake the Red Dragon Emperor. You'll be Drake, the third dragon god, standing alongside Eyes and Great Red. The room fell silent. And then, what? Issei blurted out, his voice cracking. Did you just say third dragon god? Are you serious? Completely, Rayiser replied without missing a beat. The reaction. Rias crossed her arms, her voice sharp. This is absurd. You think you can just turn Drake into a dragon god like it's some kind of training montage? Rayiser shrugged. Why not? I've done crazier things. Roger, lounging at the checkers table, chuckled. He's not lying. I mean, have you seen his peerage? We're walking proof that he pulls off the impossible. Shiki floated lazily above the group, his grin practically splitting his face. Besides, can you imagine the perks? Free from the gear, a whole new power level, and the best part. He twirled dramatically in the air. 3 square meals a day and a bed in the Shadowed Cliffs castle. Talk about a 5-star upgrade. Seriously. Drake's voice sounded both skeptical and amused. You're pitching this to me with food and lodging. Yes, Rayiser said firmly, as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world, adding humor to the deal. Whitebeard chuckled, his booming voice filling the room. He forgot to mention the view. The Shadowed Cliffs are spectacular. You'll wake up every morning feeling like royalty. And there's the gym. Garp added, his grin wide. Best training facilities in the underworld. Trust me, Drake, you'll get ripped in no time. Not to mention, Beckman said, lighting a cigarette, you'll get to hang out with us. Legends stick together, after all. My hawk, sharpening Yoru in the corner, finally spoke, his voice calm but cutting. You'll also learn discipline, something your current wielder sorely lacks. Issei bristled at the comment. Hey, I'm standing right here. Exactly, my hawk said, not even looking up. Drake's doubts. Drake's laughter rumbled again, though this time it seemed less dismissive. You make an interesting case, Phoenix. But freedom comes with a price. What happens if I agree to your terms and fail to surpass Albion? Or worse, if I fall short of becoming a dragon god? You won't, Rayiser said simply. And how can you be so sure? Rayiser smirked, his voice filled with conviction. Because I've never failed. When I set my mind to something, I make it happen. And with me guiding you, failure won't even be an option. The peanut gallery. Riasa's peerage, still reeling from the conversation, couldn't help but chime in. Is this guy for real? Kiba muttered. Konako, munching on a cookie, said flatly, he's weird. But it's working. Asia looked worried. But if Drake leaves the boosted gear, what will happen to Issei? Yeah. Issei shouted, his voice cracking again. I'm right here. Don't just give him ideas. Shiki burst out laughing. Relax, kid. Rayiser's not going to steal your dragon. He's making a deal. There's a difference. The proposition continues. Rayiser crouched slightly, leaning closer to the boosted gear. Think about it, Drake. No more limits. No more jumping from one wielder to another, watching them fumble your power. With me, you'll reach heights you've only dreamed of, and you'll get to eat whatever you want, and sleep on a bed fit for a king. Shiki added, still grinning. Rayiser shot him a look but didn't break stride. So what do you say? Ready to join the Shadowed Cliffs Familia? Riasa's breaking point. Riasa's face was bright red, a mix of frustration and disbelief. This is ridiculous. Drake isn't some stray dragon you can adopt like a pet. Rayiser stood up, turning to face her with an infuriatingly calm expression. I never said he was. I'm offering him something he's never had a choice. You're insane, Rias snapped. Maybe, Rayiser replied, shrugging. But I'm also right. Cliffhanger. The room fell silent again as everyone waited for Drake's response. The boosted gear's glow intensified slightly, as if the dragon within was deep in thought. Finally, Drake spoke, his voice filled with both skepticism and curiosity. You're bold, Phoenix. But I'm not convinced yet. Show me you're worth trusting, and perhaps we can discuss this further. Rayiser smiled faintly. Fair enough. Let's see how the match plays out, shall we? With that, he turned and walked back to his peerage, leaving Rias and her team staring after him in stunned silence. This chapter balances humor, tension, and Rayiser's confident personality, setting the stage for further developments with Drake. Let me know if you'd like to expand or adjust any parts. 49, Chapter 51 A Roast of Rias Gremory. Rayiser Phoenix stood at the center of the hall, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the fiery frustration of Rias Gremory. Her peerage huddled behind her, the humiliation of their crushing defeat in the peerage game still fresh. But Rias wasn't ready to back down. You owe me an explanation. She shouted, her voice filled with anger and desperation. Rayiser sighed, running a hand through his golden hair as he regarded her with faint irritation. His peerage stood behind him, their expressions ranging from mild amusement to barely contained laughter. I told you already, Rayiser said, his tone measured but edged with impatience. This isn't about you. It's about the Devil Council trying to use you as a pawn to undermine me. Don't give me that nonsense. Rias snapped. This was personal. You've been mocking me and my peerage since the beginning. Rayiser's golden eyes narrowed. You're not listening, Rias. This isn't personal. But if you really want to make it about yourself, fine. Let's talk about you. The room fell silent as Rayiser took a step forward, his piercing gaze locking onto Rias. Rias, the spoiled princess. You, Rias Gremory, are the epitome of a spoiled, entitled princess, Rayiser began, his voice sharp as a blade. You've spent your entire life in a bubble, shielded by your family's wealth and status. You've never faced real hardship, never had to fight for anything, and it shows. Rias flinched, her confidence faltering under the weight of his words. You have the strongest devil in existence as your Brothera man who adores you and would do anything for you. And what have you done with that privilege? Have you trained? Have you worked to earn your position? No. You've wasted it playing house with your ragtag peerage of misfits. Rayiser's smirk grew, his voice dropping into a mocking tone. And honestly, Rias, all your nutrients must have gone to your boobs instead of your brain, because you've clearly never used the latter. The room erupted into muffled gasps and laughter. Shiki collapsed onto the floor, clutching his stomach as he howled with laughter. Did he just say that? Nutrients to her boobs? I can't breathe. Roger leaned on Whitebeard for support, tears streaming down his face. This is the greatest day of my life. Someone write this down for the history books. Whitebeard's booming laugh filled the room. The boy's sharper with his words than my hawk is with his sword. Even my hawk, ever composed, allowed himself a faint smirk. Direct and precise, he said quietly. Rias's face turned crimson, her hands trembling at her sides as she struggled to respond. But Rayiser didn't stop there. Akeno, misplaced revenge. And then there's Akeno, Rayiser said, shifting his gaze to Rias's queen. Another example of misplaced priorities. You've built your entire identity around your tragic past, but let's take a closer look at that, shall we? Akeno's serene smile faltered, her eyes narrowing slightly. Your mother was murdered by her clan, wasn't she? Rayiser continued, his voice cold and analytical. And how did they manage it? By distracting or sealing your father a peak ultimate class devil long enough to strike. Do you really think they didn't know you were there? That an 8-year-old girl could evade a group of professional supernatural trackers on her own? No, Akeno. If you survived, it's because someone let you survive. Akeno's calm mask cracked, her lips parting in shock. You're strong, Akeno, Rayiser said, his tone softening slightly. But strength isn't enough. You're blinded by revenge, and that makes you a liability. Konako, misplaced grudge. Rayiser's attention turned to Konako, who stood stoically beside Rias. And Konako, Rayiser began, his voice growing sharper. You've been fed lies for years, haven't you? Told that your anger comes from your power, that your sister abandoned you out of selfishness. Konako flinched, her cat-like ears twitching as she looked away. But that's not the truth, is it? Rayiser pressed. Your sister was tortured, experimented on, and forced to kill the monsters responsible. She didn't abandon you because she wanted to, she did it to protect you. And the worst part? She killed the bastard who murdered your mother. She did what needed to be done, and instead of recognizing that, you've spent years blaming her. Konako's hands clenched into fists, her usually expressionless face cracking with emotion. If you'd stopped wallowing in your own anger for 5 seconds, you might have realized she's not your enemy, Rayiser finished. Kiba, the misguided knight. Rayiser's golden eyes locked onto Kiba, who bristled under his scrutiny. And then we have the knight with a grudge, Rayiser said, shaking his head. Kiba, let me ask you something. What exactly is your plan? Destroying holy swords? Do you really think that will solve anything? The system that creates them will just make more. Kiba's jaw tightened, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. You're not a swordsman, Kiba, Rayiser interrupted. You're a boy swinging a blade without understanding what it means to wield one. A real swordsman doesn't blame his tool, she masters them. But you're so blinded by your revenge that you've lost sight of what it means to be a knight. Behind Rayiser, Mihawk nodded slightly. He speaks the truth. You lack vision. Without that, you'll never be anything more than a blade without purpose. Kiba flinched, his pride taking yet another hit. Gasper, a wasted potential. Rayiser's gaze turned to Gasper, who peeked out from behind Rias, his crimson eyes wide with fear. And then there's Gasper, Rayiser said, sighing. A Domper with a sacred gear capable of stopping time. Do you have any idea how powerful that makes you? You could have been a game changer, a force to be reckoned with. But instead, you're hiding in a corner, afraid of your own shadow. Gasper whimpered, his trembling hands clutching Rias's cloak. If you have a problem with people, Rias, Rayiser continued, then you help them. You don't lock them in a box and pretend they don't exist. Roger leaned toward Shiki, grinning. A time-stopping vampire who's scared of everything? That's comedy gold. Shiki snorted. More like a tragedy. What a waste. Issei, a disgusting predator. Finally, Rayiser turned his attention to Issei, who was shaking where he stood. And now we come to the most disgusting person in this room, Rayiser said, his voice laced with venom. Issei Hayuda. The so-called Red Dragon Emperor. A title wasted on someone like you. Issei stammered, What are you talking about? I'm talking about you, Rayiser snapped. You're a disgusting pervert who treats women like trophies. You claim their bodies as if they're property, and you think that makes you a hero. Issei's face turned bright red as he sputtered, that's not. Shut up, Rayiser said coldly. You're not a hero, Issei. You're a predator. And in any decent society, people like you belong behind bars, rotting in a cell where they can't hurt anyone. Issei's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, his face pale. Final blow to Rias. Rayiser turned back to Rias, his voice quiet but no less cutting. And you, Rias, are the one who put all of this together. You're not a leader. You're a caretaker for a group of broken misfits, and instead of helping them grow, you've dragged them down with you. He paused, his golden eyes piercing. The Devil Council thought someone like you would be a good match for me. What were they thinking? Did they get kicked in the head by a donkey before making that decision? Behind him, his peerage erupted into laughter. Shiki collapsed onto the floor, clutching his sides. A donkey kick. I can't, these is too good. Roger leaned heavily on Whitebeard, gasping for air. This is the roast of the century. Even Mihawk smirked. Brutal, but well-deserved. Rayiser turned on his heel, his voice ringing out one final time. I need a partner, someone strong, smart, and capable. You are none of those things, Rias. And I refuse to tie my future to your failure. With that, he walked away, his peerage following behind him, still laughing and joking as they left. Cliffhanger. Rias stood frozen, her tears spilling over as the weight of Rayiser's words settled over her. Around her, the whispers of the audience grew louder, their judgment clear. And somewhere in the shadows, the cameras continued to roll, ensuring the entire underworld would remember this moment forever. This expanded chapter delivers a devastating roast of Rias and her peerage, with humor and biting critiques balanced throughout. Let me know if you'd like further adjustments. 50, Chapter 48, A Peerage's Power. 50, Chapter 48, A Peerage's Power. The atmosphere in the student council room shifted as Rayiser Phoenix, standing at the center with his hands tucked into his pockets, casually addressed his peerage. "All right," Rayiser said, his tone relaxed but firm. "Let's get to it. It's time to fight." For a moment, there was no response. His peerage, scattered around the room in their usual nonchalant manner, didn't so much as glance in his direction. Roger leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms behind his head. "Fight? Nah, too much effort right now." Whitebeard chuckled, leaning on the table where he'd been casually stacking coins. "I was just getting comfortable." Shiki, floating lazily in midair, yawned. "Can't we let them tire themselves out first? Wake me up when they're worth fighting." Even Mihawk, the ever-serious swordsman, seemed unbothered, adjusting the positioning of Yoru on his back without moving from his spot by the window. Rias's peerage prepares. Rias, standing with her peerage at the opposite end of the room, bristled with frustration. "Are you mocking us?" she demanded, her voice echoing in the silent room. Rayiser turned to her, his golden eyes glinting with amusement. "Mocking you? No, I'm just giving you a chance to get serious before this gets out of hand." "You're underestimating us," Kiba said, stepping forward with his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Oh no," Shiki said dramatically, spinning in the air. "The night is stepping up. Everyone, look busy." Konako narrowed her eyes. "You're all so annoying. I can't take this anymore." Issei shouted, his fists clenching. "Let's show them what we've got, Rias." Rias nodded, her face set with determination. "Prepare for battle, everyone. We're taking them down." Her peerage moved into formation, their energy flaring as they prepared their magic and weapons. The unleashing of Conqueror's Haki. But before Rias's team could take a step forward, something happened. The room grew heavy, the air itself becoming thick with an invisible force. One by one, Rayiser's peerage began to release their Conqueror's Haki, the raw intensity of their willpower flooding the space. Roger grinned, leaning forward in his chair as his Haki surged outward like a tidal wave. "Let's see if they can handle this." Whitebeard chuckled deeply, his own Haki rolling over the room like an earthquake. "Not likely." Shiki flipped upside down in the air, laughing. "Good night, Gremory Peerage." Even Mihawk, who rarely displayed his emotions, let out a faint sigh as his Haki joined the others, precise and cutting like a blade. The effect was immediate. Rias's peerage didn't stand a chance. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Rias herself managed to stay upright for a moment, but her knees buckled, and she fell with a gasp, her eyes rolling back as the sheer pressure overwhelmed her. Issei was the last to go down, staggering as he tried to resist. What is this?" he choked out before crumpling to the floor. The calm after the storm. As the last member of the Gremory peerage hit the ground, the room fell silent. Rayiser's peerage, unfazed, returned to their previous activities. "Well," Shiki said cheerfully, "that was anticlimactic." Roger laughed, slapping his knee. "I told you they weren't ready for us." Mihawk turned away from the window, his golden eyes flicking to Rayiser. "Are you satisfied, Phoenix?" "Not yet," Rayiser replied calmly. "A proposition for Drake." Rayiser walked over to Issei's unconscious form, crouching down beside the slumbering pawn. The boosted gear, still faintly glowing, pulsed as if reacting to the earlier display of power. "Drake," Rayiser said, his tone even. "Is this enough proof for you? Or do you need more convincing?" The dragon's deep, rumbling voice echoed faintly from the gauntlet. "You have made your point, Phoenix. Your peerage's strength is undeniable. And your will is worthy of respect." Rayiser smirked. "Does that mean we have a deal?" Drake rumbled thoughtfully. "Very well. Free me from this gauntlet, and I will join you. But understand this, I follow you as an equal, not a servant." "Agreed," Rayiser said simply. "A drastic solution." Rayiser stood, drawing his sword. The blade gleamed with an otherworldly light, its edge sharp enough to cut not just flesh, but the very fabric of the soul. "Wait," Yubelina said, stepping forward. "Are you sure about this? Cutting the boosted gear's connection will sever Issei's soul as well." Rayiser nodded. "That's why we prepared the Phoenix Soul Tear. It will heal him body and soul." Yubelina hesitated for a moment, then nodded, stepping back. With a single swift motion, Rayiser brought his sword down, slicing cleanly through Issei's arm. The boosted gear fell to the floor, its glow fading as the connection to its wielder was severed. Issei's body jerked violently as a faint shimmer of his soul began to dissipate. The Phoenix Soul Tear. Without missing a beat, Rayiser produced a vial containing a shimmering golden liquid, the Phoenix Soul Tear, a rare elixir created through Yubelina's mastery of the Soul fruit. He poured the contents over Issei's severed arm, the liquid glowing brightly as it seeped into his body. Slowly, the wound closed, and the faint shimmer of his soul began to stabilize. Issei's breathing evened out, his body relaxing as the healing process completed. Reactions of the peerage. Roger leaned forward, his grin wide. "So that's Drake, huh? Welcome to the team, Dragon." Whitebeard chuckled, his booming laughter echoing through the room. "A dragon god in the making. This is going to be interesting." Shiki floated over, peering at the boosted gear now lying dormant on the ground. "So, does this mean we get a pet dragon?" Can he breathe fire on command? Because that would be awesome. Drake's voice rumbled from the gear, his tone dry. I am not a pet, you fool. Shiki grinned. Ah, come on, you'll fit right in. My hawk, standing off to the side, gave a faint nod. A wise decision, Phoenix. Drake's power will be a valuable addition to the familia. Ryasa's peerage awakens. As the effects of the Conqueror's haki began to fade, Ryas and her peerage slowly regained consciousness. Ryas groaned, sitting up and holding her head. What happened? You lost, Rayiser said simply, standing over her with his hands in his pockets. Ryas looked around, her eyes widening as she saw Issei's severed arm on the faint glow of the Phoenix soul tear. What did you do? I made a deal with Drake, Rayiser replied, his tone calm. He's with me now. Cliffhanger. The room fell silent again, the weight of Rayiser's words sinking in. Ryas stared at him, her expression a mix of shock, anger, and disbelief. You can't just take him. Rayiser smirked. I already did. This chapter balances tension, humor, and the dramatic development of Drake joining Rayiser's familia. Let me know if you'd like any adjustments or expansions.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.